right, Martin Mentor here. Pop up live, talking AB5 and the Biden Pro Act. AB5 and the Biden Pro Act. As always, wait for a few people to come in. Waiting for a few people to come in. Gonna have a quick pop-up live. I'm gonna talk AB5 and the Biden Pro Act. Did a video yesterday. A lot of people seem to have questions about the AB5 thing that's going on in California. There's still a lot of confusion onto what it is. Let me put this link up. On Sunday night, the live I did Sunday night, the first hour was slow. The live ended up going 5 hours. It took like 2 or 3 hours before people got engaged. And then when people got engaged, it was just on from there. But let me put this link up real quick. Let me connect this link. Connect. Where we go here? Comments. Yo, what's going on? Jay, what's it? Jay Johnson, what's going on? All right, there's the link. We'll put it up here. If you want to go on, questions, comments, or we just really talking about AB5 clarification, what people think about it, what happens if it goes on a national level. I didn't talk about it in the video, but I did mention that the Biden administration has something similar to AB5, which is called the PRO Act. The PRO Act. That's what the Biden administration is calling their thing that will fall under that infrastructure bill that he signed into law. What was that? November of 2021, I believe. Yeah, November of 2021. So it's the Biden PRO Act is pretty much the same thing as AB5. So it just pretty much just eliminates like gig work. Now I know as far as the trucking is concerned, it really only pertains to independent owner operators that are leased on the companies. So like I explained, leased on the companies, guys that don't operate within their own authority, that are leased on the companies. They want the company to handle all the bureaucracy and the politics and dealing with different companies as far as booking loads and things of that nature. O's Appliance Repair, what's going on? How you feeling tonight? Thanks for tuning in. So that's what that's how AB5 that's who it pertains to in California. But for the unfortunate thing about that is it's like 70 to 90,000 truckers in California operate like leased on. So that's a lot of truckers that are not working right now at the moment. And it's definitely going to cause a ripple effect. You're going to see a ripple effect just on the gas. Like we haven't even seen the ripple effect. We haven't even seen the ripple effect from the high gas costs. It's like a 90-day lag. So just when gas goes up, like you don't see the cost of like food and stuff go up. It doesn't rise, with the cost of fuel. It's like a 90-day lag. We're not going to see food is really going to skyrocket in September. And I want you to remember this live and say, Mark said this was going to happen. It's like a 90-day lag. So there's going to be a ripple effect behind everything that's going on in California right now. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next week. But eventually you're going to see the effects of everything that's going on in California is going to affect the rest of the country sooner or later. 1 second here. Here's the link. Jay Johnson, what's up? Everybody check in. Let me know where you are checking in from. Try to wait for a few more people. I'm gonna post this on Instagram. Now, as far as AB5, let's talk about what those guys can do. So a lot of those guys that are leased on out there in California, just like I said, it's only a few things they can do. Now you got some guys that are paying for their trucks. They're paying for their trucks. Before Texas, what's going on? Let me speak on it first. So what my thoughts on AB5, I think it sucks, right? I think if I own a truck, right? It's my truck. I'm paying for fuel. I'm paying for maintenance. I'm paying for repairs. Mississippi, what it do? Technically, I feel like I'm an independent contractor. As a business owner myself with a trucking company, I feel like if it's their truck, it's their liability. If I'm just finding the work for them, I'm just finding the work for a fee. I feel like they're an independent contractor. So I think the law sucks. I think the law sucks. I don't think it's fair. And I think if they implement it on a national level with the Biden administration, the PRO Act under the Biden administration, it's really going to suck for the trucking industry as a whole. So my advice to people who are in trucking and they're leased on, like, man, save your money, man. Save your money and, be ready. Just don't sweep this thing under the rug, because I believe it can happen. I believe it probably will happen. And the reason I say that is because when they brought this thing to the Supreme Court, the way they just kicked it back, they didn't even want to hear it. They didn't want to even hear it. So it just lets me know that, they weren't going to oppose something that Biden signed something similar into a law. So they weren't going to oppose that. They couldn't oppose it because the PRO Act is pretty much the same thing. So, let me know what you guys think. I don't see anybody checking in from California. So anybody in here from California, I really want to talk to somebody. I want to pull somebody on camera tonight. I want to pull a trucker from California on camera tonight. And I just want to get their thoughts. I want to talk to them and see what the mood is. I kind of know what the mood is out there in California, but I just want it from a firsthand perspective on what the mood, what it feels like out there in California. Anybody leased on that's on right now? 7 people on. The other night it took about 2 hours for this live to get cracking, and when we started talking about Amazon, it's like it really got cracking. Like everybody, like it seems like only people only care about Amazon and trucking nowadays. Why is that? Why is Amazon? Whenever we talk about, like when I do videos about Amazon, those videos do the most numbers. Whenever we talk about Amazon, that's when the engagement starts. And I feel like some of these other issues that I be talking about and I do videos about be more important. Like AB5 is very important. And I don't think a lot of truckers, and box truckers too, even cargo van guys, small box truckers, 16 footers, anybody that's leased on that doesn't have their authority, this can affect you and the rest of the country if the PRO Act goes into existence. 7 people watching, only 2 people checked in. But I guarantee if we start talking about Amazon, this place gonna get cracking. I'm gonna start doing lives, and I'm gonna start sharing my screen and doing live load board pop-ups, showing load boards, going on Amazon Relay, showing load boards. Maybe that'll get Maybe I ought to get shit cracking earlier. Man, what y'all think? Anybody in here from California? Mississippi, Texas. All right, let me send out this notification real quick. 1 second here. Let me send out a notification. You don't have your own authority. How do you operate then? Are you leased on? I'm in Cali right now, but I'm from North Carolina. The guy I work for is out of Cali. He does business partners whose trucks on authority. I have my own authority, but it's shelved right now. Why is your authority shelved? I'm up on the AB5 because I'm leased onto a company now doing first and last mile. I already have my own authority with my own semi under it. Oh, so you're good then. Where are you from? Are you from North Carolina trucking with Joker, right? AD Bill, what's the mood like out there in Cali? Like I see what I see on the news, but like what's the mood out there as far as the trucking uh community is concerned? I know they were blocking the ports, but a lot of news outlets really didn't report on if they were blocking the ports today. Are they still blocking the ports? Are trucks able to get in and out of the ports in LA or Long Beach and all the other ports up and down that coast? Okay, you got your own authority, so you're just running under someone else's authority right now. What's the mood like? What's the mood like out there in Cali? Like, what's the mood like? Are the truckers still blocking the ports out there? There's a link that if anybody wants to come on and talk about it. All right, you just started. Who you running for? Old Appliance. Who are you running for? Are you running middle mile, Dr. Doc, or you running final mile? A lot of trucks parked everywhere. So a lot of people not working in LA. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like that ripple effect is gonna be nasty. It's gonna be nasty for the rest of the country. And I actually got rumor, well, I heard rumor, and don't quote me this, don't quote hold me to this, I should say. I'm hearing that there's rumblings that truckers are going to be staging a walkout in November. And if that happens, if they use that as payback for this AB5, that's going to really mess up the holiday season. It's going to be a lot of kids upset. It's going to be a lot of toys that's not going to make it under that Christmas tree because a lot of freight isn't going to get to Walmart or Target. So if the truckers really stage this walkout or this sit and park their trucks in November, it's going to be an ugly holiday season. You running final mile? Old Appliance, who you running for? You in San Diego, the mood is down. I bet. So what are guys doing out there? Guys that were leased on, are they just, or do you like, are the guys that are leased on, are they just what, parking their trucks and applying with big companies and switching over to company drivers? Are they just trying to sign up to get their own authority and just gonna pay the higher insurance and take the hit and hope for the best? What are they talking about? You'll come on? All right, sure. Let me send you the link. Let me put the link up. Here's the link. Yeah, I want to talk to somebody from Cali. I think a lot of people are sweeping this under the rug because it doesn't affect them. And a lot of people are not familiar with the Biden infrastructure bill that does include trucking. What's going on?
Hey, sir, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
Wonderful, blessed. I can't complain.
That's
I'm
good,
glad
man.
that you brought me on because I was going to talk to you about a few things, man. I do have an authority as of 2019. I shelved mine. I bought the wrong truck. Bought an International Pro Star, and it had issues, man. So I went to moving trucks and started with this guy because I'm on the way out of trucking, man.
Okay.
I've seen so many of these trucks now in the last week that's got the cameras and stuff, the automated trucks.
Yeah.
It's just a real interesting time right now going on in trucking. Not only with that going on with them with the automated trucks, man, I can see trucking really changing a lot here, man.
Speak
That's
on
why
it, man.
sir.
Speak on it.
Well, this is what I see. Since us blacks have got in the truck and even women, it kind of changed the dynamics of how they look at us now because we're getting money. I've been
Okay.
in 7 years. I've been a tractor trailer driver for 7 years. I've been leasing. I have an authority as well, right? I've
Okay.
been watching this thing 7 years because I came in with the business set of this, turn this into a business and maybe make me a quick lick and get out. You see what I mean?
Okay.
So what I have watched since COVID hit, everybody took that money. A lot of women took that money and they jumped in, and a lot of people, and then box trucking people jumped in, and
Okay.
once they see us in, and you also doing these YouTube videos, once they see us in, you got people talking about money and becoming millionaires and this and that.
Okay.
I knew at some point we were going to start to see different shifts in how they're doing business because we're in it. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
If that makes sense, because this right here was a way for us to come up. And in my opinion, most people should look at it like I look at leasing a truck.
Okay.
I look at leasing a truck as a piece of equipment to get the job. There's only a tool. I never wanted to own a truck. You see what I'm saying? So I look at trucking in the same facet. We use this trucking money to get to other avenues to
Yes.
to grow business or whatever. So with I'm getting where you're talking about with the AB law, okay?
Okay.
With the AB5 law, in my opinion, it came about because of us. Without, what I'm saying
You say
that,
us, you talking about black folk.
of course.
Okay.
Look how you're moving and how a lot of people are moving. They're becoming millionaires on trucking, and it was never designed that way. You get what I mean?
Okay.
It wasn't designed for us to be able to come in. We can be felons. We can have a lot of stuff going on. As long as we got a clean driver record, we can drive a tractor trailer. We can get in here and we can get to the money. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. So me, I've been in the game for a while. I look young. I'm 42 years old. So I made my millions years ago, but I gross millions. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not a millionaire. Cost a lot of money. You're in trucking, all right, just like I'm in trucking. You know what I'm saying? The margin is very small. So, the millions I made, you know what I'm saying? I didn't take them home with me.
Right.
The reason I make YouTube videos is something like what you said. I saw a lot of people on YouTube selling false hope, selling false dreams, and selling a lot of lies.
Yes,
So
sir.
when I build my YouTube platform based around the truth, I tell people, you know what, this may not be for you. I did a video yesterday that said, you know what, the guy asked me the other day, the last live stream, said, man, I got a bunch of money saved up. I want to buy a truck. I said, that's a bad idea. If you got 50, 60,000, why go invest into uncertainty right now?
Yes,
Keep
sir.
your 50, 60,000 in the bank. Let that work for you. Go hop in JB Hunt's or Swift's or Schneider's truck. Make that money. Add
Yes,
to the money that you got, and then in a year revisit it. I'm not going to send nobody off. You know what I'm saying? So I can line my pockets so they can get in a jam and keep coming to me, and then I keep getting paid for mentorship when I know that they're going to fail.
yes, sir.
You see what I'm saying? My whole thing is to give the information, right?
Yes, sir.
To give the information, the free information, and then if you need help, guiding you along the way. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Yes,
not
sir.
going to tell. This industry is fucked up right now.
Right.
The
That
country
part.
is fucked up.
That right. That
You
part.
see what I'm saying? So, but I can help navigate you through issues that you may have, but I'm gonna tell you the truth also. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I told a couple a few weeks ago, I said, look, this ain't easy. I told a mentorship Friday, I said, look, you want to get in the final mile, it's gonna be a lot of claims.
Yes,
It's gonna
sir.
be a lot of claims. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you the truth. Now, because we're just dialoguing here. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
hit
no.
on some of the topics that you
Chop it
talked
up.
about.
Yes, sir.
Um, I kind of see where you're going with the people jumping into the game last year with the PPP money, right? That's what you're talking
Sir.
about.
Yes,
A
sir.
lot of women, the thing with the women, I just want to touch on the women. I see women getting into a lot of male dominated fields. Here in
Yes, sir.
Chicago, I see a lot of women garbage men, or I guess garbage women, so to
Yes,
speak. 10, 15, 20 years ago, you would have never saw a woman walking in the
right.
alleys being garbage, picking up garbage. I see that
Yes,
now.
yes,
When I
sir.
see Amazon deliveries, 90% of the women driving these Amazon vans are women.
Yes, sir.
Women have become the breadwinners
That part.
in
I
the
was just having
household.
a conversation yesterday, Mark, about that with my friend because
Mhm.
I just recently got married last week to my wife that I've been with
Congratulations.
7
You got
years.
married last week?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
Wednesday.
congratulations.
Thank you so very much.
No problem.
The reason why I saw that to be an opportunity because they have more opportunities than we do. You see what I'm saying? Now they have opportunities to get contracts. They have opportunities. Like it's one lady, she got the turnkey trucking. I don't know if you heard her, Casey Cooper.
The compass
That
circle.
yeah, the
Yeah,
compass. She has access to stuff that we never had access to. You know what I'm saying?
I
Because
agree.
she is who she is. So the smart money is to the fact that we see how they're growing and they're able to maneuver a little bit better than us. The smart money is to put ourselves, align ourselves with them, if you were to say, and you'll be able to get better opportunities, in my opinion. Now that's just my opinion. I
Align
see
yourself with who? Women, or what do you? I'm saying, I'm trying to
black
follow you.
black women. Not saying that they can work harder than us. They have better opportunities. What it looks like today to be able to maneuver in business than we do. You see what I mean?
Okay.
You do a certain amount of business because you have built a rapport, right? You have built a rapport over the amount of years that you've been in business. They
Um.
don't.
Okay, I'm
Uh,
listening. I'm listening.
that lady there has about 20 some years in trucking, is what she say, right? She has about 20 years in trucking, what she say.
What she say?
A lot of these other women that I've seen, they're in. They came in during pandemic and they got dispatching. Some of these ladies got back office, back office stuff that truckers don't want to do. Some
Right.
of them are trucking companies. They go in when they go to do their meetings, or however they do their meetings with the finance companies and things. Their opportunities are just, in my opinion, a little bit better for them doing business. Like they have the minority black women thing for the government contract. Why don't they have just the minority black men thing? Because we are, to me, in my opinion, the black man is the most extinct being on the earth. Like, we go through the more than any other race, the black man. You know what I mean? And I hate to be talking about that, but
No,
it's
speak on it.
reality. Okay,
Speak on it.
so look, I used to work. My first job was a prison, right,
Okay.
in North Carolina. My first real job 20-some years ago.
Uh-huh.
Every prison I went to, 90% of the people in the prison are black, right? You've been
Correct.
watching the news over the last 10 years. All
Uh-huh.
the people that are killed that are black by cops, they're men. Like, there's no women being killed. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Okay. When you look at certain, we can talk outside. We can speak about outside of trucking. Like I've
Okay.
seen, like Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A has a thing where you can get a franchise, right?
Right.
Man, I see popping up. Women are being able to franchise with Chick-fil-A. Like, you see what I'm saying? When
Mm-hmm.
you look at what I'm saying is, when black women are respected in the community way more than us, and we actually do the work. Like, you see what I'm saying?
You're right. I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, I think that comes from the systematic things that have occurred prior to, that have led up to where we're at today. I think corporate America doesn't fear black women like how they fear black men. I mean, I
Right,
went to college. I got a college degree. I never got a
right,
chance to use it. When I graduated from college, no one gave me an opportunity. You know what I'm
right,
saying? I had
right.
braids all through college. I graduated from college. I cut my hair. I put a
Yeah,
suit on. My mom bought me a suit. I went to a lot of job interviews, but no one gave me an opportunity, to the point where I just got frustrated and I had to start creating my own opportunities.
right.
And by the grace of God, you know what I'm saying, something, I had that motivation and that drive in me, and I was able to create my own lane. Um I didn't let that hold me back.
Yeah,
But I definitely know what you're talking about because I went through it. So yeah,
yeah.
I feel you.
Man, I go through it. Listen, you know of nursing homes, right? Nursing home, assisted living communities. I'm sure you have seniors in your family, right? That
Yes.
was my second career. I got a
Okay.
North Carolina assisted living administrator's license, right?
Uh-huh.
Was overly qualified. My resume was impeccable. I managed two facilities, trained a administrator, and I kept getting pushed down from the six-figure jobs. I know I did. I kept getting pushed down from the six-figure jobs because I was black. I had a ton of interviews that were stellar. You see what I was saying? That's when I started. That was back 2010, 2012. That's when I started to understand the dynamic of my real situation. Like, you see what I'm saying? Then after that, 2014, I got into trucking. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
And I saw how we were eating. Like, I started at a company, KLM, right? KLM got
Okay.
a good leasing program, $5,000 bonus, right? I saw how we came in. We were able to lease a truck. We were able to run a business, but they only let us get so far. You see what I'm saying? They
Uh-huh.
won't never do business with you because in their head you're still an employee. You get what
Okay.
I mean?
Yeah.
So fast forward to where we are now. I got my authority and I was able to maneuver around trucking a little bit, right? But when it came to opportunities for financing or trying to get some private customers, I was knocked out. If
Okay.
I hold a conversation with a person and I sound like a white person,
Uh-huh.
then I may be able to go in and have a conversation with you. But then as soon as somebody see who I am personally, I'm
Mm-hmm.
knocked out of positions. I'm 45, man, so I know. And you being the age you've been, uh, I know what you have went through, right? Now I
Yeah.
can tell you one thing to add to the sauce. You
Uh-huh.
you live in Chicago. I live
Right.
in North Carolina. The one guy lives in Charlotte. I live in a more rural area in North Carolina, right?
Uh-huh.
North Carolina is a bad state for advancement, like a black.
Okay.
Charlotte is not. Charlotte is a different mixture of. Charlotte's like a more mixed Atlanta. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So a lot of people flock there and they're able to do good, right? And I'm going somewhere with this. I know it sounds crazy, but I have sat here and watched our economy since I've been, working in adult, right? And
Mm-hmm.
what I really see happening in trucking is every little move, even with the changing of the testing of marijuana, right?
Okay.
everything that they're doing is what I see is to make sure that they hold us back because they know that we're the minorities. We're the majority in trucking as of right now. You get what I'm
Are,
saying?
are we really, or what are those statistics? Maybe I should look them up real quick.
Yeah, that'd be good
You
to know.
sure? You sure? You sure we the majority? I think it's gonna be the white Caucasian. I mean, it's
That
more of
would
them.
be
We
good.
only
That
make
would
up.
be good to know. As of the statistics would be good to know because
All right, let me look
people,
it up real quick. Let me
yeah,
look it up. Let me look it up. The majority for truckers, as far as ethnicity, right?
yes,
Uh, let's see. Truckers ethnicity ratio. Let's see. All right. The most common ethnicity of commercial truck drivers is white at 63%, followed by Hispanic at 18%, and black or African American at 13%. And this was as of April 18th of 2022.
that's
So,
interesting. That's interesting
and the
numbers
only
there.
reason I knew that is because we only make up what last time I looked like 12, 13% of the population. So,
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? So, I kind of, and the Hispanic community,
yeah,
they're on the rise. Like even here in
yeah,
Chicago, when I was growing up, African Americans were the predominant minority in this
yes.
city. Not anymore.
I agree.
When they tore the projects down and they gentrified, most, the city, a lot of black people moved to the suburbs because
Yes,
back then the 80s, the 90s, early 2000s, the suburbs were where it's at.
yes,
Now,
sir.
like my mother, she said, you know what? I'm not selling my house and moving to the suburbs. The city is going to come back. She said she sat through all the gang wars and toughed it out. And,
Yes, sir.
and she was right. She was right because
Yeah,
now the suburbs really ain't shit.
right.
It's a lot of suburbs here that have gone down the drain because they forced a lot of people from certain areas out to the suburbs and certain areas wanted the city back. The projects in Chicago bordered downtown. That's prime
Right.
real estate. You know what I'm
That's
saying? We had Cabrini Greens bordered downtown to the north. You had the Rockwell Garden, Henry Horners bordered the city to the west. You had the
sir.
Icky Stateway Gardens and all the other projects that bordered the city to the south, and that was all prime real estate.
Yes, sir.
So I feel you. I see where you're going with it.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up, man, because even though the numbers say what they say,
Mm-hmm.
I watch these YouTube videos, man, and I'm not saying you because I actually follow you. And for me to take the time to follow someone because I know trucking like, you see what I'm saying? I
Uh-huh.
know trucking like.
I
So,
appreciate you for subscribing, though.
oh yeah, definitely because you put in solid content. But what I watched over, let's say 4 years to now, people got in well we got in the trucking, like especially with the oil field, and we
Uh-huh.
started bragging about the money that we were making. You see what I'm saying? We started bragging about this and started bragging about that, like, and I'm like looking at this like, why don't we just get our money? Just, you know what I mean? If you want to educate folks, then why do you have to talk dollars and show statements and this and that? If we just want to educate, that's one thing. You get what I
Uh-huh.
mean? But to go out and show your check, or I'm doing $10,000 in the oil field a week, I was like thinking how stupid that is. Like, you know what I mean? At that time when I
So,
was seeing it, like,
so you're saying, I'm just trying to. So basically, what you're saying is, we got into it, black folk, and when we got into it, we started bragging about how much money we made, right?
to us, not everybody now,
Not
not everybody.
everybody, okay.
Uh,
And then that in turn, you said that in turn popularize the industry amongst certain people.
I think
And
so.
then you saying, I'm just trying to follow you. Then you saying
Yes.
that brought in certain unwanted people that kind of made the
Well,
industry go like that.
yeah, kind of sort of. This is what I think happened, man. I mean, we're going down the same lane to where you can understand what I'm saying. I think these politicians, these companies, Swift, Prime,
Mm-hmm.
they all see the same thing that we see. You see what I'm saying? We
Right.
see it on Facebook, we see it on YouTube, we see Instagram. I think they saw like a facade and didn't like what they were seeing, right? So
Okay.
put a course of action in place. Even with the ELD, I feel like they put a course of action in place to like let's slow this money down some with them. Because if you I don't know if you remember the ELD, it came apart because a guy hit Tracy Morgan's van. It
I
was a
know.
trucker that worked for Walmart. He
Right.
drove himself so much that he could not drive. He shouldn't have been driving. And he hit. Then the ELD became such a big deal. You see what I'm saying? That was a black guy. I mean, So at the end of the day, I felt like that made a difference. Like the social media made a difference on some of the decisions that we see that are starting to become law, starting to have changed trucking. I feel like that has something to do with it, man.
I think the AB5 thing, I think that was brought to light because I'm gonna be honest with you. I believe I agree with a lot of people that saying the Uber and the Lyft uh people that were complaining. I think that's what kind of brought that to light.
Maybe the AB5 law, yes,
You know
that
what I'm saying?
part, yeah. But you
And
gotta think about it.
mhm,
Trucking is still in a revamp. They're still trying to figure out how to change it. That's why I'm headed out, man. The reason why
mhm,
I'm working for this guy here is this
mhm,
is my last year in trucking. I still have that authority over there. If I decide to leave some people on in North Carolina, if I
mhm.
decide to get more trucks, I still have it available. But I'm as of driving a truck and participating in this fashion,
Yeah.
I only see federal motor carriers tightening it up even more. Like, you see what I'm saying? They're
Uh-huh.
doing more blitzes. They're doing more sneaky stuff. Like, I've never seen a year that they got multiple blitzes, man. They got multiple blitzes this year so far. We're not even in the end of the year. Like, they used to do maybe one blitz, one safety blitz a year, right? Man, they
Mm-hmm.
do it at will now because they're trying to catch people, you know what I'm saying, doing the wrong thing, which we always have, not we, but they have always have done things kind of wrong, right? You see what I'm saying? There
Right.
always have been illegal paper logs and stuff. You get what I'm saying? But now
Yeah.
all of a sudden they're doing more and more and more to try to slow things down. Like, and I only see it getting worse. Like, you see what I'm saying? So in my opinion, the AB5 law was another stepping stone for we gonna slow this down more. Biden passed something last year that you were
The
talking
Pro
about.
Act. The Pro Act.
Yes, he used. I guess he used to be a trucker.
Who,
So if he
Biden?
a trucker, I think something to that
That's
effect.
that's
I
part of
think
the infrastructure bill. The Pro Act is part of the whole infrastructure bill that he signed into law in November of last year.
right, but he had some trucking experience from 40 years back. I'm telling you, I've seen it somewhere, read it somewhere. He has some. He might not have been a trucker himself, but he has something tied to it. That's why he has his hands kind of in it. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm just smart. This is my opinion, man. I mean, my opinion's not, it's not written in stone. You see what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you have more time in the industry than I do. I just, I got a CDL and I've been doing this, and I see that I saw a couple years ago, and even now, there's no longevity in it for me as far as business is concerned. So it's like, kind of like I mentioned on one thing that you were saying, it's
Mm-hmm.
time to stick and move. Like when you talk about the box truck thing, you did
Mm-hmm.
a pop up like 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
It's time to stick and move. You can get as much money as you can, and if you can, move that money over into something else, another business, moving or what. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think with everything right now, just from speaking from a business perspective, because I've had other businesses outside of trucking, I think the way technology moves nowadays, it moves fast. I think in anything you got to do, you got to stick and move. If you let's think about the people who sat on the board for Borders and Barnes and Noble. Those old guys that sat on that board, they probably would have never thought they would get put out of business
Yeah.
by an online bookstore, but they
Right.
did.
Yep.
The old man that was sitting on the board for Toys R Us, they've been making money hand over fist for I don't know how many years.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we're the only toy store. We put KB's out of business and some other toy stores out of business
Yeah.
years ago. And they thought, man, we are the cream of the crop. But guess what? Toys R Us is now it's just a pop-up every Christmas season. They just do pop-up stores. You know what I'm saying? They
Right.
don't have a brick and mortar 12 months out of the year where you can just walk into anymore. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So even with trucking, you know what I'm saying? If they take this thing fully autonomous, then this podcast or live or whatever, we wouldn't even be having this dialogue right now.
That's right. That's right.
Because the trucks would be out moving themselves right now. And I think eventually it's going to get to that point. You know what I'm saying? I think it's going to get to that point. I think all of this is by design to take it to that point. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, if Biden, if that administration has their way with the PRO Act is the same thing as AB5. It's the same thing. You know, it's the same thing. But I understand what you're saying. Just to address as far as like people getting into the industry, I do think that trucking years ago on a professional level was a highly sought after profession, and not everyone jumped into it. I think the reason why a lot of people are jumping into it now is the same reason people quit corporate jobs to drive Uber and Lyft.
Yes, sir.
Or quit corporate job to work for Instacart. I think the pandemic changed people's mindset, and they value time more than a dollar. They want to make the dollar, but people value their time now.
Yeah.
People don't want to be cramped up. I don't want to go to an office building and have to sit here for 8 hours in this cubicle with no window and be stuck here, and then go out for an hour lunch and then come back for 4 more hours. You see what I'm saying? Right. People want to be able to come and go as they please, right? Don't want nobody over their shoulder. If they want to make money, they make money. If they want to go to work, they go to work. If they don't want to go to work, then they don't got to go to work. So trucking gives people that freedom. So I think that's why a lot of people are getting into trucking just the same way they're getting into the gig work. So
I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, it does give freedom, Mark, but it also puts you gone. Like, you know, I've been gone 7 years since I've been with my wife. We weren't married, but I've been gone trying to getting this money, man, and it kind of puts you away. So, you know, if you're doing something local, then that's good. You can you're flexible, like with the box truck thing. That's why I even considered the box truck thing a couple of months ago when I started following you. It's like, bring your authority back up, get you a box truck, and then you can run local. You can do Amazon relay and be home until I start doing my research on what's happening. I really feel like, based on the video that you were saying and understanding Amazon, Amazon's going to pull the rug on that eventually when they get their self fully where they want to be at. Like, you see what I'm saying? That's just my opinion now.
Well, any big corporation is going to use you. Like, don't fall for the smoke and mirrors and all the perks. And I hear people that work at the Amazon warehouses, they got all the food and free lunches and all that shit. At the end of the day, you're there to do a job, and they're going to use you. And if they can't use you, they're going to dispose of you. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you're disposable. Everyone's disposable as a company working. I think the pandemic and just this new generation, they kind of understand the work environment a little bit better than, like, I'm 42. You say you 45. We came up, we was raised to either graduate, learn a trade, and go work in that trade, or go to school, get a degree, and find something in your degree. Right. These guys is making millions of dollars just creating YouTube videos. They're not going to work.
Right. Social media has helped out a lot.
Social media.
What I was saying about with Amazon is I saw it when they first started moving big, right? Their freight was paying really good. Like, you know, when they first started prime, let's say 4, 5, 6 years ago, their freight was paying. I watched the rate start to drop. I never pulled any Amazon freight with my own authority, but I pulled it with other companies I was working with, right?
Right.
I watched the freight started dropping. Then I was looking at your video, the one that you were talking about, what is the program to become a contract and get the van started, whatever.
Oh, the DSP, like, the hour long. The video was like an hour. Yeah, the DSP program. Yeah.
Yes, I watched that. It's a part. It's almost like that's a part of their plan. like they did it with the freight with tractor trailers, right? Then they did that move, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I really feel like the next move is going to be the box truck relay stuff because they have a pattern of that. You see what I mean? And that's just business. Ain't nothing wrong with that's how they operate their business. That's business, right?
Right.
So the fact that we know it, like we got to prepare ourselves for that. We got to be ready. Like, wait a minute, I might not be able to run Amazon, so let me stick and move. You see what I'm saying?
All right. So two things. You're right. So, the box truck thing, if Amazon decides to automate, let's say automate anything, the first thing they're going to automate the box trucks
Right.
first, right? Because it's the easiest, right? Before they
Right.
go full semi over the road, they're going to automate, they're going to test, and they're going to go local first. Now, to
Right.
talk about what you said, how, once they build things up, they start to lower the rates. Every business model, every business structure does that. If you look at Uber and Lyft, you talk to early Uber and Lyft drivers, they were making what, $1 a minute or $1 a mile or whatever.
Yeah.
And then, like, was that 2018, just out of nowhere, Uber just lowered the rate.
Yeah.
Once they got enough drivers on the platform and they built it up and they were operating at a loss for so many years and they got to where they needed to be, now we have to make a profit for these shareholders. They did what they had to do to get to where they needed to be. Now we got you stuck here. You done quit your job. You done, if you're a black driver, you done spent $90,000 on this Cadillac Escalade black to be an Uber black driver. You got to pay this note. So I'm not gonna pay you $1. I'm gonna pay you 67 cents or whatever they cut them down to. You're gonna be mad, but you're gonna drive this. You're gonna drive that truck because you got that note. Same thing with me. I've been in the box truck game. The box truck game is popular. I was at the gym a few weeks ago and I ran into a guy. He said, Mark, this box truck game is popular now, but man, using this shit 10, 12, 13 years ago when it wasn't popular, when nobody, you the only dude in the hood with your names all on the side of trucks.
Yes.
I was into it years ago. You see what I'm saying? Now I'm downsizing because of what you're saying. So yes, you're right. Stick and move. I'm in it, but I'm not in it the way I was in it. I made my money. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to, and I'm not saying it's not profitable still, but the way I scaled up and how I operate, I wouldn't be able to do what I did in 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017.
Yes.
Today.
Right.
For many reasons, I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to do it. You know what I'm saying? And I know this. So I'm not going to waste my time. I'm not going to waste my energy. I'm not going to pop more gray hairs into my chin, into my head. I'm not going to get my blood pressure any higher than it already is. I understand business. You see what I'm saying? So I just think, with business and with technology, things are going to move fast, and you got to stick it. You got to stick and move. You got to stick and move. So you're right. I just wanted to expound on that. And just with anything, even going back to what you said with Amazon, with the rates and stuff, and I gave the example of Uber and Lyft. Even when I was doing Final Mile 7, 8, 9 years ago, I was getting $600 a route for IKEA. I was running 3 to 6 routes a day. Each truck paid me $600. Some of them days, each truck, they only had 3 stops. So I divided 3 stops amongst 3 trucks, and I still got $1,800.
Right.
You're not getting that nowadays. You're not getting the guarantee. They're paying you per stop. You can't pull that nowadays.
Let me throw you a wrench in the game, which I just discovered. See, I'm a jack of trades. I don't mind learning a new skill to make money. You see what I'm saying? Man, I was at the TA. I was talking to this guy, man. I was so surprised what those mechanics at TA are making. Like, the guy was like, man, we come in 3 months, $20 an hour, man, plus commission. He said, I'm already set right now. He was at half of the week to make $1,200, and he's only been doing that 3 months. You see what I'm saying? It's like so much other stuff that we can do in trucking to make money. Like diesel mechanics, I never even considered that the mechanics actually make money. Like, you see what I'm saying? The only reason I'm throwing it out there on this live, because maybe somebody might see this live and be like, oh shit. The guy told me, man, he said a master mechanic that's been with TA for
Hmm.
5 years. He does
Yeah,
6 figures.
yeah,
6 figures now. You see what I'm saying?
I can believe it. You know,
I
it's
mean,
not it's not a lot of people going to school. I don't think nowadays, like for mechanics, it's just like what we talking about. Like the new generation. The I don't want to say they don't have a work ethic. I think their work ethic is a little bit different. I just think like labor intensive jobs, the new generation. So as these older guys start to cycle out, filter out, retire out. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Normally, as people retire, that new generation is coming in filling them slots. That's not the cycle anymore.
yeah,
Like the
yeah,
new generation, they're not doing labor intensive jobs. You
right.
see what I'm saying? They're not.
Yeah, I see.
They'll sleep. Look, they'll go homeless. They'll be homeless. They'll sleep in their car to chase their dream.
Yes,
So they'll sacrifice it all. And I'm just speaking of what I see. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna settle. They're not gonna go flip no burgers.
right,
You know,
right.
if being a rapper is their dream, they gonna do whatever they gotta do to rap.
Right,
If YouTubing is their thing, they're gonna do whatever they gotta do to YouTube. You know
right.
what I'm saying? But they're not gonna use a skill set or learn a skill set to do that simultaneously while in the background do that while they try to, follow their dream. They just following their dream. Like ain't nobody going to school today to be no mechanic. You know what I'm
You
saying?
like he told me, you didn't even gotta go to school, man. You go to work at one of those companies, they train you. You learn every skill, you become efficient, and your money goes up. You get commission on the jobs. Like, I mean, to be sitting there working on the truck, he changed the reservoir for the coolant, right? He changed it.
Mm,
I know how to do this stuff.
right,
The way I learned how to do this stuff, I had a raggedy truck in 2018. I was working on it damn time. Like, see what I'm saying?
right.
He changed that reservoir in about 45 minutes, and this is as he's BSing as I'm watching him, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, yo, I heard his manager come and talk about his numbers and his commission.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? They get paid hourly plus commission on the job they do. The more efficient they do the job, the more money they get paid, man. You get what I'm saying? And they're
Uh-huh.
being trained at TA to do this job. Like, if you
Okay.
go to school for it, then you can come in as a master tech. Like, and I'm just throwing this out there on the live because somebody see it, someone may be interested or may be able to tell someone else about it because this is stuff that we weren't educated when we were
Mm,
coming up. Like, you see what I'm saying? That you can
yeah.
actually get money with that. Only the
Right.
diesel mechanic shop, man. You've had trucks. Every time you've had a roadside breakdown or something, it's cost you some money, hadn't
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it? Hey,
I mean, but that's just a part of the game, you know what I'm saying? So,
well, reason why I'm saying it's a part of the game is somebody's making that money that you're spending to come
hmm,
get you off the side of the road. They
right.
charge $150 an hour to come get you off the side of the road. That's
Oh
not
yeah.
free. You know what I'm saying?
Charge you 150 an hour. They charge you to come to you. They charge you once they get to you, and then they charge
Right.
you to go back to base once they drop the truck off.
Yeah, that might be $500-$600. They didn't made in like 2 or 3 hours, man.
Yeah,
That's money
I
right
had a
there. Like, you
tire
know what I'm saying?
blowout. I had a tire blowout on one of my trucks, and I had to call what's that roadside? Not Bridgestone. What's the other one? Cassidy tires. One of them tires. One Goodyear, one Bridge. I think it was Cassidy tires.
Yes, sir.
And they charged me for the guy to go out. That turned out to be more than what the tire cost. So for the guy to go out, change the tire, and then go back once he was done changing the tire, it was like $500. I think the tire was like $400. So I spent like $800
Right.
on
And
like a
not only that,
$300
man,
tire.
those wrecker people. So I used to do the deck trucks, the piggyback trucks, right?
Yeah,
Them
yeah,
wrecker people, they get paid like $600, $700, $800 a day to
yeah,
go out. When you see wrecks or something, you see the
mhm,
commercial wreckers out there.
yeah.
Them guys that are doing the jobs, they eat, man. We
Well,
got CDLs. You see what I'm saying? Nobody ever considered this because nobody educated us on this. You think
but
they gonna tell us
you know
what
how
they
much
making?
you know how much a record costs. So before the pandemic, a record you could get a record for about 300 grand. When all the prices went up
Right.
last year, a record is about $1 million now.
I mean, equipment is up. I'm saying if you could get someone to hire you doing that.
Okay.
I'm talking about the people that's actually working for
Oh, the
somebody.
people
Like,
that's
okay,
working.
let's say while I was working for CRST, I worked for CRST my first part of my career, worst job I ever had, right? Black
Right.
dude came and picked me up because my truck wouldn't do. He said, man,
Right.
I average $1,000 a day. He was running around Tulsa. He told me that for real. He said, I average $1,000 a day. He said, that's why I don't do long distance, man. He said, I go run these record cars right here. I said, you own the truck? He said, no, I work for this company here. That's all he was doing. He was running record calls, doing commercial trucks, man. You see what I'm saying? You don't have to own that. You know, get a job working with somebody, man. You get what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
do those numbers. Like they get like to undeck a truck. You know the piggyback trucks I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, to undeck a truck, right? They come out, they charge what the hell they want to, because we got to set them trucks out and deliver them, right? So
Right.
to undeck a truck, they might come out, they out there 30 minutes, they didn't charge us $600 to undeck 2-3 trucks. You see what I'm saying? It's
Right.
$200 a truck sometimes.
Mm.
Sometimes you might be in an area that ain't got no records. They might charge you $800 to set down 3 trucks, like or 2 trucks. They did that in 30 minutes. They go to the next. They
Right.
get a commission off of that. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
They
Right.
get a percentage of that. So let's say they get $200 for that, right? You know
Mm.
the company's making their money. They get $200 for that. They didn't work 30 minutes for $200. That's eating, man. I'm telling you, like they're not sharing this with us. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Well. 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 You heard of the saying, the game is to be sold, not told, right?
Hey, listen.
And ain't
I'm
nobody gonna give you anything. Then nobody, I had to figure everything out on my own. You know what I'm saying? I had to figure everything out. Ain't nobody gonna tell you nothing. You know what I'm saying? So
man, just by having this conversation, I'm following you. We are better than we were in educating each other now with this YouTube stuff. You see what I'm saying? If it's something that I have learned over my career and I'm
mm-hmm.
able to share it on your platform,
Right.
I'm trying to release as much as I can because maybe this might help somebody out. Like somebody might would want to go do that. Like, you see what I'm saying? For those type of numbers, man, you ain't gotta own no business, man. You know, why not? You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, but we still need ownership. I mean, your whole conversation has been about, our community. So
Yes.
I get what you're saying, but in order for us to, get those opportunities, we have to build businesses so that we can award those opportunities to ourselves. And so
Yeah.
I agree with you, because when you look at those record companies, I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know who's in the room. I don't know what demographics the viewers that are in the room are
Yes.
from. But when I look at those record companies from my standpoint of being in Chicago, first of all, it's not many companies that have records. Those
Right.
companies are far and few between. If you have a record, you're making money because, first of all, it's a $300,000-$400,000 piece of equipment.
It is expensive. Yeah.
And that was prior to the pandemic. Once those rates got inflated, they were charging $1 million for a record.
Yes.
Why? Because with a record, if a truck overturns, you got the crane, you can
That's
flip the
right.
truck up, you got all this heavy machinery. You can do things that a basic tow company can't do. You
Yes.
get what I'm saying? So the
Yes.
companies that I see that have records, they're family-owned companies that have been in business for many years, and they pass those businesses down from generation
Right.
to generation. And a new guy coming in the game doesn't have a $500,000 just to buy one piece of equipment. I've
Yes.
never seen a black-owned company with a record. You know what I'm saying? I just haven't seen it. And when I
Me
see
neither.
the companies with the records, it's family-owned
Yes.
and
Me neither.
operated.
Haven't either because we can't figure out how to tap into it. You see what I'm saying? Because what you saying,
Mm.
I know the equipment costs pre pandemic. I know the equipment cost, and I was thinking the same thing. You said, how can you guys go out and buy this record, or how can you? Because they pass it on. But the thing about it is, if to take a job like that, you see what I'm saying? Because you said business, that is picking up that skill. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
That's picking up that skill. We're more educated on our credit now. We're more educated on how to leverage and do things with our credit score now, like our business credit, right?
Right.
If you've been in business, you know what I'm saying? It you making leverage alone and get one. Like, but without even knowing how to do that skill, you
Mm-hmm.
go out and buy that thing, you kind of wasting your money. Like, you see what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I get you. I get you. If I was in the towing business, in my heyday, yeah, I would have got a wrecker. You know, I know the earning potential in a wrecker. If you send a wrecker out, I mean, me personally, if I own a record, I'm not sending my record out for no less than $1,000 because I know what it costs to operate it.
That's right.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? I know what it costs to operate it as far as the operator who's operating the machinery, right? I
Yes.
know what that finance bill is costing me every month on a $300,000-$400,000 piece of equipment.
Yes.
That's like paying a house note.
Yes.
You know
That's
what I'm
right.
saying? So
Yeah.
I gotta get that bread. Unfortunately, you know, I haven't been in the tow business, and most of the people like the towing here in this market is like scammy. You know,
Right.
you got people stealing cars with tow trucks. You got people causing accidents just so they can tow you to their lot and scam your insurance company for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars and hold your car hostage. And we got a towing issue in Chicago right now. So, you
Right.
know, the tow business is sketchy here. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Yeah.
that's why I haven't.
Everywhere. But Mark,
Mhm,
if you let me throw one more point out, Tim. We talk about equipment, right? So I
mhm,
did the piggyback trucks, right? So
mhm,
all the contracts with Freightliner, Volvo, Peterbilt, all these contracts are owned by white folks. You see now
mhm.
they have authorities, and like the guy who truck movers has the Volvo contract, right? They
Uh-huh.
basically have no trucks. All they have is equipment. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
They got that contract. You got an authority. They won't even give you a broker pack to be able to move trucks or however per se. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
What I'm just throwing this stuff out here so people can understand how we're still being held down in business, but there'll be opportunity that we can figure out how to bust through. You see what I'm saying? Uh,
Bust through as far as what? What are you saying? Bust through as far as getting contracts?
yes. Okay. Remember I said the piggyback trucks, right? These
Yeah.
guys get paid $4 a mile to move trucks.
Mhm.
$4 a mile. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To move trucks. We're just talking about Volvo. We're just talking about Volvos, right?
Okay.
Okay. Volvo pays really well. Move their truck prices went up. I'm sure the rates have went up, right?
Mhm.
To be able to secure a contract like that will change your life. You see what I'm saying? To be able to secure a contract, to be able to move trucks when you don't have to have really any equipment. You get what I mean?
Mhm.
That's what I mean about tapping into other stuff. I mean,
I mean, yeah, I hear you. I just think, you know, to secure contracts, it takes a certain type of mindset and it takes a certain type of skill, and I think that skill is sales. You know, if you don't have what it takes, and you know, some people just you know, we still speaking from an ethnic point of
yes,
view, right? All right,
yes,
so we still speaking from an ethnic point of view. I just think our people are more hands-on and we rather just do the work. To go to sit and sit in some of these rooms to get an account is going to take a certain type of savvy, a certain type of articulancy. You see
yes,
what I'm saying? And
exactly.
I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. A lot of us just don't have that. We just don't have that. You know, I was able to secure certain things, you know what I'm saying? But
Yes,
you know, a lot of people they just rather, you know, you they just rather get in the truck, drive, drop their load, pick their load, and go home. So, you know what I'm saying? Like to get contracts, that's a whole different ball game. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole different ball game.
yes,
And I'm gonna be honest with you. Once you start securing contracts, you're responsible. Like, you know, a lot of people, you know, I do a lot of final mile videos, and then
yes,
we go. I want to try to transition, you know, the conversation a little bit. I do a lot of final mile videos, and the thing now is a lot of final mile logistics companies, they're having a hard time keeping drivers, just like every company is, right? Because
yes,
drivers are jumping seats. People that are independent owner operators that got 26-foot box trucks, they're not going to be loyal. They're going to go wherever the money is at, right?
yes.
They're going to go where the money is at. I done lost my train of thought. Refresh me. What was we talking about? Because I just got a text, man. I'm
I
reading this
didn't want.
text.
I'm sorry to take the platform somewhere else. I just wanted to just open folks' minds up because at the end of the day, man, it's about money and it's about business. Now,
No, it's about money. But I wanted to expound on what you was just saying, but I done lost my train of thought. Somebody text me.
the
I lost my damn train.
final mile thing.
Yeah, but
We
what
were
was we talking
the,
about? Because I was going to make a
securing the
strong point.
contract.
Oh, we was talking about the sales, right? So now these
sales
final mile,
part of it.
the final mile companies, right? That get
Yes.
these national contracts, they're
Yes.
on the hook because they sent a salesperson to Best Buy or to Home Depot or to Lowe's, and they
Yes.
sold them on the idea that us JB Hunt or us Pilot or us XPO can handle your final mile delivery on a national scale by
Yes, sir.
hell or hot water, right?
Yes.
And then these companies say, okay, we're going to give you this $100 million contract or whatever the number is. We know it's in the millions, right?
Yes.
But these companies are relying solely on independent contractors.
Yes, they are.
So you follow what I'm saying? To start a business where you're getting contracts, do you understand the level of stress?
I know, man. I just wanted to point it out there because that's exactly what this lady Casey Cooper is doing, and look how she's moving through. She's
But how do we know that? How do we know that? I mean, I know who she is and nothing against her, but only thing I see is the idea that she sells. I don't see the design of it. I don't see, and I'm not saying she's not really doing that, but man, I see Ty Lopez, and he says he owns this. I don't see it though.
Right, and I know exactly what you mean by that too. I just try to take people for their word. Like, but you're right.
I hear what you're saying, but here's what I'm saying. I can go on Turo and I can go rent a Rolls Royce. I don't own a Rolls Royce, but I can go rent a Rolls Royce and stand in front of it and say a bunch of shit.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm just sitting up in my condo talking to you just like a regular person in a Nike t-shirt.
Right.
I ain't gonna put on a Burberry t-shirt. You see what I'm saying? I think a lot of this is to just wheel you in on an idea. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying this is her, but you know what I'm saying? With my videos, I tell you something, I show you how to do it. I'm not selling you on an idea, something that's out there without giving you the vision and showing you what it is and showing you how to do it. A lot of people don't know about the minority business enterprise.
Right.
I could have designed a video like, man, did you know it's a way that you can get government contracts, city contracts, and county contracts?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And cut out 95% of your competition just from being Black or Hispanic. Let me show you how. Buy this course for $1,000 and then just say it here. Go fill out this this MBE.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? That's what people do. I could have did it like that, but that's not how I roll. That's not how I operate.
Right. I see exactly what you're saying, Mark. What I was just trying to do is just throw it out there because even if no one is in the area that they think that they could, do a contract or whatever, man, you only limited to how far you think and how far you put your work in, man, to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? You limited to that. At the end of the day, man, I wish this content that you're putting out now, I wish I had this 10, 15 years ago. But there was no one out there. So we had to kind of pave the way for our own thing. You see what I'm saying? To be able to get to where we at now. So now I'm a little bit more educated and I learn things and I see what I see and I'm doing my research. I watch these videos, I do my research, I search it and this and that. If it's something I see that I can put out there, especially on a platform, I put it out there. If anybody feels like that don't apply to them, then that don't apply to them. You see what I'm saying? But I wish somebody would have put some things out there to me, like me owning the truck, right? Nobody told me how to buy a truck. So I went and bought 2009 International Pro Star with a Cummins. I just wanted a Cummins engine, right? I had no idea the guy had switched the computer out on that engine, right? So I get the truck. I didn't know what I was buying. It was a piece of shit. It put me out of business. I only was in business for a year. You see what I'm saying?
So you bought 2009. You said Freightliner?
International Pro Star with the Cummins.
What year did you buy this truck?
I bought it 2019. So it's like
10 years old. Okay.
Yes. I bought what I could afford with the credit I had at the time. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
I didn't really know about engines at that time. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? I just knew it was an international pro star.
Yeah.
Now I'm much more educated. I know about engines. I
Mm-hmm.
can, like, if I get some opportunity to tell somebody, like, this is what you need to look for, this, and this,
Mm-hmm.
then I'm gonna do it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where I didn't have a mentor, Mark the mentor, then and say, hey man, when you go buy that truck, you need to go put it on the dyno. But not only you put it on the dyno, you need to know about this, and this. I would have done that. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right. Right.
Probably
Right. Right.
still been in business and multiplied revenue. But so
Yeah.
that's why when you asked me to come on, I had some things that I wanted to get off about trucking, and I saw the opportunity. So I do want to apologize for kind of going off your initial script, how you wanted to talk about, to put
Mm.
some of this information out there because I know that you have followers. You see
No,
what I'm saying?
go ahead. Most of my lives go off topic anyway. For the first hour, people just come in and stare at me, and nobody say nothing. And then, like the live Sunday night, it went 5 hours. By the second hour, second 2.5 hours, it got popping, and then the thing went 5 hours. So I don't mind. We can always revert back to the original topic, but the dialogue is here because it's not a lot of people, YouTubers that's actually doing this. So I'm trying to create an atmosphere where truckers can come on, people in final mile, people in box trucking truckers can come on, and from our urban standpoint, because or just from a standpoint, period, it don't matter, you know what I'm saying, and can come on and dialogue, because what you're saying may spark an idea in somebody that's listening. You see what I'm
Yes,
saying? And somebody else may come on and spark another idea, or somebody may have a question on something that even I might not be knowledgeable of, and you may be knowledgeable of.
yes.
You see what I'm saying? So I don't mind, man. Speak your mind, man. I appreciate you even speaking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I appreciate you giving me the opportunity, man, because I feel like this is valuable stuff, man. Because you have purchased trucks, I'm sure you have,
Yeah.
and purchased a lemon and didn't really know what you were getting and stuff. And it's like, man, nobody ever thought about what we're actually buying and how that feels to go to a lot, and purchase something, not even have a clue what you're purchasing, right? But the reason why I kind of know this because when I bought my truck, I went to work for a guy. He was a
Uh
white dude, man. He taught me how to change the oil in my truck. He
huh.
taught me how to do a lot of stuff on my truck, right?
Uh
And
huh.
he told me the truck was right. I should have never bought the truck. But I'm like thinking, like, if I had you or somebody to tell me this beforehand, I would have knew this. I would have got this truck. You see what I'm saying?
Uh huh.
Which I didn't, like.
Oh, the truck. So how long did you have a truck for? You bought an '09 in 2019. You said it was a limit. How long did it last you?
About a year. I kept having AC issues with it because international has a problem with these sensors.
Uh
So I
huh.
kept having AC issue. Then I went up the mountain over there in North Carolina and the manifold pipe blew off. And after that, I was pulling under my authority, but I was pulling Warner freight. So I was like a Warner owner operator contract, just pulling their trailers. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the truck, when it broke down, man, I just had enough. Like I said, I'm tired of fixing this truck. So I went and parked it, right? And
Yeah.
that's when I started moving trucks. Like, so I had it
Okay.
for about a year or so, man. It just cost me too much money. I did so much to it. You see what I'm saying? It ran low oil pressure, man. I could never keep the oil pressure up. I had the truck deleted. Yeah, I did everything I could possibly do to stay in business with that truck from the very time that I got it. Like, you know what
You
I'm
know,
saying?
and that's a problem with a lot of truckers. I got homies here that are truckers that are independent owner operators that have their own trucks, and same issues. You know what I'm saying? Same issues.
Yeah.
To maintain a semi truck, it costs a lot of money. I got a guy that was on my yard, man. His truck went down, and he was down for like 6 months.
Yeah.
He couldn't afford to get it fixed. So
Yeah.
I think you get into that trucking game as an owner operator. You go buy your truck. That's just an expense that you are going to come across. It's not a fact of if it's going to happen. Is when it's going to happen. But it's
Right.
going to happen. You know what I'm saying? It's going
Yeah.
to happen.
Gas
So
one time, long time ago, before I got in, he was a famous YouTuber, man. He was
Yeah.
like, you gonna pay your payment in maintenance, or you gonna pay it in a lease payment? Which
Right.
one do you want? And he was telling the truth, man. He was telling the truth because a lot of people don't want to go out and spend to lease a Penske truck. I'm talking about a tractor now, or to
Yeah, that's what
spend,
we talking about, tractors. Right.
to spend the
I
money.
never owned a tractor. I never
Huh?
owned a tractor. I'm not in that aspect of the business, but I know what you're talking about. You know,
Right.
box
And we
trucks,
was
box
box
trucks.
truck too, because box truck still has a diesel engine in them for the most part, right?
Right, but see the thing with box trucks is like me. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've always ran intrastate. I
Okay.
rarely cross. See, I knew how to make a lot of money in the state.
Yes.
You know, I knew how to use my leverage of owning a lot of trucks at that time period to stay local.
Yes.
So I didn't have the maintenance issues because I wasn't running my trucks into the ground like that. My trucks was doing a small radius every day.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? When you
Exactly
going
what.
over the road, it's a different game. You see what I'm
Yeah, that
saying?
was a good bit. That's a good business model because even though that you're not running them every day, you
Not
don't have
running
no
every
over
day,
the
but they
road.
just running in a 50-mile radius.
That's what I'm saying. My mistake. You could get to the same mechanic. Like you don't
Yeah,
have the problem
I'll
of
go to the
having
same mechanic.
right. So that's a good way to run your business, man. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? Everybody's not fortunate enough to be able to do that.
Right.
But the reason why I mentioned purchasing the truck, any truck, box truck, whether it be box truck, van, anything that you're using commercially, we have not been educated what to look for. Like when we purchasing these trucks that we going to look at, because we just don't know. You see what I'm saying?
Well, see, here's the thing with that is, even when I went to purchase my first truck, I took a mechanic with me.
Yes.
You know, if I got to pay a mechanic for his time so that I don't end up having to pay out of my ass later
Yeah.
because I don't know what the hell I'm looking for, then look, man, you want 100, $200, then that's what you got to
That's right.
do. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, I think the knowledge to get somebody that's going out to buy their first truck is what I tell them is just take a mechanic.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It's just simple as
That's
that.
the best way. Yes. That's a very good way. If
You know,
that's the best.
until the point that when you get to buying more and more trucks, then you know I done bought. I mean, I'm on my 5th or 6th truck. I can
Yeah.
kind of go by myself now because I kind of know what to look
No
for
way.
because
Yes.
I didn't pay him enough. You know what I'm saying? That I watched him a few times, see what he looked for. I
Yeah.
asked questions, so now
Yeah.
I kind of know what to look for. Out of all the trucks I bought, one of them it wasn't a lemon, but one of them just gave me problems. But I
That's
damn
right.
near rebuilt it. You
Yeah.
dig what I'm saying? And that was 10 years ago, and I sold that truck. Was this July? I sold that truck like 7 months ago. I had it
Yeah.
10 years and I sold it. I've been downsizing.
Yes.
So I sold that truck. You know what I'm saying? So man, that's just a simple thing as taking a mechanic. I feel you. I think, you know what I'm saying? I don't think people need to be educated on every aspect of trucking. Some things is just I think it's just common sense.
Yeah.
But like I said earlier, I think a lot of people are just not going to tell you a lot of things because man, a lot of people follow the model. The game is to be sold and not told.
I
You
get
know what
that.
I'm saying? The game is to be sold and not told. You're not going to get a lot of people like me that are going to take time out of my day and sit here and tell you about these different things and structure the video and point it out and show you how to get it. You dig what I'm saying? They're going to
Yeah.
sell you the idea of it for free. We're going to give you the idea of it for free and then
Yeah.
try to sell you the information. You
That's
see what I'm
right. Yeah.
saying?
Yes.
I'm going to give you the information. And if you need help navigating through it, then you can buy mentorship.
Yes.
You dig what I'm saying?
I agree.
But here's the
And that's
thing:
why I'm
98% of the free information you give out, people are not going to take heed to it anyway. I've had workers work for me for years, and I give them the game. I tell them what to do, and they go do the opposite.
yes.
And then they
That's
fail.
exactly what you're talking about, man.
And then they fail. Every
Right.
worker that has worked for me, every employee that has worked for me that tried to go out and do what I did, ended up coming back working for me within 6 months. And I'm
Right.
not saying that in a cocky manner. I'm saying that because they didn't listen.
Right.
they didn't listen. You know what I'm
I get
saying?
exactly
So
what you're saying, Mark, because this is what I'm saying. I'm not even in the box truck arena. Like, I just follow you because I see exactly what you just said, man. You see what I'm saying? I watch these YouTube videos, man, for education and business purposes. You see what I'm saying? Like I said, if I want to get in a box truck, I will. But man, I follow you because you do actually give things away that people need to know. Like this, and you say the game has been so. We all have known that. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
I appreciate it, man. That's why when you said that you wanted someone to come on, I just happened to be sitting here in California, and I've been looking at the AB5 law. You see what I'm saying?
Uh
But
huh.
I appreciate even like again coming on here, man, because you are one of the few that actually is doing the right thing. Like
I
when it comes
appreciate it.
to this YouTube mentorship thing, you doing the right thing, and you will be blessed for it, man. Whether you believe it or not, you will get
Mm,
your life is still being good. Where other people are doing the stuff that they're doing, look what may happen to them down the road because you're gonna have to pay the
right.
piper eventually for stuff you do. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
If you believe
I
in
get
karma,
mentorships. Go ahead.
sir.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Cause listen, man, when I see you pop up on a live, if I'm available, I come on there because no matter if what you're saying applies to me trying to get in a box truck or not, you
Mm,
just put out good business content. You see what I'm
right.
saying? Keep doing it, man.
Right.
I
Right.
see
Right.
pop up there. I
Mm,
didn't know what final mile meant, but I
mm,
knew Rooms to Go and Ashley Furniture were hiring independent contractors to move furniture, right?
right.
I didn't know what Final Mile went to. You actually broke down what they were actually doing. Now I understand
Mm,
what Ashley and Rooms to Go are looking for with these box truck guys. Because they have a lot of contracts where I'm at right now. Ashley
mm-hmm.
Furniture, they
Yeah.
need to move furniture badly. You see what
Where
I'm
out
saying?
there in California?
I was in North Carolina.
Okay, so anybody in North Carolina, he said Ashley Furniture is desperate to
Of
move
course.
furniture.
Yes, they're desperate rules to go because these people come through these companies here, man. They come
Mm,
in, they come to rooms, go and buy a bunch of merchandise, and then they have nobody moving it to the houses. Like, you see what I'm saying? So the
mm,
final mile in North Carolina, Raleigh, Durham area, that's where I live at.
right.
The rooms to go store is in Dunn, North Carolina. Ashley is in Smithfield, North Carolina, or Four Oaks.
Uh-huh.
They need people with box trucks, independent contractors to move that furniture. Like, cause these people come down up and down 95, which is the main strip,
Yeah.
and Rooms to Go have a sale every weekend.
Uh-huh.
Reason why I know this, my uncle works for Rooms to Go. He
Right.
said they never can move furniture. People have to go get their furniture. They wait sometimes 2-3 weeks to get their furniture. So that market is definitely there. You see what I'm saying?
So
It's
the North Carolina market, Durham, Raleigh, right?
yeah,
What is
that
that?
area there.
Winston Salem? Is that
Not
all on
Winston
this?
Salem. What it is on 95.
Yeah.
95 goes north to south through North Carolina, right? They
Okay.
have a Rooms to Go store in Dunn, Dunn, North Carolina.
Okay.
It's one of the big manufacturer stores or whatever.
Yeah.
They always are hiring independent contractors to move. If you
Okay.
got just a tractor, you can go and hook onto their trailers. If you
Mm,
got a box truck, you can do the final mile.
mm-hmm.
Ashley is like 15 minutes from there.
Mm-hmm.
They've been posting a lot about they need box truck owners. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's needed there.
So basically anybody that's on Raleigh, the North Carolina up and down 95, Raleigh, Winston, Salem, right? All up in that area there, looking for
Yes.
box truck owner operators for Ashley and rooms to go, right?
Yeah.
Rooms to go. All right.
Ashley more Rooms to Go.
So
Ashley is new. Like, it's like a year or two old. They didn't have anybody moving their furniture at one time. They
right.
have this company called Riverstone Logistics. Riverstone
I heard of
Logistics
them.
has that contract.
I heard of them.
Yep, they
Riverstone
have that
Logistics.
contract.
Okay.
Riverstone Logistics. Yep,
Okay.
they have that contract. So if anybody wants to do final mile in that area, it's the East Coast area in North Carolina. They can contact Riverstone and they can get, you go from there.
So let me ask you a quick question, because since
Yes,
you're out
sir.
in the California area, but anybody that want to, before I ask you, anybody that want to come on live and join in this dialogue on screen, you can click this link. I'm going to ask him about this AB5 since he's out in California. So anybody that's on the stream that wants to come on live and join this conversation, you can just click this link and then I'll bring you up. So you're in California and the AB5 thing is going on right there. From you since you're out there, what's the mood like out there in the trucking atmosphere? Like, what's the mood? I kind of know what the mood is because you can see it on the news, but from a trucker that's out in California, what are you feeling out there?
Okay, so I'm in San Diego. I
Mhm.
could go up to LA and get a load or whatever,
Right.
but dispatch haven't assigned me to anything yet. So
Are you leased on, or are you like how are you operating?
I actually just work with this guy here now because I'm exiting out. Like, you see what I'm saying?
So let me. Are you leased on, or are you an employee? Or like
I'm
how
an
are you?
employee with this guy.
So you get paid a W-2, right?
No, I'm 1099. I get paid 60 cents a mile, which is conducive to me. I do about $2,000 a week.
So you're 1099, right?
Yes.
But you're not operating out of California. You're operating out of North Carolina. Are you leased on out of North Carolina or California?
I'm not leased on to him.
Okay.
I'm not even using my authority now. I don't own any equipment. I'm not interested in leasing any equipment at this time. You see what I'm saying? At this time. How I got to following you was I was thinking about bringing the authority back up and getting into the box truck game. You see, because I'm so burnt out with trucking, period.
Right.
Talking about this guy here, I don't really know per se exactly how he has his company structured, but he has other trucks that he say are business partners. I have talked to some of his business partners who have trucks. I don't know if they're actually leased on and how that's affecting them, but he has business partners who have trucks under his authority. You see what I'm saying? I think the way they structured may be a little different than being leased on. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
I don't know exactly how they did it, but when I asked him about the AB5 law a couple of months ago when I was hearing about it before it actually came into effect, he said it's not going to touch him. You see what I'm saying? So whatever system they have, they figured it out even before this happened. You get what I mean?
Okay. So you just sitting right now out there in California waiting on a load, or?
Yeah, I'm sitting waiting on a load, but it's a lot of trucks in San Diego sitting today for some reason. Maybe it's being affected by the port. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. So are you gonna are there truckers that are not being affected by AB5 out there that are supporting the guys that are being affected by AB5 and just parking their trucks and like a solidarity stance with these guys?
I'm not sure, man. Be honest with you, as far as that is concerned, I'm not sure exactly how that's happening in the area that I'm in. I'm in San Diego. They said
But you're saying, yeah, but that's in California. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Yes, I'm in San Diego, but they said Oakland port has been. The guy Agent Ming, he said the port has been totally blocked.
Yeah.
That they're standing in front of the port and you can't get in.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
At that port. The other ports, I'm not sure because I'm not in that area. I'm just at the pilot. But what I noticed today, even when I delivered my load, it's a lot of trucks parked everywhere. You see what I'm saying?
Which is unusual for a Tuesday during the day.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like freight normally moves. Like people just not park. It's an abundance of trucks. Like when I came into the truck stop to park at 10 o'clock, I barely found a park. Like I'm like, dog, look at all this. You see what I'm saying? So obviously there's a lot happening, like due to that law. Like everybody's parked right now.
Right. And see, and there's another thing I want to talk about. I might do a video about it. The parking situation. Like there's nowhere for truckers to park anymore. One, I believe there's a lot more trucks on the road nowadays than it was 20, 30 years ago when they built these truck parking places and these travel plazas and stuff like that. But this situation is going to make it even worse out there. It's going to make it even worse out there. But that's messed up. So basically, you're saying just trucks are parked everywhere, so people are just not driving.
No, people are not driving, It's definitely affected here.
How long have you been waiting on your load?
Uh, since about 10 o'clock this morning.
And so do you think that your load is being prolonged because of what's going on with AB5?
Could be. Dispatch, he texted me. I was taking a nap. He said he couldn't find anything. He'll find something in the morning. So it could be, man. It's definitely the start of the ripple effect, man. It's definitely the start of the ripple effect as of today. Like, I see it. You see what I'm saying? So
you've been waiting since 10 in the morning for a load. Nothing.
Yeah, but then I'm in San Diego. I don't know the freight lane coming out of here. Normally we get those pulling. Normally we get our freight out of LA area. LA is a big freight pulling area. Like, you're gonna get something, you're gonna get it out of LA. So I haven't been sitting in San Diego. You see what I'm saying?
They're probably not gonna route you to LA because they probably don't want to waste the fuel, and you get down there and you can't pull nothing because everything is blocked.
Yeah, that could be it, man. It may be tough coming out of here. I don't know. But see, that's a worry I don't really have, because I work for this guy. He's going to make it happen. Like, if he don't,
Right.
Yeah, so, but he was supposed to call me today. And if he does call me today, I'm going to ask him a specific question about business. Is how did he have these other guys structured in his company? Because he always says business partners. You see what I'm saying? When he don't say that leased on. He don't say owner operator. He say business partners. So there may be another way that they figured out how to go around that leased on thing. But his one business partner has his own authority. He's just not using it. He's
where are these companies operated out of? Where are they structured out of?
California.
California?
Yeah.
Well, you might want to find out, man. You don't want to kind of be flapping in the wind if something goes down on short notice. So you kind of want to know, because I've heard through the grapevine that a lot of companies are saying, screw the AB5 law, we just gonna operate until we get caught. But then they saying, like, you don't want to get caught. Like, if you get caught, like, you better off just going out of business.
Yeah, I see.
Because like the fine, the shit that they're gonna do to you if you get caught.
Yeah,
I heard it's ugly. You know what I'm saying? I heard it's ugly. I had one more question I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
Have you heard anything about the strike or the boycott that truckers are planning in November?
The first I've heard of it.
Okay. Yeah, I've been getting rumblings about, hey, we're gonna remember this in November. Okay. So when truckers say we're gonna remember this in November, being in the industry, I know what that means. So you haven't heard any staged
so I follow the guy, Agent Mine. He tends to post a lot of things every day, what's going on with trucking, everything. A lot of people follow him and post stuff.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen a video that he said anything about that yet. But I'll let you know if I do, man. I haven't heard anything about that, but I'm sure it's that coming and much more coming, because like I said, things are just getting worse and worse. Like, they're changing at a rapid pace, man. Like, you changing people's life with this law,
So you at the pilot, none of the truckers in the pilot are gossiping, or you just been on your truck?
I don't socialize that way.
I'm trying to I hear you. I'm just trying to, since you out there, I just want to kind of know what the rumblings are from truckers that are out there. You can kind of go with what the news says, but I want to get it from a person who's out there in the field.
Right.
You haven't discussed it with any of the truckers in the you at a pilot right now?
I'm at a pilot in San Diego. I went out and got some food a while ago, and like I said, the parking lot's been full all day. I went out and got some food a while ago. I come back. I get my stuff and come back to my truck and mind my business. That's the life that I live nowadays. You see what I'm saying? If outside of that, I haven't seen nothing no different than, normal. Like, except for the truck stop was full early this morning. Like, that's the only thing that I can see that that's different. But as far as attitude is concerned, I was inside the truck stop to buy something to drink, and nobody was really rambling on about anything. You see what I'm saying? As far as that is concerned. But then this is where I'm at is predominantly Spanish. Like, So they may be speaking in, Spanish. Like, I'm kind of tunnel vision to what I have going on, man. I come back to my truck, so I ain't really heard nothing per se in this area where I'm at.
Okay.
But I have noticed trucks are everywhere, parked on the street and here and everywhere. So
The
I
trucks are
did
just
notice
all
that
over the
today.
place. Man, that's messed up.
Everywhere. Yes,
That's
sir.
messed up, man. So yeah, the ripple effect is definitely in action, man. Trucks are parked. I don't know if they're parked because they can't work. I don't know if they're parked because they can work, but they're holding, how by you being so-called still able to work, what's the like? Is there like a moral compass of driving, knowing that like other colleagues can't drive, or
Okay.
what's the
My
feeling
light.
there?
I'm sorry, it's kind of dark in here. My apologize, brother. What'd you say again? I just cut my lights on because it's dark and it got dark in here.
The moral compass. So like technically, you're still able to drive, right? That
Yes.
you know of. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That you know of, since you're driving for a company out of California. So
Yes, sir.
what's the moral compass as far as, man, okay, so technically I'm still able to drive, but some of my trucking comrades aren't. So
Okay.
is the solidarity thing, or
Of course, man. Like it's not, why. Yeah, okay, let me be frank about it. I never liked California, period, anyway. I usually don't even come here. Like
right?
California, with the 55-mile-hour law that you only can go, that's your speed limit. I
Yeah,
hated that. You can't have the trucks deleted in California. I
yeah,
hate that. See, they've been doing little stuff like, throughout, man. Like, a couple of years ago, you had to sell your truck because it was illegal to have the deleted truck in California. So a bunch of people had to sell their older trucks because you had to have the truck with a DPF system, right? So now we have this.
right.
You know what I'm saying? It's almost like California don't even want trucking to exist, which
So
doesn't make any sense.
so with the California law, you got to have a 2016 or newer, right?
Yeah.
Right,
And your truck cannot be deleted. It can't be deleted. Like, you know what I'm saying?
right.
I mean, we know that's federal too now, but California is a very stickler for that. Like, so
Right.
the change, even with parking, you said parking. I'm in
Yeah.
LA area, man. I don't know if you've been to LA. LA is a horrible place for truckers because there's nowhere to park. When you
Right.
go to get a load out of LA, you got to drive about 70, 80 miles to the nearest truck stop because there's nowhere to park. Like,
Wow.
so now you have this, and then they just also came up with a new law saying that you cannot park your tractor on a residential street. So the people that were parking their trucks at home, they can't even do that. That was like last week or the week before that.
They
They
just
can't even do that no
so
more.
they just implemented that in LA.
Yeah, in California.
Oh, that's been implemented here. I see tractors with boots on them here.
Okay, well that's here now. You see what I'm saying? You
Wow.
can't park your truck in a residential area anymore as of I think last week or the week before last. So they're just constantly doing things towards trucking. Like, you know, I don't know what to say, man. Like, I mean, I feel for them, man. I don't live here, and I hate to even come here because of it. I never like to come to California. You get what I'm saying?
I want to ask you a quick question, and I don't want to hold you if you want to jump off at any time. But since I got you, I want to, because maybe you might have some information for other people. Anybody else want to come on the live and just share their experience? We talking about AB5. We talking about the Pro Act or anything you want to talk about trucking. This is the link right here. Just click the link, and I can bring you on the camera. Why do you think, in your opinion, why do you think this is happening? You
laugh.
spoke on a lot of different things from, we've been kind of all over the place with the
Yeah,
conversation as far as trucking,
right.
but, for the most part, with like all this stuff that's going on in California with their governor, why do you think they are targeting, because I think it's like a target thing. I think it's
Yes.
for a bigger reason that we probably don't know right now. I have an idea. I don't want to expound on it because I don't want to be made out to be a fool later. But I kind of got an idea. Why do
Yes.
you think they're targeting the trucking industry because the AB5 law, for the way I look at it, it doesn't make sense to me. If you got your own truck, right?
Yes.
You pay for your own fuel,
Yes.
right? You pay for your own maintenance. It's your truck. You pay the note, right?
Yes.
Even if you're leased onto a company, if I'm covering all the expenses, I feel like technically I'm an independent contractor, but California doesn't see it that way. So a company that brings on a leased on driver that pays for everything would have to treat them as an employee.
Yes. That's right.
Why do you think this is happening since you're operating out of California with a California
With
based
the guy.
trucking company?
It probably has something to do with taxes, man.
I keep hearing that. But what
It may have to do with taxes, you know what I'm saying? So, if I had to just take a guess at it, because I don't know, just, we just speculating. It's got to do with money, man. Some type of way that they're figuring they can get more for making this a law. Like, you see, what else would they be doing it for? Like,
So let's go back to the 2016 or newer thing. What was the reason for that? Because I'm
what now?
The 2016. Why you got to have a 2016 or newer out there? Why is this governor? I think we lost him.
Okay, now I can't. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you. Why is this governor like? Why is this governor steady messing with like trucking? Like, I don't understand why you got to have a 2016 or newer. Is that for clean energy or
pollution? That has to do with clean air because the DPF system on the older trucks or the newer trucks is more conducive to what pollution control, like.
Okay, so within another year, then it's gonna be 2017 or newer. Like, how is it gonna go?
Who knows, man? Like, I don't understand California in any of their decisions that they make involve trucking, man. I don't, man. I don't understand it. Like, I don't understand California, period, how they do anything. Like, just about. Well, I don't think about it. Truckers, I don't know if you've been here before. Truckers only can go 55 miles an hour through the whole state of California. 55 miles. There's no other state that has that law. You see what I'm saying? 55 miles an hour
through the whole state.
Forever. Yeah, you can't go no faster than 55 miles an hour. It takes you forever to get to places in California because that's the fastest you can go. This is the only state like that. You see what I'm saying? They have so many things implemented as far as trucking. Why? Why y'all doing all this for? Who knows? Really?
I think maybe in California they want to go all electric and fully autonomous.
Interesting.
I think that's the route it's going to go eventually anyway, and it's just not going to happen overnight. There has to be a plan in place to phase out what's currently in place, and that's going to take time. So I feel like if you make something, I want to be politically correct here. If you make something, if you create something where you make it not uncomfortable, but where you just make a person not even want to get into it.
Yeah,
I want to use the right word, but basically you make a person not want to get into something. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what they're kind of trying to do.
Yeah.
And then you're going to get rid of people in waves. The harder you make it, you know what I'm saying, for a person to get into trucking, all right, one, that's going to decrease people wanting to obviously get into it. And two, people that are in it going to get a bad taste in their mouth and then they're going to want to get out of it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but why is it one state that's pioneering all these different changes? This one state pioneering this stuff, man.
Well, you got to look at it like this. The ports are in California.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're going to do it anywhere, you're going to do it in a state that the freight is coming in, right? So boom, we know it takes 15 days, about 15 days to get freight from China to California ports by ocean or by sea or whatever, right? Takes another 10 days on top of that for it to get to New York, right? So those California ports are busy.
Yes.
right? So if
Yes.
you're going to test something out, right, in any state, you want to test it out in the state that's the busiest for trucking because they're dealing with the ports.
Yeah, I guess you're
You know
right.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So if you're going to implement something similar to AB5 in the rest of the country, the hardest part is trying to implement it in the hardest states, which would be California, maybe New York. I mean, Florida, they got ports, but it's not really bringing in like general merchandise that we use every day. It's probably bringing in like, I don't know, fruits or something, maybe from South America or something like that. But like most of our general merchandise, most of our general freight from overseas company, even from American companies, a lot of American companies manufacture in China because it's cheaper, comes through those California ports. So if they can figure it out there, then the rest of the country will be easy. It'll fall in line.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
it's a clusterfuck out there right now.
I agree.
We don't have any ports. We don't have ports in Illinois or Ohio or Indiana. You know what I'm saying? So if they implement the PRO Act, it's just going to be fall in line. But like the ramifications and the things that they got to figure out with the ports, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's why they're doing it out there, I think. I could be wrong, man. You know, I don't know, but
hey,
look,
maybe the ideal is to fold the country. If you put this in place, now you have all these people striking. If that strike never live, we won't get any freight in through that port. You see what I'm saying? If they don't come to a compromise,
right? The dock workers, right?
The truckers have the truckers that the law affects here have the port of Oakland blocked. I don't know what's going on in LA area.
But they're waiting on a contract, right?
No, they are the truckers with the AB5 law are blocking, not the port workers.
I know they're blocking I know they're blocking the port, but the port workers are waiting on a contract too, right?
Yeah, they have that going on. So if you want to do something to the country to show the country something, and you have control, just like you're saying, this right here is the way. You see what I mean? If this not ratified, what's going to happen to us? Shelves are going to dry up. You know what I'm saying? This is definitely
good.
Turn into a depression at some point. Like, I mean, it could get worse. Like, you see what I mean?
Well, the shelves are going to dry up, I think, anyway. I mean, the longer they have those ports blocked, it's not going to happen immediately. There's going to be some type of lag. Like, we really haven't felt the effects of the fuel going up. You know, that's about a 90-day lag on that. We're not going to feel that until September. You see what I'm saying? So there's going to be a ripple effect based on what's going on. And the law is the law. I don't think they're going to reverse the law. So the longer these guys block the port, right, the longer they stay out there, the rest of the country is going to start feeling that probably September, October.
Yeah.
And then you got the dock workers are threatening to strike, and then you got the rail workers are threatening to strike as well. But
so what's going to happen, man? What's going to happen if all that happens, man?
I mean, I was watching Fox. I was watching Fox News earlier today, and CEOs of some of these large companies, they were like, "Man, people are worried about the gas. They need to be worried about food and other merchandise."
Their life, right?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And it seems like, and I hate to say this, it seems like the CEOs of a lot of these companies know more about running the country than the people that are supposed to be running the country. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I just, you know, I mean, if the rail workers strike, if the port workers strike, I mean, we're screwed. We're screwed right now anyway. We're just not going to feel it right now because you're talking about 70 to 90,000 independent owner operators in LA just got pretty much, I guess, put out of business. You know what I'm saying? And then the port workers are threatening to strike. The only thing about the rail workers, Biden got involved on that, and he stepped in and he blocked that. And I think they're appointing an arbitrator to deal with the rail unions and the rail companies so that they can come to some sort of agreement. But as far as the port workers, they're still at the negotiation table. I don't know, man. It's just a lot of stuff going on right now, and I'm just curious to see
Do you
how it all
remember
pans
Mark
out.
doing 20 when we had the chip effect? You see what I'm saying? When they had the chip, and we're still feeling that now. Like the chip when they didn't have chips because they didn't have. That's why parts are so expensive now.
Oh,
You know when
the semiconductor chip for the cars you talking
the
about?
cars and the trucks
Mm.
because truck movement. That's when I was moving trucks. Truck movement stopped because we were waiting on a lot of parts for trucks and cars and stuff, and that's why everything is higher now. Like parts,
Yeah,
man, you usually could get a AC condenser for like $200. That
yeah,
thing is like $800 now. You get what
yeah.
I'm saying? And
Mm.
it's who, man, to be honest with you, man, it's like all this little stuff that's happened over these since the pandemic and a little bit before
Mm.
is heading in some direction. Like it's almost like population control, even with COVID. It's something major that's going down, man. If you really think about all this stuff that's happening at once, you see what I'm saying? One
I
thing
think
after another.
I think the major thing with the trucking is the infrastructure bill, the clean energy. I mean, trucks
Yeah,
pollute a lot. I mean, Biden ran on this infrastructure bill, um, and he wants to make everything electric. He wants clean. That's what he ran on.
yeah,
So it goes back to like I said a few minutes ago. Make it difficult for people to get in, right? Make it un distasteful, I guess, for people that are in. Make them want to get out, right? And
yeah.
that's just phasing people out, and then you can start phasing in uh the new plan. You know what I'm saying? I really think it has something to do, and that goes with fuel too. Raise the fuel costs. You know, I
Yeah,
mean,
few, yeah.
you know, and I'm not really educated, but I think I think there are ways they could have kept the fuel down. Like I know fuel is real high, and even with the fuel out there in California, like diesel was like what $8 and something out there.
I think it's $6. It's been Biden signed something to they could go down 30 cents or something like that. I don't usually get fuel here. I try to get it in the States before I get here. You see what I'm saying? Because
Right,
I'm trying to basically keep this gentleman in business. You understand what I mean? So
right.
I don't even buy fuel here, but it's about $6 here, six some dollars here.
Don't want to be political, but Biden screwing the country big time. Once gas prices are high, everything will go up. Period. Transportation is the glue to any economy. I agree with that. I mean, like we were just talking about that. There's going to be a lag. Prices are high on things now, but they're going to be even higher in another month, month and a half, 2 months. Prices are going to be really high. There's like a 60 to 90 day lag on the effect of when fuel hit an all time high a few weeks ago. It's kind of going down now, but we still haven't really felt the effect of those high gas prices that we saw in June. But I agree with you. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to get political either because everybody has their own political viewpoints on things, but I do feel that all this is by design. The fuel, what's going
Hmm.
on in California, making trucking very difficult, making it very just not a business you just would want to be in. A lot of people are failing in trucking right now. A lot of
Hmm.
people are failing, and
Right.
and it seems like the only people, and I'm being honest with you, I'm gonna be honest with you, the people that are winning, and I'm speaking from what I know, the people that I know that are winning right now are company drivers.
Well, it's companies in general, like because companies like
I'm speaking from the little guy
you
standpoint,
speak
the
from the
people that are
little.
actually
Okay.
doing the work, the people that are
Okay.
actually out doing the work. Like I got friends that work for trucking companies, I got friends that are owner operators, right?
Yeah.
And the ones that work for the companies are making 3,000 a week.
Hey, I
The
tell you
one,
what, numbers I'm doing, man, is better sometimes than the numbers I did back then. Like, so I mean, I agree with you on that. But the actual, when we talk to companies, businesses, the companies that are surviving this and they're not even bothered by the change of this is the company that have these long-term contracts. The Swift, the CR Englands, and and I don't know box truck companies. They're not bothered like by this. You see what I
What
mean?
box truck companies? But
Well,
not bothered by what?
like so the companies that I feel are not bothered by the change of the climate, it's companies that have contracts. Like KLM, they are a company that have dedicated contracts. England, Prime, companies like that. You see what I'm saying? They have contracts,
You
so
talking about
they
New
don't
England
care.
Motor Freight?
Huh?
You said New
No,
England? Oh,
CR England.
okay, CRN,
I'm
because New
just
England
throwing
Motor
some
Freight, they are
trucking names
business.
out.
Okay.
I'm throwing some larger trucking names
Yeah,
out
yeah.
because see that's the one part that we didn't really so much discuss as far as the change and stuff that's happened is these companies will want a lot of this stuff to happen to force small owner operators out of business. You see what I'm saying? They
What's going
would
on?
definitely want stuff like this to go down.
What's up? What's going on, Demetrius?
Man, what's going on, Mark? Man,
How you feeling?
man, it's an honor to be here, man. You know I fucks with you, man.
I appreciate it.
You know, I'm the other guy the night from Milwaukee, man, that drove from Baltimore to Cali, man.
You the one that drove from Baltimore to Cali for the 5800?
Yeah, man, in a box truck, man.
In the box truck, man. Did you make out good on that 5800?
Man, look, man, there was a lot of deadhead on the way back, man.
Man, I would have like 5800 from Baltimore to California in a box truck.
Well, actually, I started in Baltimore, load up in Virginia, though, you know.
Okay.
I had got to Baltimore and got a little stranded, man, you know. So I picked the load up in Virginia, but I was new to the over the road, man. I was just getting in because I told you I came from home delivery. I came from Final Mile.
Okay.
So I expanded my business and changed it over. But just to touch on what y'all was saying, man, some points you was making on why you think this AB5 is in effect. You got to understand, man. California is a liberal state, man. They controlled by them unions. This is a union operation here, man.
Yeah.
This is a union operation, man. They don't want no independent contractors, man, because the whole workforce landscape is changing.
Yeah.
It's changing, man. I just signed a contract with the state to do independent contractor training in box trucks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ship programming. Because you can't get nobody to come in for jobs no more.
You ain't got to tell
everybody
me.
Be their own owner now. Everybody want to be their own boss now, man.
Yeah. You ain't got to tell me, man. I used to have people lined up at my office door. Not even just that. I had people every day. Mark, I got somebody who want to work. I got somebody who want to work. Don't hear that no more.
No, I mean, and if you do, man, they come in there and they like, you know, I hear some guys like touching on earlier about your guys who you put up on the game and they couldn't fulfill the game. I spent a lot of time in prison, so I got out of prison, man, and put my thing down, you know?
Yeah.
And so I particularly hired guys coming out of prison because I find out they more humble. They don't take shit for granted. They usually bust their ass, you know, usually show a good performance, but they always come in like, man, bro, I'm only doing this for a few months, man, until I get my own thing. I said, all right, let me give you the game.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to give you the game. Get this one guy, man, close little brother to me, wanted the game. We had a contract with Mattress Firm all through Pilot. I'm like, man, Mattress Firm shitty. This is my shittiest contract.
Right.
Moving all my trucks out of Mattress Firm to Best Buy and Home Depot. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling this bro, I said, man, come on, work with me. I put him on the truck with me to get specific training. I said, this is where the money at, man. Do these appliances, man. Mattress Firm for everything, man. If you show up a minute too early, they want $50 because you early, man.
Mattress Firm? What company were you running that? Was that straight through Mattress Firm? Or?
Through Pilot.
Pilot.
They got Mattress Firm. Look, if you show up 50 seconds too early, if you hit that start button 50 seconds too early, that's a $50 fine.
Wow.
And I'm like, man, that's all you earn. Yeah, man. You get 4-5 fines, man. That's all earnings, bro. You paying 2 dudes to lift mattresses.
So yeah, I think mattresses, what were they paying you per route per day?
They was paying per route and miles. They was paying per stop and miles. They weren't paying flat. So I had worked it out because I was one of the best there. Me and my crew, me and my guys, we was the best there. So we worked it out to a minimum, man, a garbage minimum, man, like $580 a day. That was the minimum.
Right.
But I was getting routes up to $800 a day, to be honest. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wow.
But they driving you 200 miles for that. You know, you going You go, man. Each stop is 40 minutes away from each other. You know what I'm saying? And you all in the boondocks of Wisconsin. So, and they was giving my guys that because we was the best there. But at the same time, when they get through finding you, like, man, you get through with the claims and the fines, you like, we ain't made no money.
Right.
You know, but I had a guy who wanted his own truck. I took him to Best Buy with me. I said, man, and Best Buy was playing, they started you at a flat rate of $650. But you know, you get good performances, you can go up to $750, $800, you know. Ain't no, you know, if you start off at 8 and you know what you're doing, if you know how to get the refrigerator and install them correctly, make it home at 12.
Right.
You know? So I'm like, man, dude, if you want to start your own business, I'm giving you the whole game. I'm taking you to every company I got contract with. I'm showing you the game. You get your own truck. You can load the game, so you can have a good choice coming in the game. You know what I'm saying? He get the Best Buy 1 week. Oh man, I can't do this. I said, dude, this ain't no game you gonna learn. This is appliance installation. You gonna come home later teaching somebody, training somebody. I'm quite sure you know. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Somebody new on appliance installation, man. Look, we gonna be here all night, man, because the customer's like, oh, I want this water line hooked up this way. You know what I'm saying? You got to explain to a client. You might spend 20 minutes explaining to a client like we can't hook up to an extended water line, you know, to an existing water line and crap like that, you know?
Right.
Like, man, I don't like this job. I don't like this job. I'm trying to get home. I said, man, I was just trying to give you the game. So he went out on his own, ain't got nothing now.
Hey, you guys, I'm gonna exit, man. I appreciate you having me on, Mark. And I appreciate
Hey, bro,
you, brother.
I appreciate the knowledge you gave because you made a lot of valid points. Because when y'all touched on that, black folks getting in the game, and when the brother Mark looked up those statistics and said 12 or 13% is black in this industry,
right?
I mean, it seemed like nothing, but that's something. Now, Mark, I bet you can't go in no other industry and find out where black folks equate their number of population in that industry. This is the only industry where we make up 12 or 13% of the population of a country, where we make up that same number in that specific industry.
Interesting.
So that's turning to.
I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah, you ain't gonna see no other industry. I guarantee you, what other industry we gonna have where our population ratio to that industry ratio.
Right.
I appreciate you guys. My phone about to die, man. I'm gonna catch you guys later. Thank you so very much, Mark. And good to meet you, brother. Okay.
So hold on, we want to continue this conversation, Demetrius. Who's this man? What's this Mano? You talking about put real numbers out? What numbers are you talking about? Because I don't put my numbers out. I'm not a YouTuber that says, "Oh, I made 5,000 a day." First of all, I'm 1 foot in the game, 1 foot out. All right, I don't put numbers out. You've never seen me put up a video saying I put numbers out. I don't do loads. Okay, I don't run loads. I don't run over the road. I got a video saying I made millions, which I did gross millions, and I also said I didn't take millions of dollars home. First year I made $1 million. It cost me $800,000, running 12 to 15 trucks a day, box trucks. So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if you're coming in here trolling, but you know what I'm saying. If you might be on the wrong person's video. I don't say I just made 5,600 and I went 10 miles. That's not me. You can't find a video on my channel saying that. So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if you're trolling, but you're welcome to come on. The invite is there. I just like people that if they're gonna troll, man, at least do it face to face. You dig what I'm saying?
Man, like each one of those box trucks, I don't care what you're doing, man. Over the road, home delivery, each one of those box trucks gonna gross you hundreds of thousands a year.
That's what I'm saying.
If you got them rolling, if you got them in a contract or whatever, them box trucks, but that don't mean that's what you're netting.
Nah, that ain't what you netting. Shit. I mean, in today's time, I said it early on this stream, what I was able to do 6, 7, 8 years ago, there's no way in hell I could do that today. No way in hell I could do it today. One, because I'm not going to even get enough people to put in them trucks.
Real talk, man.
I'm not gonna get enough people to put in them trucks,
man. Unless you're going to people straight out of prison, man.
And that's what I was doing then. The people that was working for me was straight out of prison.
They ain't gonna give you 90 days before they get to count your pocket. You know what I'm saying?
And those was like the people that were working for me. I had one guy that come to me and he was working, and this is a situation where I damn near had to sue a company called Dynamics. They were soliciting my drivers. I had 9 trucks in there. We was running IKEA out of Dynamics and Office Depot. And the reason I was able to get so many trucks in there because a lot of independent contractors was not showing up to work. Right. So they said, man, Mark, can you send another truck? Yeah, Mark gonna send another truck. You know what I'm saying? Even if Mark had to go rent another truck, I'll go rent another truck. It was plenty of people to go around and throw in the seats. They didn't care who you was sending back then. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? They was going around their own rules. Man, we need to get this freight. We on the verge of losing this account. We gotta get the freight off the dock. Exactly. You can't do that stuff no more. You know what I'm saying? You can't do it no more.
Can't do it. You can't do it the way you did it. You can't do it the way you did it. Like I heard, like I watch a lot of your you know what I'm saying, your videos. You can't do it like you did it. Cause I went from, man, February 14th last year is when I started, you know. Now 1 truck and I was driving it with a worker. You know what I'm saying? And man, I went from 1 truck to 7 trucks in 3 or 4 months, you know, because once you show up and show out, they want all your trucks and wherever. They know contractor getting guys to come in and show out. You know what I'm saying? Right. You know, because they don't really care about the show out. They care about the show up.
Right. You know That's all they care about.
Because any mess up, they claiming you on it anyway.
Right.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anyway, so long as we get some guys here to get this freight up out here, y'all mess up, we're gonna pay for it, then we're gonna claim you, you know?
Right.
And it was like I had guys that always performed.
Right.
But then when I looked at the end of the year, man, I'm sitting here paying taxes, $800,000 to $900,000. I don't see no parts of it. You know what I'm saying? Because I got claimed, man. I got a claim. Somebody left the shipping boats in a washing machine.
Yeah.
And the lady said, just the shipping boat. You know, shipping boats don't do nothing but make it rattle when that's up the drum. This lady said water went everywhere, and it cost her $25,000 to fix her floors.
So did she fix the floors and she sent the logistics company the bill or what?
Of course, Best Buy paid to fix the floors without investigating the claim and tried to charge it to my insurance company.
And what happened?
My insurance company took that to arbitration. You know? That's ridiculous.
Did you keep the account?
Huh?
What happened with the account? Did they still let you run?
Oh, yeah, they bagged me back now.
Okay.
They bagged me back now. I'm not going back into home delivery. I'm not going back to Final Mile. I see what you're saying in terms of scaling it, but like you said, not like how when you was in it, bro.
Yeah. I mean, it's
a whole different game, man.
It's a totally different game now. And
you today you telling me like your first day pay your truck.
Yeah.
Second and third day pay for your. No, that ain't the game, man. You'll be into 5 days where you get your expenses paid now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the money ain't, the money ain't the same nowadays as it was then, because like where we at now with e-commerce, like 2011, 2012, 2013, e-commerce existed, but everybody wasn't buying everything online at that point. You know what I'm saying? People were still going into the stores and buying things. So the amount of e-commerce freight that we see today, it wasn't that amount of e-commerce freight back then. And those companies were still learning the final mile from the home delivery standpoint. So they were getting these contracts then, and they were trying to keep them while figuring out the final mile. You see what I'm saying? As far as home delivery. So they were paying. You know what I'm saying? They were paying. I mean, it's pretty much polished now. You see what I'm saying? And they feel like, you know what, this is what we're going to pay. You know what I'm saying? And then the companies, look, we done ran through this company. We done dropped that company. We done been from this company to that company to this company to that company. We just got to settle one of these companies because obviously it's an issue with these logistics company keeping independent contractors. So it's not the logistics company issue. It's just the employment issue altogether. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
People going to jump ship.
Have you ever noticed that when you was doing Final Mile, say for instance, like, I'm going to give you a specific example, man. I'm doing Final Mile for Best Buy. And I'm going in there and I'm looking like I got 14, 15, 16 stops, man. 650. 7 refrigerators, 4, 5 washing dryer installs and home. Just ridiculous, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm going in the store and I'm seeing that they charging the customer $200 or $300 for this shit. You know what I'm saying?
We was doing Nordic Track. They was paying us $85, and they were charging the customer $450.
And I'm like, that's ridiculous, man.
I mean, that's just the way it goes. And you find that out. You find that out through the customer.
Right, through the customer.
You know, the customer get to complain. I paid $450 for this delivery. $450? What? The fuck? Hold on, wait a minute. Hey, nonstop. Hey, I need another $225 for this delivery.
Right, real talk.
No, we can do it. Nah, I need $220. I need $225 for this delivery.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You got this on $85. Yeah, you find that out through the customer.
The customer, you don't find that out through these.
Hold on a second. Hey, Mano, this is my first troll, so I'm kind of excited. I've been waiting on this for 3 months. My first troll. All I said was put your real numbers out. When have I ever put out numbers? I'm not going to put out my numbers because I don't put out numbers. It's nobody's business what I make. So why do you want to know my numbers so bad? I'm not a bum. The reason why I can make videos is because I've made all my money years ago in the game. I can sit here and put out a video a day. I'm not on the truck driving, you know what I'm saying, doing Final Mile or doing Dr. Dot. The reason why I can educate and put out a video or 2 videos a day is because I made my money years ago. The reason why I can put out knowledgeable videos is because I know the industry, because I've been in the industry. So what do you mean put out your real numbers? Why don't you click the link? Click the link. Click the link. See, we don't block people around here. You got me fucked up. All right, we don't block people. We don't run. So click this link. Come on camera, because we don't do the troll thing. If you want to troll, come on camera and troll. Put your real numbers out. When have I put out numbers? I got a few videos. I got one say I made millions of dollars. I did make millions of dollars. I did. I got one video said I turned down a $2.1 million Amazon DSP contract. I did. So you don't see a video of mine. Hey, I drove from here to there and it was 20 miles and they paid me $6,000. I don't do those type of videos because that shit is not realistic. I don't clickbait. I do educational videos, how to get your minority business enterprise certification. You know what I'm saying? I do videos like that. I don't cap. There's no sense of me capping because people call out cappers. So come on camera. Put your big boy shoes on to come on camera. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna try to fake call somebody out, man, at least come on camera and do it, and then we can have a real dialogue. Sorry about that, man.
No,
I've been waiting on this. I knew it was going to happen eventually. You know what I'm saying? But
because I'm telling you, man, the industry set up where they thinking you giving out game for free, so they think you couldn't possibly be serious.
It's not hard. It's not hard to make $1 million though, bro. Man, it's not hard. If you got enough trucks and you got enough workers, getting the contracts is easy.
Easy. So you're gonna see that might not be what you're net.
Right. And I'm not saying I'm making that today. I'm not making that today. I never said I'm a millionaire. I said I made millions of dollars in a time frame when box trucking was not popular.
When it wasn't even popular. So I can and you in the city and you in Chi.
Man, I'm in Chicago.
Oh boy,
I'm in a $3.6 million. I mean 3.6 million
man,
population city.
Them trucks in Chicago.
Man, bro, listen.
All my loads out of Illinois.
Bro.
I don't go on the road. If it ain't, I don't even take no loads. Wisconsin.
It's not hard to make $1 million if you got enough trucks, right? We talking gross, man. A lot of people don't understand the difference between gross and net.
Mm-hmm.
I'm driving. Yeah, I know you're driving. But it's a big difference between gross and net, and a lot of people don't understand the difference. And then a lot of people don't even know their margins.
Real talk.
A lot of people don't understand that when you're in box trucking or even just trucking, period, it's a low. You know, it's you operating on a very low margin. Why do you want to see my numbers? Why you want to see my number? Why you want to see my taxes? Like, why would I show you my taxes? I can show you my condo. You want to see my condo? You want to see how I'm living? You want to see the cars?
Man, you ain't got to show him nothing.
You want to see the drip? I mean, because like I'm sitting here in a Nike t-shirt. I always do my videos in a black tee for a reason, because I really don't want to show logos like this. You see what I'm saying? But no, this is like the troll shit that I knew eventually was gonna come. You know what I'm saying? When a person giving out free knowledge and free game, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna get a hater.
They get back.
A hater, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna get haters. You know what I'm saying? But I knew it was gonna come. Doing millions of dollars in gross is not hard. I know people here that make millions of dollars scamming. They make millions of dollars doing all types of shit. If you got enough trucks and you in the right market, you can gross $1 million.
And not only that,
it's not hard.
You man, in Chicago, you can start with one rental and have 10 of them motherfuckers, man, in 2 or 3 months. You know,
that's it. Each truck you grossing about 100.
Yeah, that's what
minimum.
You're gonna see that. So it's not gonna be hard to do. It's just that ain't what you're bringing home. Now, if you're good and you smart and you savvy and you understanding the business of this game, you're gonna increase your margins.
That's all it is, bro.
You know,
that's all it is, bro.
It's like
that's
you said,
all it is.
Low margin game. So the real people, the good people, the valid people, all they doing is increasing their margin, man. They minimizing their expenses.
You know what, man? A lot of people, not to cut you off, a lot of people do want to see, because you got some people on YouTube that show their business. I'm not going to show my taxes and all that shit, you know, because it's nobody's business. If I put out a video, you should be able to listen to a person and know if they're knowledgeable, know if they selling you bullshit, and know if you don't. You know what I'm saying? And right. It is what it is. I'm not no fake guru.
You took the words out of my mouth.
You know what I'm saying?
That's the reason, like, you know, because I subscribe to a lot of these people. You know what I'm saying? Just to get the positive and the negative, because I'm in the industry. You know what I'm saying? So just so I create bullshit from shit, because I don't know. I don't know everything. So I can listen to one of these idiots and learn something. You can learn a lot from a dummy.
Yeah, you can learn a lot from a dummy.
You know what I'm saying? And then in capitalism, anyway, man, the whole thing, every money maker in the capitalist society always been based on the person who's capable of solving a problem.
Right.
If you see something wrong with the trucking industry and you go in and solve it, you're gonna make all the money.
Yeah.
The same way you was talking the other day, man, how all these companies did that and Amazon solved their problem. You know what I'm saying? If you figure out a problem and you figure out the solution, that's where all the money. In any genre of this industry, man, in any genre of capitalism, man, if you figure out a problem, if you say, okay, people watching TV, but they're watching TV ineffectively.
Right.
It's a better way to watch TV, hence Netflix, live streaming. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I show a better way to experience TV instead of everybody can't make it home every night to watch NYPD Blue.
Right.
I allow you to stream it on your weekend. Hey, I got a product.
Yeah.
And that's the game. So that's how I look at it. Like I just broke off my partner because she was more conservative in nature. You know, she didn't see the vision. She was more of an executive type. You know what I'm saying? She just focused on numbers and this. That's good to focus on numbers and numbers. This is a business. We're not truckers. You know, even though I go dry routes and everything, I'm not a trucker. I'm just in the game. You know what I'm saying? Just getting in the game. So I work the game. And then I drive all these routes. That's why I go from Baltimore. It wasn't about the 5,800. I drove Baltimore to California. So when I see somebody else on the road, I know what to expect.
Right.
So when I'm talking to a broker and my guy in Baltimore and he sent them on the California road, $5,800 ain't worth it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because this ultimately my business, bro. You know what I'm saying? So who I put in and who I dispatch out there, and who I broker for, whatever part of this business I'm gonna get in.
Right.
I need to know the game.
Right.
So when I listen to you and you get a game for free and it's uninterrupted.
Right.
It ain't no man, you get my mentorship and it ain't no I sell you all the way to the point.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. And I don't do that. And that's what I was saying earlier. I don't do that. I just give it.
You know what I'm saying? And then you look at these guys and you realize, like, y'all ain't really that bright, man. Y'all just got 15, 30,000 followers. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to buy y'all shit anyway. Because everybody's trying to spend it, man.
See, man, this dude, see, this is the shit I'm talking about. I'm gonna answer this question. I'm not gonna ignore Buddy, but so this dude said, so Paul says, so do y'all think the final mile game is over? I'm in the process of starting right now. I want you to answer too, since you've been in final mile. I'm gonna say it like this: no, the final mile game isn't over. Why? Because e-commerce is so much very alive. Now, as far as you entering and starting the process, I think you need to I don't want to say do it at your own risk, but I think you want to come up with a good business plan. If I were entering right now, I would do it. I would be on the truck myself. I wouldn't do it as an extra stream of revenue. If you don't plan on being that on that first truck yourself, with another person, then me personally, I wouldn't invest into it, because you're gonna have a hard time finding people to put into that truck. And if you do find people to put in that truck, you're gonna have a hard time keeping them. You see what I'm saying? The way I was able to scale back then, I think it's damn near impossible to do right now, to run a fleet of trucks final mile. And the reason I say that is because it's labor intensive, and people don't want to do labor intensive work. A person rather go hop into a truck and do dock to dock. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't have to touch nothing. It's a different ball game when you're dealing with refrigerators, when you're dealing with stoves, when you're dealing with washers and dryers, when you're dealing with a 93-inch couch that you got to take up 3 flights of stairs and try to squeeze it in a hallway that's tight. And then you got to keep in mind, I can't damage it because it's going to come out of my paycheck, or I can't damage it because XPO or JB Hunt or whoever I'm running for ain't going to take the hit. They're going to charge it back to my settlement, and they're going to take it from me. So I think you need to be mindful of how you enter the game. But no, the game is very alive because e-commerce is alive. People buying stuff right now as we sitting here talking. What do you think?
I mean, I think that's real game. I think to expand on that, I think that the real trick of it is the fact that it's so much alive that it's going to be in this industry. It's going to be an exit. I mean, a entry. If you want to scale, it's going to be your quickest scale ever. Especially like Mark said, if you get on that truck by yourself and you personally training your guys and showing, creating a company culture, you show your guys how to treat customers, because customer treatment is one of the most important elements in here. I didn't hear the claim, and a customer liked me so much they like, we're not gonna, if that's gonna come back on you, we're not gonna even claim it, So if you going out and you teaching every guy, but it's a game that easily scale. Like, you're not gonna, I mean, it's such a turnover rate that if you get in there, you do a good job, they're gonna immediately ask you for more trucks. You know what I'm saying? So it's an easy game to scale, but you got to be worried. Like Mark said, you got to be worried of the fact that it's going to be hard finding guys because it's labor intensive. And when I mean labor intensive, I mean, man, you don't know what them houses look like. And then them pilots and them final mile, logistic company, they got like rules, like it's a refrigerator, like we ain't got nothing but a 3-flight minimum. So if this 3-flight stairs, you still got to carry that up them stairs.
Right.
When you under contract, and if you don't fulfill that, and then it's not only that, they paying you $650 a day for it. But if you drop that load, they charging you $1,200
right
to drop that route. So so sometimes you end up in a negative. So if you ain't got guys who's willing to put in the work, man, come on, it's tough, but it's gonna be a game that's around, especially now with the way the industry's set now, with everybody getting everything delivered.
And see, like what you said, like when I was heavy into the game, like if you just didn't show up for a route, you just didn't show up for a route. They wouldn't charge you double of what the route would have paid. Like, see, all that stuff is being implemented now because they polished the game. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't that polished when I was at my height. You know what I'm saying? And another thing is, depends on the market you in. Like if you in a market like a Chicago, or you in a market like New York, and you're inner city, versus you being in another market where you're not dealing with like apartment buildings and stuff. You're just dealing with houses. You know what I'm saying? Then that plays a big part. You know, you got a landlord, let's say, who might have an apartment building 3 floors, and he might go into Home Depot and he did a full gut rehab, and you might have to go deliver appliances to all 3 apartments on a 3 flat. And you might have to take a stackable washer and dryer up 3 flights of stairs in an apartment building. You know what I'm saying? That's tough. I've done it before. It's tough. You know what I'm saying?
Out here, Mark, we're not even allowed to bring dollies in house. So them blooper films you showed, we got to carry them 50 shoulder strap upstairs now.
Yeah.
Allowed to use furniture dollies are done in houses.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we never use furniture dollies in house. But see, coming up the stairs, yeah, once you get to the landing, then you just go ahead and throw the straps on and
but
go ahead and go up the stairs.
Upstairs.
But you see what I'm saying? A lot of people don't know how to use those straps.
No, they don't know. You can lay that refrigerator down on them straps. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know how to use the straps, and then that's where a lot of the issues happen at, because they're not trained. You know, a lot of people that sign up for independent contractors with these logistics companies, they're not trained. The logistics company is just taking their word that they know what they're doing. So somebody goes out, they rent a truck, they say, okay, yeah, I can do it. How hard can furniture delivery be? Until they get out there, and then now they got this French door. I love using the French door refrigerator. You know what I'm saying? Because it's probably one of the most difficult things to deliver. You know what I'm saying? Hold on 1 second. This must be like one of my like another YouTuber or something like that. I really want this person to come on camera.
What they say?
I hate people that troll from behind a hidden screen. This gotta be like another YouTuber or something. Please come on camera. I'm begging you to come on camera. What's your Cash App? What's your Cash App?
Go Cash App and come on camera.
Come on camera. See, you want to talk this big shit? Let's come on. Cause see, I you know, I'm saying I'm just, it's just fun to me. It is what it is. I knew eventually, you know what I'm saying? I only been doing YouTube for 3 months. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm not a big YouTuber, and I give out free game. But this dude is so worried about how much money I make, and I don't even talk about money. So maybe I should talk about money. Maybe every day I should put on a Gucci, because I got it all. I don't show it. Like, but why? Like, here's a guy. I'm humble. I come on. All my thumbnails are in a black V-neck. I come on in a Nike T-shirt. I don't pose in front of Rolls Royces and fancy cars and try to sell you on buying into this fame and fortune. If you get into the box, I'm very humble when I present these videos. Very humble. You know what I'm saying? But here comes this guy.
42.
You know what I'm saying?
You 42. I'm guaranteeing.
I'm 42 years old.
I'm guaranteeing you he 20 something, man.
Yeah, but see, the thing is it's funny to me, man. You know what I'm saying? It's funny to me because I'm like, damn, I went 3 months on YouTube and ain't got trolled yet. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got trolled yet. So here comes the troll. But this dude is so he want to know how much money I make or how much money I made. And I don't even put up videos about money. I don't say, oh, you can. Yeah, I do the videos where you can make $700 a day or $5,000 a week. But I take you to the website. And this is what they're advertising, right? I'm really just showing you the company. I'm not saying I'm doing it. You know what? I'm not saying I'm doing it because I did it. Yeah, I did it. You dig what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Man, it is what it is. Yeah, man, Pittsburgh, PA, doing about 700 a day. There's a guy that said he driving, but you got time to text. You can't come on camera. But you can text while you driving. You can't put the camera on the thing while you driving and talk while you driving. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Pittsburgh, PA, doing $700 a day. Is that Final Mile? I'm sure it's Final Mile.
Right.
But yeah, man, man. So you're not in Final Mile no more. What you doing now?
I stepped out of Final. I'm doing over the road now.
You just doing one truck now or what?
Yep, I just returned all my lease trucks back. So I own the truck. I own a Kenworth Cummins Allison. That's just because I just put like 12,000 in the tranny. I ain't want to get that back because I didn't even want to own no more. You know, I just wanted the lease, so I wanted the lease on. You know.
Yeah.
But yep, I'm headed out in the morning and probably gonna stay out for a month or so, man. Trying to get all my money back.
What was your reason? What was your reason for stepping away from Final Mile?
Well, my reason for Final Mile was first off, like you said, man. You know, the constant claims. You know, constant employee turnover. You know, because I mean it's so labor intensive, man. It's so, I mean, and I was doing it personally. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to send my guys out there. I have, you know, like I'm celebrating. I was at Best Buy last week. You know what I'm saying? Just walked in the building. Oh, Demetrius is back. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It was my business, so you know I wouldn't put the work in. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when I did the numbers, it didn't make no sense to me, man. I'm looking at it like, man, I'm 14, 15 stops a day, but you paying me $25 a stop, man, to take this bitch right up 3 flights of steps. Me and another guy.
And that was Pilot, right?
Yeah, that was Pilot, man. But Pilot just lost a contract with Best Buy up here, you know? I went up there because my guy up there, he called me up there like, man, you know, we want you to bring some more trucks on up here, man. It's a new contractor. It's the new, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I come through there, man, and I'm like, man, I'm still, you know, they like, we ain't got all doing refrigerators. But, man, they running out of one warehouse out of Waukesha, Wisconsin. They running like 15 trucks a day, man. You be waiting an hour to even park your truck in the dock. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's how much people do home delivery now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's a lot of people doing home delivery now.
Is on back hold. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, man, I never do that because I didn't sit back and I did over the road, man, and I done seen the sense it made.
Right.
I seen the sense it made, and I'm talking about the game now and over the road, man. Them parcels a game changer. That's why people complaining. That's why I even sent my drivers. I was in Illinois because I'm originally from Kankakee, Illinois.
You from where?
Kankakee, Illinois.
Are you from Kankakee?
Yeah. So I had a family reunion up there a couple of weeks ago, 4th of July. They had a family reunion down there, man. And a couple of my cousins and uncles, them, you know, they own operators and semis. And, you know, they complaining like, man, how you box truck people getting this money, man? I said, because they piling them partials, man. I'm taking pallets, man, from here to Texas, Milwaukee to Texas, man. $2,800, $900 one pallet.
I heard them partials a game changer.
Man, the partials a game changer. Man, I can see $5 or $6. I can spend my money with them partials.
Yeah.
It's the game changer, bro. It's like, oh, you ain't caring about gas prices or nothing. And if you like them partials, then I take loads out of Illinois. Coming out of Illinois.
Yeah.
Man, I take my load for right now and see 3. And you know the day is over. And see over 200 loads coming out of Illinois, man.
Right. Yeah. So let me ask you this. You said you was doing one truck with the Final Mile, or you had a fleet?
I had 7 trucks doing Final Mile. I had 2 at Home Depot, 3 at Best Buy, and 2 at Mattress Firm.
Okay. Are you leased on now doing over the road?
No, I'm under my own authority.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't know what this guy talking about being leased on.
Yeah, that's why
I
was the one that asked you like why you don't lease out your trucks, and you was like, man, I'm just shit.
Man, I want to get all the way out, bro. I really don't want to do it no more. You know what I'm saying? That's why I downsized and man, you know, I had my years, even with the moving business. I'm probably gonna retire that too.
And what's crazy, man, that's how I started, man. I got out of prison in 2007. And I was working for this staffing agency, man. This is a lumper for a moving company through Mayflower.
Okay. Oh, through Mayflower. Okay.
So me and my guy, you know, what business we gonna start? You know, we did all that time in prison. We came out to start a business. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I said, my man, and I'm delivering some marble to this rich guy, the guy who owned, Colders, the toilet people.
Yeah.
So they based here out of Wisconsin, out of Sheboygan.
Yeah.
And we're dealing with one of the Kohler brothers, and we're delivering like a marble to his vacation home.
Okay.
And I got these messages on the truck with me. I'm moving this marble, man, and they like, you need to start your own business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I get back in the truck with the semi driver, and he like, man, that's our problem. We can't find nobody to offload trucks, and you know what I'm saying? He like, everybody just don't drop it, don't drop at a dock. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm like, man, what y'all paying for lumpers? You know? And he like, man, we paying $25, $30 an hour for lumpers. And at the time, I'm working for a staffing agency. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm like, I called my guy, like, man, that's our business right there. You know what I'm saying? Man, I started staffing agency, man. It was called Midwest Movers and Loaders, man. That's all we did was the moving industry. You know what I'm saying? Provide, like for you, we give your guys, drivers and lumpers. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need 10 guys this week. We got you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And since we spent most of our life in prison, like we had the whole prison population, everybody was getting out. You know what I'm saying?
And see, that's the thing. Like when I first started my moving company, all of my guys were in prison. And then once you got a few guys that was in prison, they just brought me everybody else.
Right.
We didn't have to go look for nobody. You know what I'm saying? It just kept building from there. But even with that business model don't work anymore because don't nobody want to do labor intensive work no more. Exactly. Don't nobody want to do labor intensive work no more. So and
part of the reason why I switched up was to over the road because I got some good guys on my team. And so the reason why I switched because a lot of us we older, man. I'm 48. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I ain't that shit no more. You know what I'm saying? My knees hurt now. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So like I'm telling my guys, I've been telling my guys this, like, man, this is freight, man. You got, you know what I'm saying? Like my man did 32 years. He get out. I take him on a trip with me to Dallas, Arkansas. He like, man, this is the type of job I want to work. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, I can see the world because, man, it's all our life in prison. We ain't never seen the world.
Right.
You can see the world and make money. See the type of new guys you got getting out of prison, man.
Right.
So you can send these dudes over the road. They got clean driving records for one. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And they would that. They would go on to see their cousin in Houston. They would go on to see their auntie in Cali and make money doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's kind of one of the reasons. And I know that I'm seeing a whole bigger margin. See, I'm not seeing them at the very least, man. I'm seeing 50-60% margins over the road.
Right.
And that's me making a minimum of $2 a mile.
$2 a mile, you said?
Yeah, I'm making 50% margin. At $2 a mile, I'm making $1 every trip.
Okay.
But I own my truck. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, but even if I rented a truck at the race you was talking about the other day when I was telling you like these rates now, $850, $1,000. You know what I'm saying? And you was like, man, how you up here? You can't get one for $560, $580.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I got a guy just got one for $580. So I'm like, all right, maybe the game changed. Maybe I can catch these joints for $580.
Now you probably can. Everything is going down now.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So now I'm like, maybe I can catch these joints for this much. If I catch these joints for this much, man, I got to drop.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
I got no words. I mean, these dudes did 15, 20 years in jail. They kids grown.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? All they want to do is experience the world, man. They can make money doing it.
Yeah.
And now I just sold up the partial game. Well, I'm seeing $3 or $4 a mile. Just partial game. But the industry mad because these box trucks jumping on the partial game so tough where they taking that 1,000-mile trip for $1,000. They like, oh, the game fucked up. No, the game ain't fucked up, man. I got 5 loads on there.
Why you think they doing that?
1,000 mile, because this 1,000-mile route, I'm making 5,000 off of it. I got 5 loads on there, man. You know
I'm saying, why you think? I just want your opinion. Why do you think the box truck person will hop on and take that route for that amount of money?
Yeah, it's different reasons. It's one of the reasons, like, and probably predominantly is the reason you stated the other day, is because you know they jumped in the game, and I'm telling you, what you were saying about the PPE is what I've been saying forever.
A lot of people, when I say that, I get people that hate on me, like that guy. But the truth is the truth.
Mark, I know it personally, man. I know these people who got the PPEs and went and jumped on the job truck. You know, I'm on the box. Not even just dudes, chicks too.
Right.
I know chicks, man, right now who got that money and went and bought box trucks. drove them just a parking lot. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't even understand how to work against how to get DOT or PO3 or MC set up or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because won't nobody give them this game without charging them another $2,500. You know what I'm saying? And you don't even need that game. You just go online. They gonna tell you what all you need. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And won't nobody give them that game without selling it.
But see, that's the thing. A lot of women that when they ask me about what I thought when they got their little PPP money or whatever, and I said don't get in, I said, yo, the hardest thing is finding a driver. You're not gonna be able to find a driver. And sure enough, then none of them find no drivers. And the ones that did find drivers, they couldn't keep them. They couldn't keep them. You know what I'm saying? So
on the over the road thing, the hardest thing is this, man. Is you got a guy who's just made a killing going to Arizona. Now he want to come home. You ain't got none coming back home. But you got 50 routes going everywhere else.
Right.
So now you got to bring this guy back all the way from Arizona, deadhead. Everything you made, you just lost. You know what I'm saying? Just because he want to come home. No, man, I can get you a load out of Arizona going to Florida or going to, don't nobody want to go to Florida, but to Texas. And then from Texas, I probably can get you home. Nah, man, it's my grandmama's birthday. I got to get there by Saturday. You know what I'm saying?
See, that's the shit I used to hate dealing with, man.
That's the shit you're going to deal with in this game.
I know, but you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm just like, fuck it, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just eventually just going to sell the rest of my trucks and call it quits.
Because you got to preach independence contract. I know I do. I always let everybody know, like, listen, man, I'm going to hold you responsible because you're your own boss on this motherfucking truck. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no bosses here. We all in part, bro. You're an independent contractor. You your boss. I want you to have that level of responsibility. So when you fuck something up, that's on you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We all bosses here. All we is in contract and in partnership.
No, you know what? You know what?
Tell me what you think.
When you're working for somebody, you're working for somebody. You know what I'm saying? When you're working for somebody, you're working for somebody. I don't know, man. I don't know. When we talking about workers, I just got, good experience and I got bad experiences. And maybe you from Kankakee, so you damn near from Chicago. So you already know what type of people we dealing with up here.
Oh, I already listen.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't even want to talk about it, bro.
Man, I know, man, because that's one of them subjects you like, man, listen, man, you'll have a bunch of bad memories.
I ain't want to talk about it, man. You get people, once you start really making money, a lot of people that work for you, they start to become envious of you.
Yeah, that's why I say they start counting your pocket, man.
They start counting your pocket. So when you started talking about that, it just made me upset because I just started remembering some shit that I had to go through.
Correctly count your pocket part.
I had a guy come to me. We was running Dynamics. We was doing Office Depot and we was doing IKEA for Dynamics. So this was my biggest contract, and this was my best driver. So you already know they was soliciting them. They was trying to get him.
Oh, they was
come here, get your own truck. You know what I'm saying? Because they wanted to get me up out of there. You know what I'm saying? They wanted to get me up out of there. I had a guarantee. I wasn't taking the per piece shit. You know what I'm saying? They sold him on this dream. He figured it out. He went and got a business partner. They jumped in the game off bat with 4 trucks. Now, he didn't tell me this. If he would have came to me and told me this, I would have been like, go ahead and get your business. Just run it under my authority.
Right.
Let's just show some solidarity, man. Because I already knew what they was trying to do because somebody else had already came and put the sauce in my ear like, man, they trying to pull so-and-so. They trying to pull so-and-so. He went and got the business partner. The business partner, him, they went and got 4 trucks. Right. Once they got my best driver, we can get rid of Mark. Right. They didn't care about the other trucks. They just wanted him.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Because he was producing. Right.
Right.
Long story short, he got the trucks. He came to me one day. Man, Friday, my last day. I'm like, why? Man, I'm going to go. I just, I got my own thing going on. I'm just going to run. I said, you can't do that. I said, what you mean? I said, you can't do that. Just run under my authority and show some type of solidarity. You know what I'm saying? Do your thing, but just keep it. Let's show some type of, solidarity.
Right.
Man, Mark, I want to drive nice cars like you. I want to take my girl to fancy restaurants. I want a nice condo like you. And I'm saying, man, you can get all of that. But it's a way you should go about doing it, man. Don't just leave me here hanging because you don't know what you actually doing. And see, he didn't know what he was doing. So he still did it, right? He left me. My freight started drying up. They wanted to get rid of me, right? Boom. So I had to get the lawyers involved because you solicited my drivers. I got a non-compete clause.
No question.
Non-compete. They just thinking I'm some dumb nigga. You see what I'm saying? But I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I got a non-compete. You can't touch my drivers for a year.
For sure.
For a year. If they leave me, you can't touch them for a year. If they ran freight from my company for you, through my company, you can't touch them for a year. And I didn't tell him that.
Right.
I told them that because they didn't know that I knew that. So about 2 days later, he came back to my office with his truck. Man, Mark, what's up? Man, they won't let me run. I know they won't. You wanted to be in the game. Now you're in the game. You know what I'm saying? I asked you, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, let's keep it in-house. But the way you went about it was bogus. You should have let me know this months ago. Don't just go behind my back, do everything, and then let's still keep it in-house. But you want to play big, big boy, let's play big boy.
Because they forget about the fact that how you looked out. How you didn't want to hire them from the first place because you didn't know them from shit. You know what I'm saying? But they talked you into like, man, give me a chance, and they might have came and showed out. But they don't even consider the fact that, like, man, dude, man, I showed you love, bro. And I ain't never not showed you love, man. Like, so why you can't? Because I always kept an open door to you, bro. Like, holler at me because at the end of the day, it's us against them, man.
Right.
But that's how it's gonna go, man. They gonna always try the cheapest price they can get, and we gonna always have to fight for the highest price we can get, man. So
right.
if you coming on as your own independent contractor, bro, you use leverage by shitting on me because I got the most trucks in here. So when they get rid of me, now y'all ain't got no leverage no more.
Right. But see, the thing is, and one of the managers came there and she used to call me. She was the only black manager in there. She was the like the operations, or I forget what her title was, but she was a manager. She called me one day. She was like, these other managers here don't like you. I said, why? She said, one, they don't like the way you talk to them. And two, they can't figure out how you so black and so young, with black and young with all these damn trucks. Because whenever an independent contractor would not show up, they would always call me, and I would always have a driver and a truck available.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they just wanted to get rid of me. And when she meant by the way I talked to them, I just wasn't going for bullshit. You can't sell me bullshit. I got too much leverage. I'm not going for $1 a piece. I can't make money off $1 a piece. So if you give this truck 100 pieces, right? You get them 100 pieces, I'm already guaranteeing them $100 a day. It's costing me $50, $60 in fuel to run the route. So you want me to operate in the red? No, I can't do that. I need to get paid a guarantee per route. I don't give a fuck if it's one piece or 150 pieces. I need a guarantee. You know what I'm saying? I'm in this to make money. You dig what I'm saying? So, so they already had it out for me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mind helping people. That's why I do the YouTube videos. I do the YouTube videos and I get a game to help people, and I was willing to help him. And he wasn't the first person to do it. You know what I'm saying? And he ended up having to come back. It didn't last 6 months. You jumped in the game with 4 trucks. And I still talk to this guy to the day, and he apologized. Every time he see me, he apologized. You know what I'm saying? But if you got somebody there that you admire, you clearly said it, you look up to me, you know what I'm saying? Why just not take my advice? I had another guy stole Select Express from me. Dogged me out. Oh man, Mark, I'm his main guy. I do all the assemblies. You know what I'm saying? I do, and he was doing all the main assemblies. Say, we'll get a truck, we'll just give you the account. Another company I was getting a guarantee with. You see what I'm saying? He got a truck, he couldn't maintain it.
But man, you in the city, man.
I'm in the city. I'm in a rough city.
Man, Chicago mindset. Man.
I'm in a rough city, man.
That's what I know, bro. Like,
you know what I'm saying? So people here gonna challenge you.
City, man.
They're gonna challenge you up here. Like up here, to be a boss and run a fleet of trucks,
They at your
you
ass.
got to be a different type of I was at that point I was a different type of animal. And see, that's what I'm saying. To do that type of stuff now and deal like with these shorties up here now,
It's ridiculous. Huh? Ain't gonna
bro, man, I ain't messing with these shorties, man, because they don't listen.
be
They
man.
on Percocets and all type of stuff, dog. So it's many reasons why I'm looking at the game and I'm like, you know what, man? I'm 42. I made my money. I'm straight. You know what I'm saying, man? I ain't. I'm just gonna slowly bow out, and that's gonna be the end of that.
What would you say the other day, man? That concentration, man. I'm telling you that's the thing I'm taking, man. I'm telling you, I'm writing a curriculum now, man, for the city of Milwaukee, man. I'm talking about they gonna pay me $7,000 a student. You know what I'm saying? To come in, man, because they trying to create, and it just so happened, man, that my ex-fiance is the CEO of workforce development here. You know,
Yeah.
so she was telling me about, like they trying to create programs. They got all this $1 million funding, and they trying to get people CDLAs, and they can't get, enough people. And then when they do get enough people, everybody want to go on operator, and they can't get enough companies to come in and get them direct entry
Right.
to the workforce.
Right.
I said, of course, you can't get nobody a CDLA, and you think a truck company gonna hire them to drive over the road. You gotta have experience. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they got their own training programs. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, and me and her talking. I'm like, man, the whole thing is now like, because I've been noticing, man, everywhere I go, everybody want to get in the trucking game, man. My little cousin just was texting me, 2 minutes before I joined your live. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, trying to come holler at you about them trucks. You know what I'm saying? Because he finna go buy one. I said, no, that's the craziest idea in the world right now, man. You finna go spend $50,000, $60,000 for a $15,000 truck? Boy,
Yeah.
you'll be out of business in a month. You know what I'm saying?
You know when you tell people that, they get upset with you.
Oh, they'll learn. Man, look, because there's one thing this game do, man. It teaches you.
Oh, it definitely teach you.
Because it ain't no, like you say, ain't no matter of will it. It's a matter of when.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna happen, man. I told you, I just I'm talking about, I had an Allison transmission. I still had to get a whole brand new one,
Wow.
Like, and I'm talking about, man, and I got a Kenworth. I ain't even got no bullshit truck. You know what I'm saying? I got, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about, I highly researched that truck. You know what I'm saying? But it's coming Allison, so you know what I'm saying? I'm good. But it's just what the mechanics get you now. And first off, shops so piled up because so many trucks on the road.
Yeah.
So you're gonna lose money instantly because it's gonna take you 2 or 3 weeks to even get your truck looked at. You know what I'm saying? Now you like, man, your truck just sitting there for 2 or 3 weeks before you even get it looked at. Then when they get looked at, they tell you something major. They gonna spend forever getting parts.
Yep.
And every time they get one part, they're gonna tell you, oh, they need another part, something else wrong with it.
Yeah, it's a backlog on some parts.
Yeah, so you by the time you get done, you like, man, F this.
And somebody brought up a good point on the live stream the other day, like as far as like the fleet maintenance of some of these rental truck companies now, because a lot of people that's renting these trucks now, and I didn't even think about that.
Oh yeah,
a lot of people that's renting these trucks now, they not turning them in when they supposed to for maintenance.
Because I know exactly who he was talking about when he mentioned. I'm quite sure you knew exactly who he was talking about.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
You know what I'm saying? And then what's so crazy? I was looking at that person on Instagram, and they said the same thing again. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they put emphasis today because they lied today, and they mentioned, it absolutely, like, man, I'm not saying do it, but I'm saying Budget is my best company because you have to report them out. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the thing, man. Like I say, like some of my trucks in my 7 fleet, I was renting.
Right.
I was renting through Penske. I told you Penske was killing me. Yeah.
What was you paying for Penske?
I had a couple guys roof, man. I was paying like $8 something a week. You know what I'm saying?
That included some miles, though, right?
Huh?
That included some miles, right?
Yeah, that's like
500.
Yeah, like not even 500, man, like 200 or 300 miles. But then that's the thing.
Oh, you went out of Milwaukee?
Yeah, out of Milwaukee. Yeah, that's
okay.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
That, and they was double charging me for the miles too. So I was getting $850, and then I look at my credit card on my bank statement. It's another $300 or $400, and then that $750 was supposed to have been already included for you know what I'm saying, for so many miles a week. And then they was hitting me for another $300 or $400 every week for that thing.
Penske the worst for billing.
Oh,
Whenever we rented trucks with Penske, it's like every Friday it's like,
look, I'm creating, me and my lawyer right now creating a class action lawsuit against them now.
oh, against Penske?
Yeah, against Penske right now, because I done met so many people. I done got so many people involved in this lawsuit who've been played by Penske, man. Double charging, overcharging, man. These people, I was buying a new truck without a box. I was from Ford.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, it's without a box, here, 26-foot box. So we call the people to make the boxes. They like, okay, the boxes, we'll charge you $15 to make a box. A couple of my guys slammed a couple of my boxes under the trees. Man, Penske charged me $25,000, $30,000 to repair them boxes. Man.
They charged me $15,000 for a roof in 2012.
Man, they charged me $25,000 for a roof.
They charged you how much?
$25,000 for a roof.
What year was this?
This was last year, man.
Oh, well, that's why. Yeah, they charged me $15,000 in 2012.
Man, they charged me $25,000. Another guy, the little black, the little silver railing part on the back of the truck that holds the lights and all that on the back of the box.
Yeah.
He go in the truck. It was a storm up here. So he go back to this customer, but he don't know that a tree shifts. So he driving down. It's a narrow pathway in, Lake Geneva. So, all them pathways is crazy. And he ripped that little metal piece off.
The corner cap? The corner cap or the rail on the back of the truck with the clearance lights?
Rail on the back of the metal rail that's on the back of the box.
Right, okay.
$16,000, man.
Yeah, Penske going see, here's the thing with Penske when you rent a truck from Penske. And this is for anybody that's listening that's in the rental game or any commercial truck company. And I never talked about this. If you rent a truck as a household and you purchase the insurance, the truck is covered. Now, if you rent a truck from one of these trucking companies, Penske, Enterprise, Ryder, Budget, whatever, this is what they don't tell you. It may be in the contract. I don't know if it is or not. I've never read one of those contracts all the way through. But this is what they don't tell you. You don't find this out until it happens. The insurance on the commercial rental does not cover the 2 top inches. Is it the 2 top inches or the 2 top feet of the truck? I think it's the 2 top feet. So the 2 top, about 2 rulers lengths. It's either 2 top inches or the 2 top feet of the truck.
Yeah, I think it's 2 top feet.
2 top feet. So any damage to the the top 2 feet of the truck, insurance doesn't cover. Like, you purchase the insurance, it doesn't cover it. A lot of commercial insurance doesn't cover it because it consider it driver error, and they consider you to be a professional driver, and you should be paying attention to the clearance. They don't cover it. So you find that out once it happens. So I found it out in 2012. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. So,
man, I'm telling you. I mean, you be keeping it real with people, man. This is a game, man. If you can come in and if you think if you think professionally as a business owner, if you want to know the business of this game, you have a chance. If you thinking that this is just going to supplement your hustle, you're going to be out the game, man. You can't just go out and run to California, to Baltimore, to Wyoming in a week, man, and make $9,000, $10,000. Think you finna come in the club and party all week in your truck park now. You can't come in and just trick off all that money you just made, man. You got to treat this like a business. You can't just go in and just see a lump sum coming to your bank account, because you got to figure out you factored that money for one. So you done lost already 3% of what you done grossed. You know what I mean? You lost 3% of what you grossed already. You done paid for gas, and since your gas bill due to next month, you're not even looking at the cost of that. You think you could just get back in the truck whenever you get through partying and make back whatever you just spent. No, that ain't how this game work, man. This is a hustler's game. This is a grind game. This ain't no go from the street corner to a truck, man. If you ain't got no business mind, you're not gonna be successful, because it's so intricate of a business. There's so many elements of the business. If you're not thinking of a business, you're not gonna even take advantage of all the hidden pockets of the game.
I think a lot of the people that's getting into it, like the younger generation that's getting into it now, but I think they are treating it like a hustle.
Yeah, I know this perfectly, man. I just told you my little cousin thing. I know he hustle.
Yeah.
And I know he like, oh, this is my exit strategy. I'm gonna give me a box. Like, hold up, dude. First off, you think you're too cool, you too this. You're not gonna get this truck and roll this truck, man.
Right.
road to see money because all the rates are down, fuel prices up, expenses are up. Dude, to even make sense like this, even to even maintain your lifestyle, man. I mean, you making hustlers money, man. So you got a lifestyle. You gotta have the Air Max. You gotta have the Gucci. You gotta have the Burberry. You gotta have this crap, dog. You ain't gonna get this on no truck, man. You're gonna be wearing jogging pants and t-shirts, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you gotta get used to the idea that you're grinding right now. And if you ain't got the vision, understand, like, man, at some point you gotta transition because at some point everybody tired of being in the seat of that truck.
You know, I was just talking with one of my homies earlier. He drives for JB Hunt, and he was saying the same thing. Like, man, get tired of being in the seat of that truck. Like, you know, worried about his blood pressure,
Man,
the unhealthy eating on the road. You know, no healthy options. You know what I'm saying? And this is a slender dude that's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger now. You know what I'm saying? It's just like that life out there on the road, man. It ain't. You know, people think it's one thing, but when you really get out there, and if you a person who you like chasing women and you like to party, and this ain't gonna work. I'm speaking for like the over the road. You know what I'm saying? The over the road. Like if you like the chase of the women and the party life, then this ain't for you. That over the road life ain't for you.
I'm telling you,
like yeah, maybe you can, you know, you at home, but
yeah.
If your girl's gonna be calling you and bugging you and all that stuff, then
yeah, because it's gonna stress you out. You already stressed out because you're driving 2 days through West Virginia, all these damn mountains and curves and shit. You know what I'm saying? And you doing that for 2 days, you know, up and down. And you know what I'm saying?
Man, shit, man. You ain't, man. The last long distance drive I did was from Portland to Chicago. I don't know. I talked about it. I don't know if you was on.
Yeah, I was on.
Man. Dog.
You had you was towing a car too, right?
I was towing a car, 26 footer and towing a car, towing a Jeep.
You was out there bad, man.
Dog, when I was coming through the mountains, man, you know, I don't even get on roller coasters. I don't get on roller coasters. You know what I'm saying? I could survive these Chicago streets. These Chicago streets don't bother me.
Right.
As long as I got, you know, my Roscoe and everything, you know what I'm saying? I'm straight. You know what I'm saying? But like getting on a roller coaster, never been able to do it, dog. So going up through the mountains, going up, and that transmission pulling, it's going up, and I see them trucks pulling over to the side of the road, throwing their blood. I pull over, and some is flying past me. I'm looking at like, man, that's crazy. This dude flying around this mountain like that, man. I'm going up, man. Ain't no guardrails, and then man, I go whoosh. Now all the
man, what I'm gonna say, man, you looking down, man, it's telling you, man, 20,000 feet of elevation, man.
Man, dog.
And telling you emergency brake, emergency, person when you can, if you lose control, you can.
Right. Man, dog. I'm like, man, dude, you looking over, ain't no guardrail. Then I hit Colorado.
See,
different ball game. Now it's raining.
Right. See, those easy routes to me, man. I took old route 66, man, to Cali, man. When I told you I took that Baltimore, man, and what's crazy, I know it my GPS.
Right.
My GPS telling me, man, go on take 60. I stayed
you just stayed on Route 66.
Yeah, so it's called 44 now. It's called Historic 66. It's called 44 now, man. Man, that was the most ridiculous thing, man. And it was a windstorm, man. I'm talking about mountains after mountains, man. I'm thinking my truck riding on 2 wheels, man.
Wow.
You know, and I'm driving a top heavy load, man. I'm like, man, I'm doing 35, man, for 3 days.
Man, I'm telling you, see, that's right there. That's what'll kill you right there. And you just seem like you ain't gonna never get out these mountains, man.
Never get out
them. You don't never feel like you gonna get out the mountains.
And then you see people driving right past you doing 80, man. Like, these folks crazy.
Man, whenever I go through the mountains, man, I pull over to the right. I drive slow, man. I turn them hazards on, man, and it is what it is, man. I'll be damned if I fly off one of them cliffs, man.
Most definitely, this load is not worth my life.
Yeah, it ain't worth it.
understand the game, man. You know, like my whole thing was, you know, when I had my partner, I just bought her out though. When I had my partner, was the whole thing was like we transitioned to freight. So I'm like, I'm gonna do 90 days of freight before I even get my guys on these trucks. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm gonna go do it, learn it, so when I can train them and teach them, you know, because it's a whole different game, man. It's highly regulated. You got to be compliant, man. I don't know why people keep breaking all these compliance rules, man. They don't understand. They don't take number one of these fines to take them out of business, man.
Who's this guy? This guy, man. Oh, sorry, man. I hate to keep cutting you off. If you have trucks, why are you not checking on trucks right now?
This still your trolling, man.
This dude's still trolling, bro. Bro, it's 10:53 at night. And this dude talking about why I ain't checking on some trucks that's been parked for hours.
He tripping, man.
This dude ain't got nothing else better to do. But I know what his problem is. I know what it is. I ain't gonna say it right on live, but I know what it is. You know what it is too. What states have mountains?
Man,
a lot of states that got mountains. Tennessee got mountains. Colorado got mountains.
It's terrible.
I went through mountains in Oregon.
Ain't nothing where I heard. I ain't never been to Wyoming, but I heard ain't nothing worse than Wyoming. I heard they flipping 53 footers over the winds and shit like that. But I know for sure West Virginia, what I went through, I've been to West Virginia mountains, I've been to Tennessee mountains, to California, to New Mexico. And I'm telling you, man, you don't want to catch one of them days on a breezy day.
West Virginia mountains wasn't that bad. I went through West Virginia coming from Chicago going down to North Carolina.
Man,
they weren't bad to me.
West Virginia?
I mean, maybe I went, but see, I was driving through when I plan my route, if I know I got to go through some mountains, I don't like driving through the mountains at night. So if I know I'm gonna hit some mountains, I got to hit them in the day. You know what I'm saying? Because if I drive at night, if I'm driving somewhere at night, and you know it's always a time at night where I start getting sleepy and I start seeing shit that ain't there. You know what I'm saying? So you don't want to be seeing shit going through the mountains. In the middle, then I go to the next exit and I give me a black coffee and then I throw some water on my face and I'll be straight.
And route from Columbus, Ohio, going to North Carolina, and it was a straight through. It was a direct route, and I couldn't pick it up to 8 o'clock that night. And it was a direct route, so that means I got to drive all the way through West Virginia and North Carolina. North Carolina is just as bad. North Carolina's a lot of curves. You curving all day. You know, like, I mean, that's you on that wheel all day curving from left. You know what I'm saying? For hours and hours. And man, that was terrible. I was like the only truck and we had a storm. I was like the only truck driver. Every semi in the world was parked on the side of the road. I'm the one kept on going, man. Because I had a route.
You ever been to the mountains in Pennsylvania? I think the Pennsylvania mountains is cool because you pretty much just drive straight through those mountains.
Pennsylvania a lot, man. I just New York not too long ago. I've been to Pennsylvania a lot. That's where all the money at, though.
Yeah.
You better take them mountains. If you come from the Midwest, you go anywhere north or east. That's why.
Now the wintertime, I don't send nothing west. And this is, I mean, not west, but east. So like 90 on the toll road.
You ain't doing it. Yeah, I probably won't either. This is my first year in, so I ain't really experienced no wintertime. I mean, we started freight. Our authority didn't go active to March, to the end of March. You know what I'm saying? So we really and I started taking loads strictly to the south. You know, Texas.
We'll go south in the wintertime, but east now.
I'm going to south in the wintertime for my own benefit if I'm driving. You know, I love to have my 34-hour layover, man, sitting back somewhere in Texas somewhere, you know?
Yeah, it's too risky. Like especially on 90, man. Like I was coming back from somewhere on 90, maybe like 2 years ago. I think it was coming from DC or something. Hit a snowstorm coming through Ohio. You know what I'm saying? And I hit a snowstorm coming from Michigan on 94 on an interstate, and it was rough. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, just imagine going through the mountains, but yeah, cut action, take 9 to answer your question. That's just some states right there that got mountains. We just named a few. So Let me see any more questions, man. Man don't need to meet Roscoe. Oh yeah, nah, we ain't. Man, the reason Mano tripping, is what you just said right here. You said it that I didn't. You know what I'm saying? You know, he already put out that he's Hispanic, which no one asked him, and he's sitting up here trolling me. Somebody, and he claimed he's driving. You're driving on the road, but you can't come on camera, but you got time to text. Right. And you seen a guy who's sitting up. I'm sitting up here on live, chilling, talking trucking, and you've been sitting here for the past hour trolling. You worry about me. I'm not worried about you, bro. And we not gonna block you. We don't do sucker shit like that. We don't block people. You know, so you keep talking your shit. You welcome to keep talking your shit.
He just really just trying to find an open invitation, man. Game.
Man, well shit. He can sit here and listen.
They don't know how to go about it, Mark, man. They don't know how to go about it, man. They go there and they figure if they go, you know, that right, man, that is more deal. He figure he can convince you to release your, you know, your balance sheet, you know.
And see, I never do that. See, I never do that. I never do that because it ain't nobody's business.
Go put that Gucci on. He gonna be like, oh, nah.
But see, I'm not finna do that either. You know what I'm saying? Because that shit. You know, here's the thing. If I'm creating videos on YouTube for people who are seeking knowledge, who are getting into the game, who are spending money trying to get into the game, and they seeking knowledge, what do I look like giving them this information and designer? Why do I have to drive my car and make sure I move my head like this so they can see the logo of the vehicle stitched in the seat? You know what I'm saying? I don't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? I can show you the game from right here from my den. Because I don't have to prove to you that I'm successful or that I have materialistic shit.
The real part of what you're saying, bro, and this is for real shit. This game don't begin designer, man. This game begins, man, in jogging. You know what I'm saying? You gotta put work, get some money out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't care what you start with. You can start with your $50,000 to buy that truck. And boy, if you don't buy that truck, if you think you're gonna buy a truck, you're gonna get in this game and buy a truck and put somebody else in it and see some money. Well, you be waiting forever to see your $50,000 back.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna end up putting 6 or 7 people in that truck that whole year. You know what I'm saying?
I tell people that all the time, like for passive income, and you know what? We spoke about this with the guy who was on earlier. Most of the women most of the people that's getting into the game for passive income is women. And it's a lot of women that have other jobs. Like I know a couple of nurses that bought trucks, you know what I'm saying, for passive income, and it just didn't work out. They couldn't find drivers. It's gonna be hard to find a driver. You know what I'm saying?
Industry. No, this is a grind mode, man.
Now it is.
Yeah.
Now it is because there's so many people entering the industry and people looking at like, man, I can go rent my own truck, get my own authority, and go get my own money. But I don't have to work for you.
But I'm gonna tell you the benefit of so many people entering the game, and it's not many. But I'm gonna tell you one from my own personal experience, man. I found that so many people being in this industry has made it so easy to distinguish the good drivers from the bad guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so many people that come from pants sagging, head nappy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not in uniform, no work ethic, no nothing, man. I swear to God, you can go anywhere. You get one truck, go anywhere, and you show up and show out. Man, they will get rid of everything, everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you can keep that standard. Because there's so many bullshit people in the industry now. People running away with loads. I'm talking about they got the whole thing over the road, man. If your authority ain't old enough, they not messing with you because people running away with loads, not delivering loads. You know what I'm saying? Because there's so many BS people in the industry now, man, that all you got to do is the bare minimum to stand out. It gives you such an opportunity to scale whatever you're doing. That's how you're gonna get those dedicated lanes or not. You know what I'm saying? You go through a broker and a shipper see you 2 or 3 times and you always on time.
Yeah.
And you don't got no problem helping them load, fixing your truck how you want to, strapping down your loads. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're gonna be like, man, I want that guy again. So after a while, they're gonna be like, man, you don't want to do no direct shipping loads. We ain't got to deal with that broker no more. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We paying him $350. We give you that $350. You the one we want. That's the only good thing, man, about the saturation of this market is that there's so many people who was not ready, who was incompetent entering the market. Because they getting all their game from YouTubers.
Some of them getting a good game, some of them getting.
Ain't many giving good game, man. I'll follow you because you get good game. And not all your game I agree with. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I would never create a YouTube and advocate for Final Mile. But the Lord knows I hate Final
But
Mile.
see, you know why? But see, here's the thing, and this is why I'm this whatever this dude's name is, man, it don't bother me because I could Final Mile is where I made my money at. This is what I know. I could speak on. I know a little bit about the CDL game. I know about the middle mile game, but my success comes from Final Mile. So I speak on where my success from, how I built my empire, how I was able to damn near finna retire at 42.
That's real spit.
And when I made my money, I did what I was supposed to do with it. I bought me a crib. You dig what I'm saying? I put my money to the side. I created a retirement plan. You know what I'm saying? So if it was ever a rainy day, I wouldn't have to go back to trying to either a job or whatever I would have had to do to make money. When the money was coming in and when it was good, I set myself up.
Right.
So I can sit here. When I do a YouTube video, damn, it takes a day to do. A 10-minute video takes a day to do. So people wonder, how do I pump out so much content? Because I got the time. You know what I'm saying? I got the time to do it. I'm not driving a truck. I'm not on the road. You know what I'm saying? I built my empire, made my money.
And see, that's the distinction you made right, that made it make sense to me. It's like, man, I got in the game different from you, bro. I was the only truck out here doing this. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know what I'm saying? When you were saying like, I'm the only one with trucks out here with my name on the side, and I just me knowing the game, I can understand the magnitude of that. You know what I'm saying? I can understand what market you in Chicago, and you really the only person out here really doing that. You know what I'm saying? When you was talking the other day in terms of like I was going to my alderman, they weren't telling me about no MBEs or none of this crap. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like I can understand like the level of game you get, man, in that early of the industry. You know what I'm saying? For 14 years ago, man, it's a completely different game. So I understand.
And I say that. I've always been transparent. I say I'm not in the game 100% like that no more.
And they got that.
I'm giving information based on the knowledge that I've obtained from being in the game. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in the game like that. So when this dude puts shit up like this, you who act like an expert in a subject area, constantly stating facts and correcting people, but who actually has very little knowledge on the subject. How do I not have knowledge on the subject, but I got all these videos giving knowledge? 14 years in the game.
But this the flame though. See, I guarantee you that these people that are saying that, these are new in the game. See, the game's so different. So now, even from when I told you that prospect, when I said I would never create a YouTube advocating home delivery, that's only because I'm new in that area. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
My experience and your experience is so different. So now when you get on here, like, and you telling people, because I'm telling you, man, these people are actually renting the shit out these trucks for $850, $1,000 a week.
Mm-hmm.
And you ain't in the game like that. You own your truck. You don't know, like, you're thinking like, oh shit, it's $560, $540. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you can advocate like, man, yeah, home delivery, man, your first day gonna pay for your truck. No, man. You know,
it's probably not like, so what you saying is not like that no more.
It's like that no more. You spend 2 days paying for your truck.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so that's why dude is on there saying like, man, you don't know the game. You don't know the game.
No. This guy is a company driver. He probably a CDL. If he's even a driver, he's a CDL driver. So he I'm not a fake guru. I'm not a fake guru. I'm not selling. I'm not a person who doesn't know anything. So the reason why I started YouTube, I saw a video from a famous rapper who did a box truck video. And he said, man, you can make $1 million with one box truck. So I said, okay, if he's making a video about box trucking, then box trucking must be very, very, very popular. So then I looked into it, and it's a lot of people. And the more videos I watched, I saw a lot of false information. So I said, well, you know what? Maybe I can make one and give some truths. And then that's what I started doing. And that's how my page, I guess, was able to grow at the speed that it's been growing, because I've been telling the truth. I told a guy the other day, don't put your money into this. Now, if you're in it and you're trying to navigate and you're asking me for my advice, then I'll give you my advice on how to navigate. And I see, in my opinion. But like the guy the other day, I said, why would you jump into this right now? If you got $60,000 or whatever the amount he said, I can't remember, 50 or say, or if he said amount, but if you got thousands of dollars to buy your truck out cash, 50,000, because that's what you're gonna get a good box truck for right about now at a decent price, 50 grand.
And that's only because it's going down now.
And that's why it's going to right. So I wouldn't do that, because cash is going to be king in about another year or two.
Yeah.
So you need to keep your cash.
I wouldn't even the trucks I bought last year, man. And my Kenworth, I paid $36,000 for, and I had to get that shit from Nebraska. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, and that sucker came with damn near 300,000 miles on it. You know what I'm saying? But as soon as it got here and went to my fleet maintenance mechanic, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Up before the purchase was complete and all that crap. You know what I'm saying? Because you gotta do all that now. You know, I mean, people dogging these trucks like the point dude was making the other day. Like, in I think the next 2 years, these rental getting these old rental trucks, buying these old rental trucks. No, man, these dudes burning these trucks out, man. If you see these rentals, man, these rentals look terrible, man.
You know why? Because like you said,
shit hanging off, they still ain't turning me in. As long as them wheels turning, them dudes keep on burning.
They not turning them in because they ain't got no replacements for them to switch them out, to put that truck through, take it to a PM. See, back in the day, if you had a truck for a long period of time and they get to calling you to bring that truck for a PM, they have another truck to swap you out.
Right, no question.
So they probably don't have no trucks to swap them out, and these guys don't want to come off the road, because once they turn that truck in, that's going to be in there for probably about 3-4 days, you know, maybe a week, and they don't want to slow up their money.
Man,
and I get it.
Yeah, and they got all these box truck groups on Facebook. I don't know if you're on Facebook. I don't know if you're in none of them groups, man.
I'm not in none of them groups.
They got 1,000. Oh man, you should get on them groups. You'll be surprised at the level of anything you not understand about trolling and crap. You'll get it from them groups. Man, you'll get so many people that then bought sell a truck, bought 3 or 4 trucks, ask you a simple question like, "Hey, do I have to stop at weigh stations?" You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how you get 3 trucks before you find out that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm talking about, but they huge groups too, man. That's how many people in this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they huge groups, man. Even if you don't join, even if you just wanted to just look, just go on Facebook and be like, straight box truck groups. You're gonna see 1,000,001 of them with 1,000,000 people in the groups. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna look into it.
And the content on there is daily. It's so interesting, man. And it'll give you a lot of subjects to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't have to respond. You can just see somebody comment, and you'll see 500 people comment on that. Be like, man, let me talk about that, because all them comments I read was terrible. You know what I'm saying? Let me do a YouTube about that, because that's the real information people looking at. If you get in them groups, you're gonna see the real, because all this information usually comes from people on the road.
Mm-hmm.
You know, driving, saying what this light means. Oh my God, I just busted a tire here. Oh my God, I just got double brokered here. Somebody just double brokered me. What do I do about this? You know what I'm saying?
So it's a bunch of novices looking for answers.
They're looking for answers. You know what I'm saying? So if your mission really to give out information, you'll find a lot of subject matter there, because those are the guys that's really into it and seeing it. You know what I'm
saying? I'm giving out information based on my experiences from being a fleet owner operator in Final Mile.
But
you
I
know
think
what I'm saying?
People, though, I think that's valuable, from even the point that you got people getting these trucks and going straight over the road, don't have no over the road experience, so they don't understand. They don't even know they got other options.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even know they have a Final Mile. You know, you got people on like, man, bought this truck, man, 50,000. I'm in the minus. I'm trying to sell it. They don't even know, like, they in a They might be in Chicago. Don't even know, man. They looking for people. You ain't got to sell your truck.
Right.
It's a different part of the industry, bro.
Right. You said me, I don't gotta sell my trucks?
No, I'm talking about
Oh.
people might be asking that question, like, man, I gotta sell my truck, man. I've been over the road. I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I lost money. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, I'm trying to sell it, you know, and I gotta pay off 50 or 60,000 because what these finance companies doing, they so wicked, man. You could pay $50, you could pay 50,000 for the truck and try to turn it in or sell it to somebody else. They want you to pay off the whole loan, man, even the interest. You know what I'm saying? They said, man, you ain't gonna pay, you gotta get somebody to pay 80,000 for this joint. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna look at some of them Facebook groups. I didn't know it was Facebook groups for
That's a ton of them, man.
box trucking, but I guess, man, box trucking is really popular now, man.
And then once you see it, you're gonna be like, man, crazy. Like, and it's gonna really give you an opportunity, man, to reach a specific group of people, man, because you're gonna really see where everybody going wrong in this game, man. You know what I'm saying? You see how you touch on some of the most important, relevant information, and you get no response.
Mm-hmm.
But when somebody talk about Amazon Relay or something, you know what I'm saying? The questions, you know, jump off the charts.
Right.
That's what you're gonna see. They even got an Amazon Relay straight truck group. You know what I'm saying? And you just see the questions like, okay, why is everybody thinking like, okay, this their route to success?
I think a lot of people think Amazon Relay is their route to success. I think just aligning their name
to Amazon
with Amazon, it just feels like I made it. And I thought like that 2 years ago. And if that DSP thing would have went through for me, man, I'd be up Shit's Creek right now.
Man, I got that same offer, that DSP, man, for 15 cargo vans and everything from Amazon, man. Me and my business partner sat there. We like, so we're gonna make 2.5 million and only gonna keep 400,000. You got me crazy.
And that's what they sell you. You probably weren't gonna keep 400.
Right. You weren't gonna even keep 400,000. They want to tell you about. See, that's what I'm saying. You got in that group, you got people who do it, who done and explaining all the shit that went wrong. Like, oh man, I'm $50,000 backwards because of they don't tell you that the charges, the chargebacks, and this and that. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about, man. It's a shitload of information, but it's a shitload of inquiries that I think that you are equipped to answer for a lot of people, man, because they think that's their only route. You know, because that might be their only source of info, because they might have watched YouTube and seen so many people, and like you say, you knew. You know what I'm saying? So everybody selling over the road. They be like, I don't want to go over the road, man. I don't want to see them videos. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So they go to a straight box truck, like, man, how do I get money off Amazon? I'm in Pennsylvania, I'm in Florida, I'm in Georgia. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, man, you there, man. You ain't never tried Final Mile?
But you know what? Like you said, like you weren't interested in Final Mile because you've been there and you've done that. And I know a lot of people don't want to touch Final. I even did a poll, you know, Final Mile and Middle Mile. Most of the people pick Middle Mile because a lot of people don't want to touch freight. A lot of people don't want to lift. You know what I'm saying? You doing a lot of lifting with Final Mile.
Man, a lot of lifting, but to me, man, it's a lot of claims, man. And like you said, man, when you get into the warehouses and you got 5 or 6 contractors in there, man, everybody trying to steal your people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just ridiculous, man. You know what I'm saying? And you paying 175, 200, man, it ain't shit for somebody to say, man, 210, 220, man. You know what I'm saying? And somebody, before you know it, your guy just telling you out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? So now I told you, like you said, they weren't charging you for drop loads. Now they doubling you for drop loads. Matter of fact, at Best Buy, man, through Pilot, man, it was $100 a stop. So if you had 17 stops, man, it was $1,700 for that drop load. And they weren't gonna pay you but $650 for that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. See, none of that. They weren't doing that. You know, in my heyday. You know, my heyday for Final Mile really started slowing down in 2018 because I was running for a company called Nonstop Delivery. So at that point I had a warehouse. So Nonstop Delivery, if you have a warehouse, they'll middle mile the freight to you, right?
Right.
You when the truck gets to you, your forklift, your warehouse, you unload the stuff, you stage it, you log into the Nonstop website, and you see all the inbound freight that you received, and then you can call the customer and schedule. You see what I'm saying? So like a lot of things you deal with final mile when you go, like if you're in like in a rural area, you might get 15 stops, but your stops may be so spread apart. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? So the good thing about nonstop delivery, one, you got to have a warehouse, but as you getting freight in every day, I can kind of look at everything that's coming in. So this came in from US Mattress. This came in from ABT. This came in, all this stuff came in from Wayfair. Wayfair would be a truck a day. You know what I'm saying? So all this stuff came, I could look and see where everything was going. And then, you know what? I ain't gonna call these people today. We're gonna send a truck over there that day. I'll call them tomorrow. And I could tell them, look, we got you scheduled for Wednesday. The truck will be there between 9 and 12. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't pick. I would tell them when the truck was coming, and you got to be there.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
that was the beautiful thing about that contract. But you know what I'm saying? I'm warehousing. So now that opens up to a lot more money, a lot more costs. You know what I'm saying? When the forklifts break down, when they come out to fix that forklift, that's $150 an hour. And they charge you that on the way to you.
And you know they're gonna take their time fixing it.
You know what I'm saying? Gonna tell you gotta get parts and all that, and then you got a truck. I only had one forklift. You see what I'm saying? Now that's why I struggled at. The trucking game wasn't nothing. Like I scaled up in the trucking game over time, and once I really got to rolling with the trucking game, now the warehouse game, that the overhead was kicking, but I saw final mile transition, and then so I was trying to transition and stay ahead of it. But that warehouse game, that's a different ball game. The cost associated with that,
man. The guy put me on the game, man, on that warehouse on that tip you talking about a month ago, man.
Mm-hmm.
I had met this guy, man, online. I was picking up a load out of Chicago, man. Some Japanese air load, right?
Yeah.
And the broker, that's when my transmission went out. So I couldn't reverse. That's how I knew my transmission went out. I couldn't reverse. So I had to cancel the load. So I'm talking to so I call the broker, like, man, I can't even get in the dock. I can't reverse. You know, we got to drop this load. So he called the person who he got the load from, and he called him. So he put him on the three-way with me to explain what the problem is. Try to make him that he wasn't bullshitting about, you know, that I was there to pick up the load. So, dude, it's gonna cost us $1,500 to keep that load on that dock. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. So you need to get somebody out there right back. So what they did, they paid to just stay there till another truck come, stay in line till another truck come. You know what I'm saying? So like 2 days later, I'm talking to this other guy, and he's from Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
You got I forgot what he called it. Like, it's something like a park spot where they rent like 2 or 3 dock spaces. Mm-hmm. And they take these loads, specifically out of Chicago, because this is where they eating at it. They take these loads out these airports that they can't get booked for that day. Mm-hmm. The airport charges them so much to stay there, and they dock them for that night, and then they get carriers for them the next day. So instead of them paying $1,500 to the airport, they paying them dudes $1,000 just to park them in they dock, a pallet or 2. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, ain't no warehousing because the task is no forklifting, no nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like everything got to be pallet jack wise. Everything got to be much better because we ain't leasing another 2 dock space. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he like, man, I'm making $30,000 a month just doing that. I said, that's crazy. He said, because sometimes he have a carrier who pick up a load Friday and it don't drop off to Monday.
Right.
They'll come and lease his dock space just to drop that pallet so they can keep carrying loads through the weekend. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And come back and get that and take it off.
Yeah. So that warehouse game, just the cost associated with, like, it's expensive, man.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's expensive. So just like, and then the return. So like when we was doing Wayfair, 50% of the stuff we delivered for Wayfair. Hold on a second. How much are you making a week now? Net. I'm not making nothing. I'm broke, man. I'm fucked up. Matter of fact, I never did final mile. I never owned any trucks. I'm just lying. I've never been in the final mile gang. Since you want to troll me, I'm just gonna give you what you want. Maybe you'll leave me alone. You're right. I'm just a fake guru. I've never owned any trucks. I'm actually I'm an Uber driver. I drive Uber. You're right. I don't own any trucks, and yeah, man, you got me, man. You got me. I know a lot about Final Mile, but I don't do it. I don't own any trucks, and you're right, man. You got me. You've been trolling me all night, so you got me, man. I hope you're happy now. All right. What were we saying? I'm sorry.
You were saying about the warehouse.
Yeah, so the warehouse, and so with Wayfair, 50% of the stuff we delivered for Wayfair, 50% of that was what ended up having to be returned. So like I literally send a route out for Wayfair every day. Stuff would get delivered for Wayfair every day on routes, right? Boom. The following week, I log into the portal and have about 50% of we had to go back and pick up and bring it back. Now, when you go pick that stuff up, they're paying you to pick the stuff up, right? But when it gets back to the warehouse, you got to schedule it to get picked up to get middle mile back to the warehouse, the Wayfair DC or wherever the stuff goes, unless they told you to dispose of it. And man, I know a lot. It's crazy how I know so much about this shit, but I'm a fraud. So anyway, once the stuff got back to my warehouse, you know what I'm saying, we had to prep it for middle mile. So that means I had to palletize it. You know what I'm saying? We had to wrap it.
Right.
Now, mind you, they're not giving this stuff has been delivered. So all the packaging and stuff for this shit has been disposed of.
Right.
But you can't just throw this shit on a freight truck when it comes up. You got to palletize this shit. A couch.
Right.
You know, stuff that you like, how do you like
right.
on a pallet? So now I gotta build a pallet. You know what I'm saying? You gotta build pallets and shit to put couches on, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, that sounds like a crazy game.
And then I'm man, you talking about loads of shrink wrap. Man, you know how much money I was spending in shrink wrap because of the returns?
Yeah.
The Wayfair returns. So if they were paying me, they was paying us $85 a stop for returns. So when you calculate sending the crew to pick that stuff up, right? Everything that's cost in just the logistics of the truck and then the picking up, then you have to calculate the cost of the warehousing. And I used to get into it with them about that because I'm like, man, when this stuff comes back, like we got to palletize this stuff, like, and I got to build pallets sometimes and the shrink wrap, you know what I'm saying? And just the staging of this shit. Because once we palletize it and I put it in, it's ready to pick up, I got to wait for nonstop to put it on a middle mile carrier to come pick it up. So now this shit might be sitting there. What about my storage fees? They didn't pay none of that.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? And then, bro, when I finally stopped the nonstop contract, when I just got fed up with it, right? Boom. And I kid you not, I quit that contract February of 2018. Do you know they were still, you know how backed up my payments were? I was still getting paid every week until September. My settlements were still rolling into September.
So what was the backup problem?
Man, the way they operate is they didn't pay you until they got paid.
Mm-hmm. See, that's something else you should tell people about their final mile too, man. If you coming from over the road, you know, over the road, they factoring their loads, so they get them the next day, man. You know, all my contracts with final miles, man, you ain't seeing a check, man, for the first 3 weeks, then you're going to see one every week after that. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to be operating at a loss for the first 3 weeks. You're going to be paying somebody, 2 people, if you ain't on your truck yourself.
And see, here's why I never factored. So everything was coming out the company, you know what I'm saying? I look at factoring like, man, if I would have got wrapped up too deep in that factoring, I felt like I'd have never came up from up under it. And that's how I felt like with Amazon, the DSP. You know what I'm saying? Because when that DSP program, when I really looked at those numbers, to get up and going, because they weren't gonna pay me for the first 45 days. You see what I'm saying? So with what they was telling me that I had to pay the drivers, that totaled out to $100,000 for the first 30 days and payroll, right? It was still gonna cost me another $150 to get up and running to cover, you know what I'm saying? Because they wanted me to come in the door with 20 vans. And this is on the old DSP model. This is not on the model now. And then that's the reason why they switched it, was because they had so much freight and they kept trying to onboard people, but they wanted everybody to come in with this high number of vehicles, and it's just not realistic for a lot of people. How many people just have $250,000 to invest off back?
Right. Especially because when you service this program to, you know, I mean, put distribution centers and these fulfillment centers smack dead on the highway, some neighborhood, so you get them employees first in the warehouse. You know what I'm saying? You're going into high unemployed areas so you get the employment numbers, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But so it's like you get a type of community that don't have $2,000 crap. But yeah, but like I was saying, like I don't know how it was back then, but now you wait 21 to receive your first week. You know what I'm saying? That's a week check, man, and they doing that because of claims. You know what I'm saying? Or they but they want to at least pull your checks in case of claim.
Right.
In case they had claims, you just taking my trucks here where they know they at least got two checks to pay them claims. You know?
So a lot of guys factor in too, probably because they need the money for fuel.
You can't even factor final.
No, well, I never factored, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, you can't factor now. I mean, that's a direct payment. You know what I'm saying?
Most final mile companies though pay the following week. I never had to wait.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. That's not the game no more.
Wow.
That's not, you got some who do like NAL. They do a lot of the key up here.
Mm-hmm.
They might just give you a 2-week pay. Now, the only thing I'm saying is when you start, you're gonna wait your first weeks. You're gonna get paid every Friday. They're gonna have 2 weeks of payments. You know what I'm saying?
That's always been the case.
And then they're gonna pay you the third week. Okay, that's always been the case. This is where a lot of people go is they don't come in with capital. They rent a truck and they don't realize that they get paid 3 weeks from now. Paying a guy, paying 2 guys weekly. You know what I'm saying? You pay truck weekly rental, paying for your gas. So when you get your first check, it ain't for the been paying for the first week. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you like, well, I done $6,000 first week on close to 500. So you it's gonna take you 6 to 8 weeks to catch up to your expenses with final amount. I just think that people should know because they can.
Your phone going in and out. Your phone going in and out.
My fault about it. Can you hear me now?
Now I can.
Yeah, I just thought information. When you jump in that final, make sure you got enough capital saved up for payroll, for truck expenses, for those other fixed expenses like gas, because you're going to be taking your profit for at least 6 to 8 weeks.
So let me ask you this, because like I said, I entered when I do my videos, I speak on my experiences. So the way I entered the game, a lot of people not entering the game that way. A lot of people just want to jump right in. I started humbly from humble beginnings, and I worked my way up.
Right.
And when I got to final mile, I already had a successful moving business, successful moving company. So it was nothing for me to just create a new business, parallel to that one that was already in trucking, and I had the money from this business to fund that business. So let me ask you this, because I didn't come in grassroots, you know what I'm saying? So
exactly what you're saying.
In today's time, and we're going to speak not from buying, if I was a renter, if I was renting a truck and I wanted to come into the final mile game, what do you think the startup cost would be?
Well, I'm gonna tell you just based off just real experience. Like I told you, we started out with one rental truck in February last year. I say we spent $16,000 before we even seen our $3,500. We waited nearly 3 weeks to receive a 1-week check, and that was with employee, truck rent, gas, claims, and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, you get ahead with claims in the first 3 weeks?
Yeah, because everybody was new. Nobody know the game. You know what I'm saying? And I was on the truck. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They don't train you no.
No, they didn't train you back then. They
Nope.
just threw you out there.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do now. So like I would take like I started out firm. That was my home. Started out firm for my home through pilot. So how you go out, man? And if you return, like say for instance, somebody have a return mattress and you got to bring back this return. And say for instance, they took off the law tags.
Yeah.
If you bring that mattress back, bought that mattress. Man, this mattress will be a Howard Stern $5,000 mattress. So you bought that mattress. If you brought it back without the law tag on it,
Right.
that's your mattress.
Yeah. They cutting they see.
And then it's only Mattress Firm warehouse in Wisconsin. So Mattress Firm service all of Wisconsin.
Right.
So you in Walsall, so you driving 200 or 300 miles a day. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's only one Mattress Firm warehouse that's servicing all the home delivery in all of Wisconsin. So you're not just going 40, 50 miles.
Right.
You know, you're going, it might take you 3 hours to get to your first stop, and then you're somewhere rural, so it's taking you another 40 minutes to get to your next stop, you know?
Right.
Stuff like that. So your expenses is so crazy, and then your first check, you like, oh man, you know, it's 3,500, you know?
That's final mile. Here go a guy. He's asking about a final mile question. Let me read this and he can kind of chime in. Maybe we can answer his question together. I'll answer it from my experiences of final mile, and you can answer it from yours. Hope all is well, gentlemen. I'm owner of S&A Cargo Ship. I have a fleet with a last mile delivery company. Been doing it over 2 years, and I'm currently looking for a warehouse to open. Hold on. To open my own last mile delivery company. I gain all the knowledge I feel like to start it up on my own. I have capital from my other businesses, and I currently own 8 cargo vans. That might be an issue. And I'm going to bring everyone else on 1099 and have them use their own vehicle insurance to pay for gas. First question I want to ask you is where you're located. What state, what city are you in? 2, I mean, congratulations. You want to start your own final mile business. I come with 14 years experience. Cargo vans. Cargo vans is going to be a little tricky. Not saying there's not work with cargo vans, but the work is limited compared to if you had a truck, even a 16-footer. The reason why is obviously because real estate space on the van. You know, we're in an e-commerce generation now, so there's a lot of freight. And these companies want bigger vehicles, right? So you're kind of limited to what you can do. Certain companies won't even look at you with a cargo van. Now, the one company that I know will look at you with a cargo van that has cargo van routes available, they have like Peloton and stuff like that, is a company called Select Express for final mile. Now, Select Express, I'm gonna be honest with you, they don't pay all that great. You know what I'm saying? They don't pay all that great. And when you're dealing with the cargo van, you know, you're going to get the short end of the stick on rates anyway, because all companies are going to try to pay you the least amount as possible, because they're going to say, man, you just, you know,
right, capacity.
You don't have the capacity. So you're dealing with like specialized accounts. Even with Peloton, let's say, and I'm just giving you an example. Let's say we go through another pandemic next year. I'm not saying this will happen. I hope this doesn't happen, but let's say a pandemic happens, they shut everything down, including the gyms. We did a lot of fitness equipment delivery assembly in 2020. You're going to see that again. If a pandemic happens, they shut gyms down, people are going to start buying fitness equipment assembly. You got a cargo van, right? You're limited to how much fitness equipment you can put in the cargo van. So Buffalo, New York, besides Amazon and UPS, there are only 2 last mile delivery companies. We only deliver packages and boxes. The companies I work with now deliver packages for DHL, Target, and Walmart. Buffalo, New York, Besides Amazon, UPS, they're the only two final mile. See, here's the thing. There no Buffalo, New York, Amazon and UPS. I guarantee you, they're not the only two last mile companies. Most big freight companies have a final mile lane. XPO does final mile.
Right.
JB Hunt, I'm sure there's a JB Hunt in Buffalo, New York. They do final mile.
Yeah.
Amazon and UPS aren't the only two final mile companies in Buffalo, New York.
No, I could not.
I can put money on the line. I don't even live in New York, and I could tell you that.
Right. I couldn't imagine New York. Like, come on. I mean, the game changed since COVID, man. You know, I mean, everything is home delivery, man. I mean, I order shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, instead of going to the store, man. Like, I mean, the game that changed, man. And in regards to that, bro, I think he's touching on what you was touching on, man, in regards to, he's trying to set up his own final mile company. That warehouse space, like you was saying earlier, that overhead is crazy. Because that's what's required, man. A who actually convinced me to get in the trucking game. He got a few trucks at a Kia, and he does pretty well, but they was offering him the Kia contract.
Through what, NAL or through who?
No, they was offering. They was offering because they got rid of NAL, and then they hired on Pilot.
Pilot has IKEA up in Wisconsin.
But Pilot had for just a few months. They got rid of Pilot right away.
IKEA, man, they don't play games.
No, they don't play no games. So they got rid of Pilot. So when they got rid of Pilot, they was looking for, they was soliciting for contracts. So he come to me and my business partner. He like, man, let's just get a warehouse because they talking to me personally saying that they would give me this final mile contract if we can warehouse these products. You know what I'm saying?
Usually when these companies do it, but you have to be able to do it on a national level.
But they was offering him,
or regional.
Yeah, they was offering him just the region because it's only one warehouse in Wisconsin too that delivers all over Wisconsin.
Okay.
So, and I was telling him, I don't think we want to require. First, I don't want the requirements of W-2 employees for the first part. I don't want. So once you start warehousing, you got to hire warehouse workers, and then you got to start with actual employees.
You're dealing with warehouse workers. Your OSHA, all that stuff.
Right, you're dealing with a bunch of regulations now. So my whole thing was like, oh man, based on what they paying the carrier and based on paying the man that the final mile, guy gonna get too much money, because I was hearing from Pilot and the managers at Pilot and these other places like, man, we ain't making too much money off these deliveries either. And sometimes I was seeing a contract. You know what I'm saying? I had some of their contracts like, man, because I was complaining like, man, y'all got to be making $1,000 off these routes and paying me $650, And I was getting access to some of their contracts like, man, we pay $80 off delivery today. You know what I'm saying? But I understand they scaled out. They nationwide. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
so
right.
Different. But in terms of dude asking about that warehousing, man, especially with them cargo vans, like, man, I mean, everybody wants capacity now, man.
I think he's talking about because cargo vans are the best. My company's is identical to Amazon, FedEx, UPS. Each of my drivers deliver 100 packages a day with more room available. Only time it's crazy when it's peak. So who are you delivering for? What package who are you delivering for? My drivers make $1,500 to $2,000 a week. Obviously, 1099, so no taxes are taken out. Like, what are you delivering packages? But for who? Because when you said final mile, I was thinking.
Right, I was thinking of
general freight, furniture, appliances, things of that nature. If you're talking about final mile on like package delivery, like where who are you running these packages for? What company?
Yeah, where are you located?
He's located in Buffalo, New York.
Oh, okay.
But he's saying he's running cargo vans. His business model is identical to Amazon, FedEx, and UPS. So if you're asking that you're looking to start a company similar to UPS and FedEx and DHL, is that what you're saying? where people can, if I want to ship a box or something, you'll send a truck and come pick it up, and then you'll handle it from the point of pickup to the final destination, or
Right.
because then you're talking about first, middle, and final.
That's what it sounds like if he's talking about getting a warehouse space too.
Last mile delivering, for example, Butcher Boxes, Fashion Nova, a few big e-commerce companies. I think you need to come on, man. Here go the link. Why don't you come on and explain it? Come on and explain exactly what it is.
Cause he probably finna drop some sauce, man.
Yeah, you might, because I'm thinking you talking about General Freight. Hit that link and come on and explain it. Because Fashion Nova, like when you order that stuff from Fashion Nova, they use FedEx, right? Because now if you're talking about big e-commerce companies, then you would have to have a whole infrastructure from first to final mile, I would think, right? Because in order for you to do the final mile, and you're talking about dealing with these companies, who's going to handle the first mile?
Right.
Who's going to handle the middle mile?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what he said in his original question. Like he's thinking about, getting a warehouse and coming straight from the ports,
But to start a company similar to those,
Right. That's
to FedEx and UPS,
right. Or
and
even,
Amazon, you would have to create a footprint nationwide, I would think, right?
I don't know, man. I don't necessarily know about that. I got a couple of my guys, man, who don't run nothing but vans, right? But they do a lot of what he's doing, like cargo deliveries. But they do a lot of business mail and stuff like that, man. They do pretty good.
But that's local, though, right? That's
Yeah,
local, like B2B, business to business, stuff like that.
yeah, business to business. Like they do, but they do pretty good. But not only that, they starting to get contracts with some major manufacturers. But it's not for they manufacture products, more or less for they small packaging products.
Mm-hmm.
Like a create generator customer, and they had to wait for the customer to get certain parts of the generator. They'll pay my guys to come pick it up and take it instead of a 26-foot box truck.
Yeah, if you can find small little loads for a van, they rather, if it's like shit that's left over, let's say they send a full load and they got some extra that they didn't have the space for, then they'll put it in a van because they don't want to have a 26-footer come.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of companies now that's doing that. Like, so you can make this out of business. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you get you a few vans and actually get you enough contracts where you actually packed every day, where your van is fully loaded. Because my guys, their vans are fully loaded every day. Because I keep trying to tell them, like, get box truck. Like, man, we need these vans,
I'm curious to see what he finna say about this this business model. I'm interested in this. He said he got a business model identical to UPS and FedEx.
Right.
He said he finna come on, so
I
thought he was talking about General Freight.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was like appliances, furniture.
You know what I'm saying? Because if it was General Freight, I usually don't recommend getting a cargo van. I did cargo van for Office Depot, but even with Office Depot, when I was running 6 trucks too. I was just running those vans, and we was renting the vans. I owned one van, and I was renting like the other 2 because it was just so much freight for Office Depot back then. Like now, that count don't even exist, but that was just office supplies. It was just a lot of paper that was going to like hospitals and schools and things like that. So you can stack a cargo van because most of the stuff you put in was shaped like a box, so you could really stack that stuff in a cargo van if you had overages. I'm getting a lot of gems from this. I'm getting a lot of gems from this business. Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, so yeah, I'm just curious to see what he's going to say because when I was doing warehousing, hold on, let me put the link back up just so he can. I will join this 1 second. I go to link. Like when I jumped into the warehousing for Final Mile, man, and it wasn't no joke, man. That's a whole different ball game, a whole different ball game, and that was just me trying to, stay ahead. I saw what Final Mile was going, and like you was talking about IKEA, man. Like when I had IKEA, when I first started with IKEA, that was my first Final Mile contract, and a company named Dynamics had it. Dynamics is called T-Force right now. So Dynamics had it. The reason why they brought us in, I told this on one of my videos. I was just in moving. I didn't even know the Final Mile existed. I get a call one day, and it was the guy from Dynamics. He was like, "Man, we're having a hard time with this IKEA contract. We just don't think the independent contractors really know how to deal with furniture because they were dealing with like Granger, their main contracts with Granger and Office Depot Dynamics. So it was just boxes, you know what I'm saying? So they took on this IKEA contract, and these guys that had been using to dealing with just Granger and Office Depot, they just really didn't know how to maneuver that furniture. So it was a lot of claims, right? So they was like, we thought maybe we should reach out to some moving companies, and because you guys deal with furniture every day, so you guys know how to maneuver this stuff without claims, and you are at the top of the list. Let me bring them on real quick. Let me finish telling this story, Big Bro, and then I'm gonna let you tell it. So we had IKEA with Dynamics. They still ended up losing it. A company named Urban Express took it over. All right. So we went over to Urban Express. Urban Express got bought out by XPO. So then we ended up going over to XPO. You see what I'm saying? And I don't even think XPO has it no more. Like over the years, IKEA has just been bouncing around. Like they don't really play games. They'll cut a logistics company off. They'll cut a logistics company off quick.
And I'm telling you the game now, bro. When you was talking about how like they like the Final Mile contractors like to go with these nationwide companies, they changing the game on that, man. They starting to get more regional. They starting to realize they make more money and save more money going for regional logistics companies. Like a lot of these XPOs and a lot of these JP Hunts is getting in certain regions where they're doing bad at, they getting local logistics companies coming to get them contracts. Like the mattress firm, the Best Buys, the Home Depots. If I go to a Home Depot here and go to a Home Depot in Missouri or Illinois, they owned by two different logistics companies. You know.
What's going on, boss?
How you doing, bro?
How are you guys? I'm good.
We're good. We're good.
Doing well.
Thank you for having me.
Man, come on.
Yeah. Name's Shaquan. I'm the owner of SNA Cargo Ship, which is a last mile delivery company. I'm actually contracted within a last mile delivery, so I have a fleet with the company. Really don't want to say their name because you don't know if this can get anywhere, and they find out that I might be starting my own up.
Right.
So I have a fleet within them, and what we specialize in is I have 4 zip codes in Buffalo, New York, and we just deliver small packages. I think the biggest packages we get is like 50 pounds, which is the butcher box. And that company that I work for, contracted with, they get DHL e-commerce companies, and they get all the packages delivered to their warehouse, where it's then scanned, labeled, and sorted out to the drivers, which are my drivers, and we get 150 plus per zip code per area, and basically what I was saying is I'm at the point where now I have some capital, and I want to get the contracts with DHL. I want to get the contracts with Nike and all these companies, and now I want to start bringing on other drivers, hiring employees, and I want to do my own.
Just the Final Mile.
Personally. Exactly. I think where we were getting confused was the last mile to the final delivery.
Right.
I guess that term right there, we were kind of getting confused at.
Well, first and the mid will be covered by DHL, right?
Exactly. So all that is delivered to the company. So an example, right? I have 13, 14, 15, which will all be, let's say, 3 zip codes. They will be delivered in a box full of 50 packages, 50 boxes, and then it's then sorted out to each driver.
So you saying you would have a company, they would middle mile the stuff to your warehouse, and then you would final mile it. So similar like what I was doing with Nonstop. So
exactly.
Yeah.
So besides UPS, FedEx, USPS, the company I'm at now, and there's one more, the only last mile that do that. Not no big freights, not delivering a washer, dryers, and furniture to
Right.
homes. Because we do have XPO, we have all those companies there, but they all specialize in the big freight deliveries.
Right. And you only want to operate this. You're only talking about doing this in that's upstate New York, right? Buffalo,
Yep.
right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Upstate New York. Honestly, this is my second company. I'm in real estate, so I just ended up doing this just because. I mean, if I have the potential to grow and go to a different state or go to a different region, why not? But I feel like I'm really already. I have the knowledge, but I obviously want to bring other people on board to help me out because I don't have it all. You know. And I mean, if I can get to the point where either I sell it for a couple $1,000,000, or I keep scaling, why not?
Man, real talk.
Well, go for it, man. I mean, that lane of final mile that you're talking about, I've always been in general freight, the heavy stuff.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But if you feel like
And
it's a
I can
lane
add
for
that
it,
also.
uh-huh.
I,
If you
I, I
feel
can add that also to the business also, but I don't have the knowledge on that stuff. You know what I mean? I don't know if I mean, I feel like it will kind of be similar, but
uh-huh.
I don't have the knowledge on it.
So you would get the middle mile contract from who?
So I would get. So you're trying to say like where would I get all the packages and stuff from?
Yeah, to handle the last mile of it.
It would be myself. It would be my vehicles that would be delivering it to.
No.
Or
I know
who
your
would be
vehicles
delivering the packages to my warehouse?
right. So let's say this. Let's say this. You mentioned Fashion Nova. I go on Fashion Nova. I live in upstate New York. I go on
Yep.
Fashion Nova. I order something. I don't know, whatever, a shirt. That's
Okay.
Fashion Nova's in California, right?
Yep.
California.
Yep.
So whoever they use, I guess it would get shipped out via FedEx or UPS, right? They probably have
Correct.
a pickup a few times a day there, I would assume,
Yeah.
right? He's a $1 billion company now, right? So they got pickups, UPS, FedEx, and UPS and FedEx is handling that from point A across country middle mile to upstate New York, right? So why wouldn't they just final mile it too, since they got the whole infrastructure?
So it all depends on. So for example, the company that delivers it to the warehouse that I'm at now is not UPS, not FedEx. That is, it's a third party transport company that picks it up from the distribution company and then brings it to where I'm at. So there's no UPS, there's no FedEx that delivers those packages to my warehouse. So my drivers can deliver it.
Okay.
Sounds crazy, but
I'm still trying to follow where your company would connect from the middle mile. If you're dealing with a company like Nike, I know when I order Nike online, it comes from Tennessee. I'm pretty sure they got DCs all over the country. So if you order something from Nike.com, your phone is kind of like doing like a robot thing. Wherever you were standing when you first got on, that was perfect. He froze. Yeah, he froze. Yeah, I really want to, because I'm still trying to figure out whether, you see what I'm saying? How his, hello, are you there? Yeah, he froze again.
Yeah. You got to find a good location.
Yeah, you got to go back to that location that you was in when you first came on. Because I really want to know this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to figure out where the connection is become.
Right. I don't know if this is what he's saying, but I kind of think what he's saying is kind of like, like everything is being, brokered out now, in all types of freight, whether it's cargo freight or, everything being brokered out now. Like everybody wants to just go with the independent contractor because it saves you a ton of money on employment expenses. It saves you a ton of money on equipment expenses, on all these things, So I think even the DHLs and all that now is probably brokering out their final miles instead of running them,
Mm-hmm. Because
everybody's trying to copy Amazon model, Like Amazon, okay, why go buy, to make this freight move? Why buy a million, cargo vans, and you can just, incentivize, 50,000 people to do it,
Mm. Hmm.
and let them carry the burden of the breakdown, the insurance costs, the crashes, the matching Medicaid and matching Social Security expense that come with a W-2 employee. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, why not have somebody else carry that burden?
Hmm. I hear what you're saying. So basically, it would get middleman to his warehouse, I guess.
Yeah, that's kind of what I heard he was saying. I think he was saying they got a third party company that they source to middleman to the final mile.
Hmm.
And he was saying all the packages come in like a huge box. So he was like, why just get his own warehouse? This is what I think he's saying. And
Whoever
just
DeAndre, you trying to come on? Says your device is not connected. I'm trying to bring you on. Hold on. Yeah, DeAndre trying to come on. Hold on.
this
They're
might be
saying your device not connected. You gotta connect your mic, and you gotta connect your camera, DeAndre.
1 second. Let's see. Okay.
I hear you. I hear you.
hear you.
Hey, Mark, you can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. DeAndre, what's going on, man?
Nothing much, man. I appreciate that consultation a couple weeks ago. I'll be booking another one soon. Um, I was chiming in because when I started out, I told you, I bought my cargo van first, and
Right.
I started with a company called Lasership. And the way Lasership worked is they took all the freight, they bring it on like you know, somebody that's probably a carrier, they just bring the freight to the warehouse. So it looked just like a Amazon or a FedEx or something like that.
Okay.
And then there would be everybody picking in cars. You could use your car for this. You don't have to have like necessarily a cargo van.
Mm-hmm.
And you would everyone would have the lanes like the zip codes that he was saying, but you
Uh-huh.
would get paid, they would pay the workers like I was getting paid like $2 a package. So if I deliver like 200 packages, it's at $2. That's how they paid you per day.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. I'm not familiar with Lasership, but like US Pack, and then it's like some other companies that we have up here.
Yeah,
Like you
yeah,
can do it with your car, a cargo van, your personal vehicle, all that.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I get it.
yeah. But when it sounds like it sounds like he may be like a master contractor where he's actually like I was subcontracted through that company, so he may be actually got the contract, so he's seeing everything.
Okay.
Right. Yep. Yeah. That's what I am.
Okay, so
You're
you're like a
you're right
master
on.
contractor because you got a fleet of vehicles.
Exactly. Exactly. So to answer that question, you're asking basically how it will be a fulfillment distribution center who will be delivering the packages and having them already set, bringing to my warehouse, and then the warehouse workers will be the ones sorting them and pinning them at each location for the drivers.
Okay.
Basically, e-commerce fulfillment center is the people who have their trucks to deliver the packages to my warehouse, and
Okay.
then my company will be the one delivering it to the houses.
Okay, so they were already sorted before it get to you.
In the box, in the box, yes. So let's say it's a big square and there's 400 packages in there. Yes, they'll all be set for the zip code, and then my workers will be the ones to sort them out and put them on a pallet or put them in a box for the drivers to then sort, scan them, get their numbers, put them in their car, however order they want to, and then they're off on their way.
Oh,
So you want to get a warehouse to do this?
Correct. Yep.
So basically, and this, I mean, I'm thinking the margins are going to be very low, so you got to operate in volume.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
hmm.
So I mean, the way for me to eliminate costs is like he was kind of saying, like what I would do is I'll bring more 1099s on, and I already had the idea of just having them use their own vehicles. I would prefer cargo vans, but I mean, minivans are fine also. I'm kind of seeing that now. I see a lot of minivans delivering packages, so that will eliminate me one paying for the insurance, the vehicle insurance and cargo insurance. paying for gas, giving gas cards and stuff like that. So that will eliminate a lot of costs and expenses also.
So what do you think about AB5? You're not worried about that?
85.
You don't even know what that is then.
Nah, definitely know 85 is.
All right, don't worry about it.
Explain it to me.
Mark, not to mean to cut you guys off or anything, but FedEx used that same approach too.
What he's talking about?
Yeah, like they'll basically like pay you like as a 1099. Like for instance, for FedEx, you got to pay for the belt or you bid on the belt, you get your belt, and then you just hire your guys all 1099 and you set your rate.
So explain what the 85 was. I kind of feel like that was kind of like a
well, it might not affect you, but basically the infrastructure bill that Biden signed into law, it has something in it called the PRO Act, which is similar to what AB5 is out in California, where they just pretty much eliminated the leased on guys. So like the independent contractors that have their own trucks, right? So those guys that run for companies, right? You still got independent contractors, right? So if I'm an independent contractor and I got my own authority, right? And I'm running for a JB Hunt or I'm running for a Schneider, I'm okay. But those guys that were leased on, that are running through the company's DOT, you know what I'm saying? But you might not have
DOT. Yeah, we don't have DOT. We don't have DOTs. Yeah, we don't have none of that.
Okay, so then you're good. So you're good.
Yeah.
So you're good. But hold on. That would be still considered gig work, though, right?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be considered gig work.
You sure? Because if they're using their own personal vehicles, they're not required to have a DOT because they're using vans and minivans and stuff like that, right? Is it like a job where they go on an app, they can pick up a shift, or is it something scheduled?
So it's not scheduled. They can work as many days as they want. Like it's a pure 1099. Obviously, if they don't come in a couple times and they're not telling me why, obviously I'll cancel that contract with them. But they can come whenever they want. But they have to basically to secure a zip code, you have to prove yourself. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So
what you should do is you should look up the infrastructure bill. AB5 is a California, that's a state thing. But you might want to look into, and I'm just telling you this, you know what I'm saying? You might want to look into the infrastructure bill. And the part of the infrastructure bill that you may want to look into is the PRO Act, okay, which was signed into law last year. Now, I'm not saying the Biden administration is going to go full forward with this, but you may want to look at you might want to look at that law.
Okay, I'll look into it. But
because if it's up to Biden, they want to get rid of the gig worker altogether. And I'm not sure if what you're saying will fall in the gig. It's kind of seems like it's kind of borderline.
Right. I mean, I feel like I would still kind of be in that situation myself because I'm basically contracted with the company also. So you know what I mean? So that's why I'm like, nah, I'm pretty sure because I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be allowing that to happen if that was the case, you know, because I'm also contracted with them myself. I have a fleet with them myself. So anybody that joins on has they start with their first vehicle, or if they want to come in with a fleet, they can do that also. But they're all contract 1099ers. You know, to secure a zip code, they have to work, and I wouldn't call it a gig. It's their company basically. You know, you can sign with you can contract with LLC if you want to.
So is it freelance?
I guess you could use that term.
All right. So the PRO Act would, among other things, effectively ban many freelance jobs and most jobs in the so-called gig economy, such as ride sharing. The legislation would do this by redefining the term contractor under the National Labor Relations Act, the main federal law covering the collective bargaining, to use the same standards used in AB5.
Okay.
So the only reason I'm telling you this is so that you can I mean, you can do what you want, you know what I'm saying? But the whole purpose of me giving, doing these lives and doing these videos is before you invest all this money,
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying?
Right, for sure.
Look into this Pro Act, because you don't want to invest all this money. Like I'm looking at news segments from guys out in California that bought trucks late last year, early this year, and now they're parked. They can't work, but they still got the note on it.
Right.
You see what I'm
For
saying?
sure. Appreciate that so much. I'm gonna
So
look
yeah,
into it. Like I said, I've been doing this for 2 years. I know, I don't know it all, but I do know a little bit, and that's why I'm looking to connect with others, who have the knowledge and stuff like that. So when I am ready to expand and go on my own, I'll be prepared, or the best I can be prepared.
yeah. I wish you the best of luck, man. I mean, it sounds like a good business model.
Yeah, me
Right.
like you got a pretty good vision of what you're doing too.
Right. I mean, I'm pretty set now what I'm doing now, but I mean, why not own it? Why not own my own? I already have a fleet. Why not try to own my own?
So you got a fleet you technically already do on your own.
But I'm still contracted with these guys with the company. You know what I mean? I'm not getting, for an example, I'm not getting the $15 per package that they're getting.
Mm-hmm.
I
You know what
knew
I
it
mean?
had to be more. I knew it had to be more.
They're getting. Trust me, they're getting $15 per package plus, depending
Yeah,
on the weight, depending on the distance of where it's going at from the warehouse. They're getting 15 plus.
yeah,
You know what I mean? I'm getting like 5, and then I gotta cut that in half to pay my drivers so they can make some decent money. You know what I mean?
yeah. That's exactly what I was in when I started. Exactly why and I knew quickly I couldn't make no money because you burning fuel all day, and they put
Exactly.
me out in a rural stick area, like middle of nowhere.
And that's
Crazy.
why I want to open up my own so I can get that $15 per package. And obviously, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna pay somebody so they won't make money. I'm not that type of guy. So
Yeah, because I mean, people in Georgia do it a lot. They do it all the time. I mean, people delivering out of like a 1990 like Buick. Like that's how they doing it,
yeah,
stuffing.
I'm seeing that a lot also in my city. Like I said, is besides UPS and FedEx and all the big chains. It's just the company I'm contracted at now, and one more that does the last mile delivery packaging.
Yeah, but did you ever investigate what's the cost of that $15 package they getting?
No, no, not really, not
That
really. But I mean,
warehouse workers, that OSHA regulation. Did you ever investigate what it's costing?
I'm still,
Me?
I'm still, I'm still getting all the knowledge on that. I'm still collecting all that, doing research. I just decided not too long ago that I want to, pursue this and start up my own. So right now it's just study time.
Yeah, I can dig that. I can
And
dig.
Mark, it's funny too when you were speaking about the warehouse and Select offered me a warehousing opportunity one time
Mm-hmm.
early on in my career in upstate New York, and I
Mm-hmm.
was like, I just was looking at the cost, everything. It was. They told me they didn't make any money, so it was tough.
Yeah, warehousing is and I'm not saying this to discourage you, but for me, it was just the cost associated with warehousing is just on another level, man.
Right.
Like it's on another level, man, another level. So, but
And and just to speak on some basic academic economic theses. Man, the wealthiest companies in America, man, operate on small margins, man. Just possess the ability to
Oh
scale.
yeah.
They just possess the ability to scale. So if you're going to go in and entertain those low margins, you have the capacity to scale. So if you're going to go in and you to that $15 that they're getting for the packages don't include another $70 expenses. If you don't got the capacity to scale to go from state when you only make, you find out that you're making 250, with your drivers, and all you get after expense 250 off paying your fleet managers. You got to realize if you scale, you don't really see those numbers no different either. Reason why those companies are competitive and because they have scale. They can
Right.
nationwide, like Mark always says. They nationwide, so they can go into Buffalo, New York, and make 50 cents a package when they're in Midtown, Wisconsin, making $5 a package.
Right. Exactly.
Scalability.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
so and just from a competitive perspective, that might be something to look into, because if you go in and you say, I want this contract for that same 15, you don't have the capacity those big companies got. So they're going to be like, why would we switch to you? Then you have to offer $14 a package. And
Right.
they say, well, we have the capacity to offer $13.50 a capacity, $13.50 a package, because you're going to get in that. Nobody's going to let you take their money.
Man, I appreciate you guys so much, man. Thank you for having me. You know, I'm gonna look into that stuff you told me to look into also, and I'll be catching the lives, man, when you're live also, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do them every Sunday. I actually want to start a podcast because I don't see nothing like that out there. But you know, it's a lot of questions. Like every time I do one of these lives, it takes a few hours for it to get warmed up for people to really start coming in with the good stuff. But I think if I did something maybe like on a scheduled basis weekly, what people expect it, and then I can have people come on from different parts of the country and share their experiences with questions and have people come on. Because like I don't know everything. I only know about what I did. I know the final mile really, really well. But that final mile is evolving still to this day. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that I'm still learning. What I'm learning now about the new final mile. Like when I was doing final mile, he's telling me they're charging you, if the run was 600, they charge you back 1,200 if you don't show up. They wasn't doing that.
Yeah, UST do that. UST do the same thing.
Wow.
See, they wasn't doing that in my heyday. So, you know.
Yeah, they ain't,
man.
Plan to drop route no more, man.
If we drop a route, if it was 15 stops on there, it's $100 a stop.
$100 a stop. And they're taking that straight out your settlement.
Yep.
Straight out.
You can believe that. That's coming straight out. You're gonna be looking at Friday for nothing.
You miss a window for a customer and they got you in one of them rural places, $100 a stop.
Yeah, that's what I was just telling them. The windows, not only that, we couldn't even have early windows at Mattress Front. If you show up, I swear to God, if you hit that start button 10 seconds before your scheduled arrival, you know, so if you were scheduled to get off at 4:30, you better get off at 4:30, man. Ain't no earlies. So my guys used to get frustrated. The fact, man, I'm knocking this crap out. I'm trying to get home at 2, man. They telling you can't get home at 2, bro.
Because you got to hit them time windows. Same thing with my guys, because some of my guys staying out 7, 8 o'clock just to make time windows because they just didn't map it out right.
Right. You got to sit, chill. They're going to tell you, man, you might as well go in the gas station and chill for a half hour if you're a half hour. You know?
Gentlemen, God bless you guys.
And God bless
you so much for having me, man. Maybe I'll come on another one and we could talk some more and see how how the progress went. And, keep going, guys.
All right. Bad, man. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
Hey, DeAndre, how's the Peloton doing down in Georgia?
It's going good. I just lost the van because of volume. I think they're gonna probably call back again around September when they pick up again towards that, end of the year where everybody want to get fit.
Okay.
But we're just doing we're the repair van, and we do like bike and tread assemblies. They call it mixed products delivery. So it's going good. Right now, just still working on some things with the operation I was telling you up in New York with UST with the Lowe's contract.
How's that going?
Running into the training guys, getting that stuff that we talked about in the consultation, hump straps. Really finding the right people and getting the right ones to stick.
How's the training going? Are they taking heed to the training and everything with as far as the utilization of the equipment and stuff like that? Are they getting it?
Yeah. Our claim volume has slowed down.
Slowed down?
I heard him saying earlier, like the first couple of weeks. Now, I'm telling you, Mark, I saw like 6, 7 claims. That's why when I scheduled a consultation with you, I was like, I need to talk about claims.
Right.
Because,
for real.
Right. So the claims have slowed down. So you told them about using the dollies and the equipment and not feeling sorry for the customers, and the customer ain't always right, not helping the customers and all that stuff. Just do whatever's in your contract, and that's it.
Only thing that we're doing now, we're taking off the house doors. I was opposed to that earlier, but we taking off the house doors. Yeah,
you got to do that. But see, here's the thing with that. When you got that screwdriver and you hitting that hammer, if it's painted and you get a stickler and they miss it, but it's like you can't get around taking off the house doors.
Yeah, but you know they got hinge
Yeah.
removers. Somebody that ain't up on just listening that don't know equipment. Get you a hinge puller.
Yeah, get you a
You
hand.
got to worry about that. Get you a puller because at Home Depot and Best Buy, we're not allowed to remove screws. So if we can't get that hinge off, that door don't come off. We can't.
So you're not drilling out no door.
No, we can't. We can't.
Y'all drilling out doors?
No, you
I mean,
move hinge. All you can do, hinge can't come out. You don't do that delivery.
Wait, hold on. Y'all drilling out doors?
we drilling out doors.
Oh man, you gotta knock the hinges out.
Well, I mean, some houses is different.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like we in older houses, you know, where that thing may have never been popped out before.
Yeah,
You know, so and the way the contract set up, you know, you can't make no excuse. So you got to look at all your options. Every job got its different obstacle. You know, everything you can't just, I'm gonna knock the hinges off. You know, some of these you really gotta take it off.
Wow.
Yeah. Do y'all do relocations?
We mean relocation.
Like if somebody got an old refrigerator, they want it in their basement instead of
Holloways.
Oh yeah, Hallways all day.
But not Holloway.
9 times out of 10.
Not always.
not hallways. Hallways you take.
Are you talking about if they got a refrigerator, you deliver the refrigerator and they want the old refrigerator in the basement?
Yeah, they want the old.
Nah.
Oh
Hell
nah, that's too extra. I tell them that's a fee.
No.
You know, like I tell my guy, and even then I don't even want them to do it because
You can't do it on the contract, bro, because if something go wrong,
In Wisconsin, all that part of the contract, man. If
bro, relocations.
if a customer pay a hardware location, same payment. So a customer can say, I want hardware relocation. Say if a customer go in and say, I don't know if we're going to keep this old refrigerator or throw it away. We want a hardware and a relocate. So sometimes we taking big, old, crazy, lumped up refrigerators, man, put them in a small basement, man, that you can't, you know what I'm saying? The only good thing is you don't have to remove no refrigerator door, no house doors. And if it's a relocate, everything has to go in how it is.
Okay. Yeah, we ain't run across a relocate yet, but usually when we deliver appliance, it's usually a 1-for-1, like refrigerator for refrigerator or washer and dryer for 1-in-1.
Right. Yeah, you guys, you do installs too, right?
Yeah. I'm telling you, claims, like I told you, Mark, I had a water claim. That's the one that really woke me up. From being insurance myself, I already know, like that's.
But that was when you was trying to help the customer out. That wasn't on the contract.
Exactly. And at the time also I didn't, just jumping in so fast like how I didn't know that we wasn't supposed to touch copper line.
Right.
I'm just getting started. It was probably my first week I did that one. Messed up thing about it, the customer was so nice. You know what I'm saying? Like she's showing her backyard. We think we done set her up good, and that happened.
Don't mean nothing. I had customers say, "Don't worry about the wall. Don't worry about it. Just get it in. Just get it in."
So like we got a claim on you.
Yeah, well now we saying no to that now. It's
right.
No.
Yeah, no.
No, it's not doing it. Can't do it. I'd rather take this back to the store and it take me a little bit longer on my day instead of trying to force this in here today for a claim.
That's one of the most valuable lessons you got to have in training. Is letting those guys know what they can and can't do, because some guys find out what they can't do, they stretch it a little much, and then you got to just give them that fine, man. Listen, man, this is what you're not gonna. Period.
Yeah.
Because and if you can do that, because I got guys. I beat my own. So I was the fool and hired all my nephews, So,
I got one of my brothers working for me, so look, I got two of my brothers working for me.
Come home, come to my crib and chill, and they calling me from Best Buy like, man, your nephew done left a refrigerator at somebody else. You got to come all the way back and get it.
Right.
And I tell them, dude, like, man, go get your refrigerator, man. I'm off work.
Wow.
They cry. I said, oh man, you ain't gonna be getting no more money.
Right. Did you implement the handbook?
Nah, not yet.
What about the deductions? What about deductions?
What do you mean deductions? Like
then I told you to take the money. The shit rolls downhill.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've seen the deductions, but
no, I'm saying the deductions Okay, so before you did the consultation, you weren't deducting claims from your employees.
Mark, telling the guys now, hey man, yo, because I had to pay not too long ago for a Peloton one. BS, I paid $1,100 2 weeks ago. Select was nice. They took it out in half increments, week and week. But yeah,
how did they mess up a Peloton? Did they mess up the Peloton or was the property?
The property, a little drywall. It wasn't. If you looked at the photos, it didn't look like $1,100 to me. But
so what was the patch and paint?
Yeah, it really was patch and paint. They hit me for a new door for $625.
Wait. How did
I gotta show? I'm gonna send you the photos, Mark. I'm gonna send you the photos, and you tell me what you think.
Yeah, send me the photos. But how did your guys hit a wall with a Peloton?
So with us being a repair team, we get the old ones, the ones that's 325, the one that's on recall.
Okay.
So those ones, some of these houses in Georgia, they're a little in a tight spot. One of the guys literally just gave out, you know what I'm saying? Like the way he was trying to turn it, he gave out. And if you look at the dent mark, like I said, it's not $1,100 worth of damage, but somehow they hit the wall.
Okay, so let me ask you this. They disconnected the screen, right?
Yeah.
All right, so the bike is narrow.
This the base. The base.
Just the base, right?
Yeah.
This is a narrow base.
Nah, not the old one. Look up the old one, Mark. The old one. That one weighs 600 pounds all put together.
What's the model on that Peloton?
Tread Plus.
Track Plus?
Tread Plus. The base itself weighs about 350.
Peloton Tread Plus. Oh, okay.
Hey, y'all know what we did, man, when we had home delivery? We contracted with woodworkers, with home improvement people. So when the client had a claim, we want a new wall. Listen, sir, I'm sending my expert in. He's gonna take care of the whole strip of patchwork. They'll come in and want a whole floor for a scratch. No,
I mean, in some cases you got to do a whole floor for a scratch, though.
In our contract, we got to negotiate our subcontract work.
We do too. I had a handyman. My handyman.
Yeah, so if customers say, you scratch my bench, you scratch my wall. If they don't want to take the settlement we giving them, and we saying we'll give you $400 for that scratch, and you don't want to do it on your own, we can bring our own guy in there to take care of that instead of replacing a whole wall or a whole floor. Because I told you I had to water that washing machine $25,000.
Yeah,
I had to pay it because Best Buy.
Wait. You said you had a water damage for $25,000 for a wash machine?
Yeah, I told you what the shipping boats was left in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's how my water claim was, about 25.
I had to get.
You said it was 25,000.
Oh no, 2,500. 2,500 was me. 2,500.
5,000. The lady when it got her whole first floors redone. With boats. There's no in the world shipping boats causing a leak. Only thing it's doing is messing up your drum.
Yeah.
But Best Buy paid it without investigating it and then shipped it on to my insurance company.
Okay.
My insurance company called me and I said, there's nowhere in the world. They said that seems ridiculous to us. And they fought in the arbitration and won. My insurance company never paid them out.
Yeah.
That was just Best Buy deal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And one thing I do like about the contract though, they've been fighting. They've been fighting for me on some of the claims on the home delivery side since I've been working this Lowe's one, Mark. They're for me, because some of these people, man, they're ridiculous what they're trying to get done. Yeah. Especially in these older houses.
They scammers.
Yeah.
They scammers.
You tough, right? Andre, you tough on pictures, right? You tell your guys pictures.
Oh yeah. Because I show them one thing about me when I train them, I try to show them everything from how you pick up from the warehouse all the way to the final installation.
Exactly.
And the biggest thing with us, get out the truck, whoever is the helper, introduce yourself to the customer, have the customer show you where it's going. When you see where it's going, have your phone with you, video record it. I want you to see that whole walkway because a lot of these iPhone videos, they timestamp.
Right.
So that's the biggest thing for some of my contractors when they ask, The logistics company, when they ask me for my proof, if it's timestamped, I'm usually good.
But
Yeah.
well, I'm glad your claims came down, man.
Oh yeah, man, I was too, man. Because it's funny what you were saying earlier too. I heard you saying being in a whole 2 weeks. I took that Lowe's contract, not even knowing that. I'm thinking it's like Select. Select, I got paid the next week after my work. It was just next night and day. But in that whole 2 weeks, man, like I'm lucky I wasn't renting a truck. They provided a truck.
But
All I had to do was put gas in it. And I just sitting there them 2 weeks, like, man, like if I didn't have what I had going on before I opened it up, I don't know how I'm paying these guys.
Right. That's what I tell all my guys who tell me, man, I want to get my own truck. I said, you better put this much money up, you know, because you're working for me, you to build a reputation, so I like you. So I don't got no problem with you in your own truck, bro. But I'm telling you, man, you ain't getting paid for 3 weeks. You got to pay for everything in 3 weeks, man. And then your first check ain't going to be 3 weeks worth of money. It's going to be that first week you work, bro.
You know, that first week they spoon feeding you, so it ain't no good check.
Don't take you 6 to 8 weeks, man, before you can. You know what I'm saying? Like, you better understand that game, man.
Nah, Mark, the information you're giving out, man, it's good information. I appreciate it, man. Like,
bless him. He blessed free too.
Yeah. I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all tuning in. I appreciate y'all tuning in. You know, I try to give out
for the free. Get it out for the free.
You know, I do give it out for the free. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's about help. You know.
Yeah.
Like little other dudes gonna give you a home delivery. They gonna give you show you where you making $5,000 a week and tell you like, hey, you get my mentorship.
I see that a lot of those videos and those guys, that shit just don't be realistic, man. Because if it was that realistic, everybody would be doing it.
Everybody trying to do
everybody
it.
You talking about those five? I'm talking about five, not 5,000 a week. I'm talking about these guys saying they doing 5,000 a day.
No, that's, man, that ain't happening.
You ain't been doing that in a semi truck.
Yeah, that ain't happening. But I could be real, man. I'm over the road now. The right load, man. The right load, bro. I'm telling you, man. If you can partial them loads and the right load in the right location, man, you can see that 5,000 in that day delivery. You get 650 miles, and you catch a pallet here, 2 pallets here, 4 pallets here, 3 pallets here. You can catch that 5 Gs, but man, that's.
But how long is it taking for you to get that unloaded off the truck though? Like, is that you picking it all up one day and then delivering it out the week?
Yeah, because look, man, this is what I do. I can give y'all my personal experience. I mean, I'm back on the road tomorrow for 3 weeks. You know, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna look at my load board. I'm gonna say where I want to go. I usually to do good partials.
Yeah.
Just because Mark give out game free, give out game free. To do my good partials, if I'm starting out at the beginning of the week or the early part of the week, I'm gonna go distance. I want at least 1,000 miles. So I'm gonna filter my loads. I'm gonna catch my 1,000 route for maybe 2,400. So I know I'm making $2, $2.20, $2.40 off that. And it's gonna be a partial. You ain't gonna fill my truck up.
Right.
So I know that my load is covered. So now only thing I'm thinking like, okay, I'm gonna cover my expenses. So now I don't need no 2,200 no more. So if you got another 1,000, another 2,000 pounds to put on my truck and another 8 feet, and I only took up 10 feet carrying my load, man, give me 1,000 for that. That's gonna cover my expenses getting there. So now I know I made $22, $24 when I'm going. And just say for instance, it's a Texas road. It's a Texas trip from Milwaukee. That's gonna be about my 1,000 miles. I could sit in Chicago. I could pick my first load up in Chicago, and I could sit in Chicago. Being that it's in Texas, I normally get 2 days to deliver this Texas load. I can get to Chicago in the morning at 8 or 9 o'clock, my first load, and I can sit there to close and pick up as many loads I want because it's 1,000 loads going to Chicago and headed that direction because I could pick up some to Arkansas, to Kansas, and I can get to Kansas and drop off my Kansas and pick up something from Kansas going to Texas. To cover that. You know what I
mean? Yeah.
It's crazy, but it's crazy work.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can see in them 2 days, man, I could been a did 8,000. Probably only spent $2,400 on gas.
Everybody keep talking about these partials. I guess
the partials the new game, bro.
I guess that's the new game.
That's the new game. Ain't nobody letting nobody delay truck up no more. You don't let nobody steal your truck, man. You catch you a half of a truckload.
But ain't that kind of messing up the whole?
Yes, it is. That's what I was saying earlier. It's messing up the whole game. And only reason why it's messing up the game is not because of box trucks, because of semis. The semis taking those parcels cheaper than the box trucks is.
Because they got load up on 53 feet. So they,
you know what I'm saying? A semi got 53 feet, so they like 4 feet, 4,000 pounds. Ain't shit to me, man. Yeah, I'll take it for 600. I can't take that for 600. You know what I'm saying? Even if I partialed it up, I'm like, nah, man, I gotta have 1,000 for that. They like, well, I'm looking for a 53 footer for this load. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, I'd be like, go and find one. You know, because I can't stand this nigga that 5 or 6 feet. That's a third of my truck.
Right.
but is that something you think you could duplicate though? Like if you put a driver in it, like I hear everybody trying to put a driver in their truck, go across country.
Yeah, man, that's something to me, man, to be honest, man. I was doing final mile for the last year. I started final mile in February, man. And I just like I was telling Mark, man, I just was at Best Buy all last, kicking it with my guy because he's trying to get me back to the final mile because him and his cousin took over the contract at Best Buy. Like, man, I'm telling you, like, there's nowhere in the world. And I got limited experience with over the road. February I didn't change my parent company is still the same because of the credit and shit I built up. I kept my parent company. So because I had so many claims in home delivery, the insurance was ridiculous. So I'm like, oh no, I'm creating a subsidiary for my over the road. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I did.
So your claims, your insurance went up because your claims?
Yeah, man.
So I know why it went up, but I'm saying your claims were that big that you were pushing it through your insurance?
Yeah, I told you, man. I had guys went under the bridge. They charging me $25,000, $30,000.
I never paid Penske. Fuck them.
No, my insurance did though. I didn't have insurance through Penske. I always had my own insurance. I had up here, and West Bend was sweet.
See, whenever I rent, and to each his own. To each his own. Whenever I rent a truck, I always use their insurance.
That's
I'm walking away. I just pay the extra. I'm gonna bill it to the customer some type of way. I'm walking away.
And that's exactly what I should have done, but I didn't.
Not putting shit. I don't want Penske knowing my insurance. I don't want them calling my insurance. Right. I don't want Enterprise, nothing. Here's your insurance. Give me your insurance. Fuck it.
Sometimes you gotta pay that extra fee.
Even with the roof, right? You gotta pay the extra fee because even with the roof and having commercial and being a commercial rental, for anybody that's still listening, you rent those trucks. If you run it under commercial, your insurance will not cover the top 2 feet of the truck. They won't cover the top 2 feet if it's under a commercial rental, right? And my truck get roofed and I got the insurance. Man, just send it to collections. I'm not paying it. I'm not paying.
You talking about that roof, Mark? I told you I'm giving the trucks. One of my guys went in the area and the tree got caught to the back corner.
That's exactly what happened to Mike.
Ripped that whole back corner, but I'm free. You know what I'm saying? So
I made the mistake of having all my Penske rentals, man, and I had up to 5 or 6 of them jokers at one time. Man, I was the guy that I drive all over the state for whenever I could find a truck because everywhere I went, they wanted another truck, another 2 trucks from me.
Right.
And I could always find the guys. My hardest time was finding the trucks. I'll go anywhere to get a truck and get that money, And some of these guys was inexperienced in this and that, it was just ridiculous, man. So I was like, and I knew it in the middle of it. It didn't take me long. It didn't take me all the way to February to realize I'm in the wrong end of this business. I got guys who's going over the road and I'm looking at their statements and my statements like this shit ain't making no sense. You know what I'm saying? I'm paying 2 guys what I do one guy to do and make more money. And I'm like, one guy to do it and he ain't touching shit, so he can't even fuck shit up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, but my question be this though, because just talking from Mark earlier, like I know when I first talked to you, Mark, you like, you can work anywhere from 700 to 1,000 a day.
Right.
I done got the opportunity to make 1,000 a day, and I'm still early. You know what I'm saying? So I always wonder, you know, if I'm doing multiple units, that's essentially 2,000 a day. Then I'll be like, is it worth it going over the road?
You said doing multiple units, like multiple trucks.
Yeah, like multiple trucks, like at
Yeah.
that rate. Like if you getting contracts with like XBO or USC, whoever the contractor is, you doing multiple, you making the 700 a day or whatever the 800.
Times how many trucks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you're doing those numbers, that's where it seemed like you really get to feel that, you know.
Yeah, I ain't never in my doing final mile, I ain't never seen no $1,000 a day because
on a route.
I still have been you talking about you earning $1,000 a day with your
For
contract.
a route. Yeah, for one route.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I never earned that much, so I probably would still be in home delivery if I was getting $1,000 a day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But over the road is you got to average, man. Say for instance, my guy average, he get 11 driving hours. You know, he's gonna average least, and this is just the minimum because all my trucks governed at 70. So he's gonna average 650 miles a day. At the minimum, I'm seeing $2 a mile. So I'm seeing $13, $14 for that day. And I'm only paying one person. And I'm not getting no claims. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
I'm way driving. So I'm not getting no claims. You know what I'm saying?
It'd be hard. Unless they didn't strap it properly, that's only how you're gonna get a claim.
That's the only way you're gonna get a claim, man. If they didn't strap it properly. You know what I'm saying?
Final mile ain't for everybody, you know, just like over the road never really was for me.
Because I was just gonna say, like, your problem gonna be you probably gonna have more success finding final mile than you do over the road. Because final mile local. You're not gonna really see your big results off a guy who wanna come home every Friday. Over the road. You're like, dude, you still got 20 more hours drive time.
Yeah. And see, you're gonna have to deal with that.
Right.
You're gonna have to deal with people whining, crying, and complaining, and they girl calling them while they on the road, and she's complaining, nagging them. So now they're gonna nag you,
right?
And, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's just.
But if you catch you a road warrior,
if you catch you a road warrior, then you good to go.
You eat a different way, bro.
You good to go. But man, they few and far between.
So, I only know two road warriors: my mother and my uncle. The only two I know.
Man,
they got good job. They ain't trying to jump in no truck.
They far few in between, man.
Yeah, so that you know, so I mean, like final mile ain't for everybody. And I tell people that, you know what I'm saying. So you gotta really have a disdain for over the road, I think, to stick in final mile. And I just didn't want to deal with the stress of over the road because now you
guys, if you got some good guys and you worked out a good plan, like both of you guys playing seem way better than mine. You know what I'm saying?
But I think my whole, and I tell everybody this, my whole thing was timing.
Yeah.
Like timing. Like I know for a fact the final mile game now, I wouldn't have been able to scale how I scaled then. Now I wouldn't have been able to do it. And two, I wouldn't have wanted to deal with the people now in today's times is just different from dealing with people in 2010 to 2018, 2017. People's mind frames is different. People wanted to work then. Right. You know what I'm saying? It was less opportunities then. You know, it's more opportunities now, and people don't want to work. You know what I'm saying? People don't want to work.
Right. So, if I'd have called you for consultation on my final mile contracts, you would have told me to get the hell out of them.
And see, here's the thing: I'm not telling people to get. Like, I can't tell people to get the hell out of it and then do videos on it too. So you know, I'm not saying it's bad. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's bad. You know, if you want to do it,
like man,
do it. But like I tell people, don't think you finna scale. Don't think you finna have 20, 30 trucks doing final mile. I don't think you can even get to that point nowadays. If you can get 3 trucks doing final mile, I think you're winning.
That's why I disagree with you at, because I'm the most scalable part of this business.
What I'm saying, to get to that many trucks,
I can go. I could have went in that mattress firm. They do 10 trucks a day. I promise you, man. They wanted all 10 of my trucks within 2 months of me being there. They wanted every truck there to be mine.
I hear what you're saying.
I put the best buy. When you go now to these contractors, when you go now to these final mile companies, the first thing they ask you, how many trucks can you give me?
Yep.
They always ask you that.
But I'm telling you, they ask you that because they don't want just no one truck.
Nah.
You know, but and that's the reason why I say I don't think you can scale it, because it's finding the bodies. They can't even find contractors.
Yeah.
Point now.
You see what I'm saying? They can't even find contractors. It was easy for me to find bodies back then.
Or they trying to get rid of them bombs.
You know what I'm saying? But they got to keep the bums, because if the bum can go out and do 3 or 4 stops,
right?
3 or 4 stops is better than none.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when I'm saying scale, I would have never got to 12, 13, 14, 15. I don't think I could do it in this time frame. Right. You know what I'm saying? Consistently. And go to sleep at night and not have to worry. Is everybody going to show up to work in the morning?
Oh, right. No.
And then what y'all saying now, they charging you and shit.
I can tell you what.
Nah, bro.
I probably, you can know, man. I had my cousin here one time. Kankakee. Well, I got so many phone calls. She came to my room. Hey, if you don't hang up on them niggas.
Yeah, man. Like,
man, it's 5 in the morning. We just got in from a good night out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's the game, though. You gotta be up early. You gotta be, especially if you're running teams, you gotta be up early. You gotta hope nobody left. I don't have guys leave the lights on in the truck. Thing won't start in the morning.
Everything going wrong, man.
Like you, like, how are y'all doing these things? Like, make it make sense.
Hey, Johnny.
But I know. Like after talking to Mark, it was like, for me, it was like, nah, leadership gotta be better. Leadership gotta be better. Like, nope, you gotta make sure you turning off them lights. Have somebody come through the yard that night, making sure all the lights off. You know what I'm saying? Just little small things.
So how do you inspire your leadership out of your crew?
Say it again. I couldn't hear you.
So how do you inspire leadership out of your crews?
Well, like I said, luckily I got 2 of my brothers working with me. So, you know, what I do is I have them wherever they at. They train everybody because I train them. Nice. So they taking whatever I'm the face. So this is what I expect. I took the handbook thing, like Mark said, made a handbook. This is what's required to be in this truck. You know what I'm saying? And noticing I can't take everybody. Some people ain't cut out for this work. Like Mark always say, some people just ain't strong enough for this. I had somebody in the truck, hey man, this dude not strong enough. All right, well, he gotta get out the truck. We gotta find somebody else.
Oh, you had somebody on the truck complain about the person that they was working on the truck with?
Yeah. You gotta take that feedback, because I'm looking at them bloopers. Now I'm not trying to be on the blooper.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
dude, you can't get
to be on the blooper. Like, no. Yeah. But I think Mark, like you were saying, jumping in this business now, it's a lot of young guys now, man. These young guys don't want to work. You feel me? Like, I'm young. I'm 29. And I know people that's like 25, 24, man, they ain't doing nothing, but they ain't trying to work.
Right.
You could tell them you paying them $850 a week. They ain't coming, because they'll figure out something else to do.
Yeah, and believe it or not, like I see people, they surviving without doing nothing. And
I'm trying to they're not making no money. I mean, not even $400 a week.
And they surviving.
Nothing.
And I don't know how, but it's a lot of people out here surviving without doing nothing. So
because the girls, the new breadwinners, man, you ain't gotta do nothing to get tricked.
You said it, I didn't. I didn't want to say it. So
girl, man, you gonna put
a lot of women taking care of me.
That ain't gonna last for long.
You gonna drive her car. You know what I'm saying? They ask her for gas money to drive her car.
Yeah, a lot of women are the breadwinners, and they kind of are taking care of men. So I mean, but I know one thing, and I know a lot of women get into a lot of these industries that have been male driven, but they can't do final mile. I had a woman that wanted the consultation, and I said, man, you're not gonna be able to do this.
Mark, I heard you say that on live before. Mark, where I'm at, 2 ladies running a truck, killing it.
Final mile?
Yes.
Appliances?
Yes.
Well, I can only imagine.
Like, when I saw it, I was like, ain't no way.
No, man.
I'm talking about refrigerators, up flights of stairs.
Everything I load on my truck, they load on
refrigerators. Samsung double doors with the screen on them.
Yes.
They ain't getting them up no stairs, man.
Hey, I seen them. Next time I go, Mark, I'm gonna take a picture just so you know I ain't lying.
Man,
I swear to you, man, they doing it. I mean,
Man, I sent
They
my
Latino, but hey, they doing it.
man, I sent my best guy on the truck with a female, and she was a Latino. To my look like she can handle it, man. And this was my best guy. This was a young cat, my guy named Young, man. This dude was the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Man, that boy came back from that route. Like, boy, I almost quit on you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, with that girl, man.
But these girls don't even look like no muscular, nothing. I'm talking about regular women, man. Regular woman. On two eyes.
No
Running.
muscle, not butch, because I'm thinking you these some butch. They in the gym,
Nah,
they bench pressing
nope.
185.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying?
Petite women. Petite women doing this.
I gotta see it to believe it, man.
Me too, man. I gotta see this too, man.
So you telling me they going up 3 flights of stairs, they get to that landing and they ain't got room. She gotta, while she got it like this, she gotta bring it up, not set it down. She gotta use all of this.
I don't know how they doing
turn it up like that and come around the stairs like that.
Right.
I don't know how they doing it, but they doing it. Because the stores that I go to, and I know them stores, a lot of them stores, heavy appliance. And if you're not an appliance, you got a French door. It's a precedent moving a French door.
Man, I even want to see how they dolly in these big refrigerators into their trucks. I want to see how they dolly in these 300, 360.
They doing it, man.
There 2 women running out of New York doing final mile appliances.
Yep. I wish my brother was right here. He'd tell you. Yep, see it on 2 eyes, man.
And ain't no man on the truck. It's just them 2.
Just them 2.
If they doing it, then that's fly in, man.
Well, I need to see that because we need to use that as a training video to
Right.
hurt a lot of men's egos.
Right. They got to be skilled at trap use.
Maybe they was athletic or something. I don't know, man, but I see them do it every day, man. I'm like, man, this is impressive, man. This is impressive.
I've been an athlete my whole life, man. You can't pay me to lift another refrigerator.
I feel you. Nah, I feel you, man. It's back-breaking work. It's definitely back-breaking work. It's not.
I'm 330 pounds. I ain't able to do it no more, man. I ain't taking no more stairs, no more corners, no more none of that crap, man. For the little change, man. I ain't gonna be able to do it, man.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I know the markets that I run in, they paying, man. They paying. They need people bad. Like, they're screaming for people. When I come, it's like the last person that had the contract left.
Mm-hmm.
Probably only been here a couple weeks. They need people bad.
That's all over the country, man.
Yeah, that's the country, man. Because I swear to God, I'm talking about they texting me every day.
That's all over the country. It's a lack of employment. It's a lack of contractors, and I just I just don't understand. I mean, I guess the contractors are just bouncing. Contractors are just moving around, man. But as as e-commerce continues to go up, as more people continue to buy, it's just going to be, I just don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough contractors. You got people that come in the game and they get out of the game.
Yeah.
Right. And I just don't think it's enough contractors. That's why a lot of these companies and then is a lot of people can't afford to be a contractor. That's why a lot of these companies are trying this new model, like what you're running on, where they providing the truck.
To the truck, man. I said, why
it was unheard of, dog.
Hey, man.
Man, I remember one day, man, I thought I was about to lose my Peloton contract. I seen UST, man. I started applying to everything they had. And the dude called me the next day and said, yeah, man, yeah, we provide the truck and everything. You ain't got to worry about it. I said, what? Oh, I got to go see about this. You got to.
Give me $1,000 a day and provide my truck for me, and I guarantee you, I'll be back at final mile.
I mean, it's contracts out there that you can make $1,000, but you got to do the stops.
No, I seen you. You was the first person I ever seen. I think you posted somebody, JB Hunt or somebody, saying, dude, and they'll give you the truck.
Yeah, JB Hunt.
Man, you up in Milwaukee?
Yeah, they'll give you the truck.
I know JB Hunt down here, they pay $700 to $750 a day.
Man, you give me $700, you give me $650, you paying for my truck. My truck is killing me.
Well, shit, they got openings in Indianapolis. I mean, they got routes running out of Chicago. They going down to Indianapolis every day to do the run and coming back. Indianapolis is dry. They don't got nobody. Yeah. They ain't got nobody. They providing the truck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They really want you to relocate, but ain't nobody trying to relocate down to Indianapolis.
I'm gonna tell you, the guy who was on here the other day talking about Indianapolis.
Yeah.
On here the other day.
Yeah.
That was my little cousin, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was my little cousin, Ricky White. That was my little cousin, and I was just in Indianapolis below, and I stayed at his crib for a couple of days.
No.
I talked to him and his wife in the trucking.
Yeah.
I said, man, y'all tripping, But Indianapolis, all they doing is over the road. They ain't doing no final mile.
Well, JB Hunt, they need final mile. That's what.
Oh, it's a Eden paradise down there, man.
Hey, Mark,
Yeah.
do they pay per mileage at JB Hunt or XPO? I never worked with them. Like they pay for your mileage?
No, they pay you per stop.
So the one that I'm running, they paying per stop, mileage, the whole thing. So that's how I'm getting that little, you know what I'm saying?
You talking about UST?
Yeah.
So they're paying you mileage with their truck?
Yep. And the stop.
Well, so see that's we're trying to hold on to this contract.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what that is. We're trying to hold on to this contract. So we got to do whatever we got to do for right now to hold on to this contract. And that's what a lot of companies are probably going to end up having to start do because of the scarcity it is in contractors, man. It's just scarce out here, man. It's scarce.
Man.
But my thing about the AB5 thing, when I read it and the research I done on it, like, do you think it's gonna affect the final mile? Because for me, it seemed like pretty much it's for like big truckers that's running under somebody else's authority. And they just don't want to go be an owner operator because they could run up under this person, essentially,
Well, right now in California on that state level, that's what it is. Leased on guys. So the independent owner operator that has his own trucking company, that has his own authority, he can still operate. Now, the guys that are leased on, they pretty much got rid of that whole niche, right? So company owners they can't deal with leased on guys anymore, right? So the leased on guys they just have no home anymore. So they gotta like either go work for a company and figure out what they're gonna do with their truck, or start them a trucking company, get their own authority, And with that, what comes with that. The insurance is gonna go up and everything else. They're gonna have to pay a dispatcher and everything. Their cost is gonna go up. Some people just don't want to run under their own authority. They just rather, I'm gonna lease on to you and let you deal with all the politics and shit like that. But now with the PRO Act, from my reading of the PRO Act, it's looking to just get rid of the independent contractor. Let me read this shit one more time, man.
I heard you reading it earlier. You said ride sharing.
Yeah. See, the ride sharing is what got all this shit started in the first place. So, those guys out in San Francisco, maybe in 2016, 2017, they were rallying because they felt like, man, we're employees. And I never understood that, because I'm like, okay, you're driving your own car, you're paying for your own fuel. Uber and Lyft, they're kind of acting like, I guess, a broker. You know what I'm saying? So they're giving you, now the rates were higher back then because all these companies were trying to get people in. So they were paying them good, operating at a loss, right? They got billions of dollars to play with, right? Once they got it to a point where, okay, we got enough consumers using the platform and we got enough drivers to handle the amount of consumers, now we got to turn profit. We got to appease the shareholders now, right? Because the whole goal was to take these companies public. So then they lowered the rates.
Right.
And they lowered them. They went from like $1 to like 67 cents or some shit like that, 70 cents a mile or whatever. And they were mad, but they lobbied and lobbied and lobbied and lobbied, and for some reason this governor sided with them. And when he created the policy, when they created this policy, it just didn't stop with ride sharing. They implemented that niche of trucking with the least carriers. And Biden got this infrastructure bill that has a policy that's similar. I keep reading this because I really want to make sense of it. The PRO Act would, among other things, effectively ban many freelance jobs and most jobs in the so-called gig economy, such as rideshare. The legislation would do this by redefining the term contractor under the National Labor Relations Act, the main federal law covering the collective bargaining, to use the same standards used in AB5.
Find what the new standards is.
The new standards is what he was saying earlier. Like they can't do like the lease on nature stuff like that.
Talking about in terms of how you reading the PRO Act. The PRO Act is a little different from the AB5.
Yeah.
PRO Act is trying to redistinguish what's an independent contractor,
right?
Which affects everything and everybody.
Exactly.
Yeah. Construction, the whole nine.
Because the current law is basically have your own equipment, be able to negotiate your own rates, negotiate your own time, and crap like that. You know what I'm saying? Etc. So now, which is exactly what Uber drivers and rideshare drivers anyway. You use your own equipment. You get to determine what routes you're going to take, when you're going to take them. You know what I'm saying? So if you tell what's the new standards now? If you're redefining what's an independent contractor, what's the new standards? You're telling them like, even in spite of you using your own equipment, you're still considered an employee. Even if you get to determine what times you work, you're still considered an employee.
That's gonna be tough because I think construction. I think a GC and a sub.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? How you gonna do that? Because essentially taking food off them people's table.
Right. And that's what they're basically doing out in California, because I really don't understand how a guy that owns his own truck, that pays his own maintenance, pays his own fuel, even though he's not operating under his own authority. This company is acting as a broker. How is he an employee?
Right.
They're not taking W-2 out for him. He still got to be responsible for everything.
Right. So that's my whole thing. Like, what's the new standards then? From this PRO Act perspective, from what you just read, like, what's the new standards? Because you're saying you're trying to ineffectively change everything by creating independent contract standards. What's the new standards?
And then I'm thinking about labor. You're already having a hard time getting people to come to a regular job.
And maybe that's why they're doing it.
Yeah, because this is union driven, man.
Democrats, they want a union bad.
Exactly. So. I mean, union bad. This is union driven, man. This is, man, look, Wisconsin just became right to work. Everybody's becoming right to work. No more union fees. Now, I done worked in union shops. I couldn't stand a union shop, man.
Right.
I couldn't stand.
People love it. Some people love it though.
Some old man sitting around doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? I get laid off before him because he got seniority.
Right.
Busting my ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's ridiculous, man. And so now the unions they fearful, man. Everything becoming independent contractor. First off, these kids don't want to work no more unless they're working for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
the young crew, everybody that's 25 and under, man, they ain't trying to work for nobody.
Nobody.
The whole dynamics of workforce is changing. Like I was telling you, I was my ex-fiance. Like, why y'all trying to get these classes to force people into the workforce that they not even get them CDLAs, they're not qualified to drive their own trucks.
Right.
I mean, JB Hunt ain't hiring you with no all I got is my CDLAs. You ain't got no experience, brother.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So what does that mean? So I was telling her when I proposed my curriculum, I'm like, man, look, we in box truck, non-CDLs, box trucks. We give people direct entry into the box truck industry. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's through my MC until they MC mature. You know what I'm saying? Give them direct entry, teach them the game, teach them every aspect of the game, put them in the game and give them direct entry. Like, because that's what workforce going.
Right.
Then you can make that shift to the CDL side if you want to, because you know what it's like to drive a heavy duty truck.
You can link it to whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. This whole AB5 thing and this PRO Act, I don't know. I think it's a big plan, but you said it's union. I didn't look that deep into like the unions. I think it has something to do with the gig work, autonomous, because Biden, he wants to do this clean energy and all these electric vehicles and all this. I think they want to make everything autonomous, right?
Yeah.
I think they want to make everything electric, right? I think the gas has something to do with it. I think this trucking AB5 has something to do with it. I think they see the issue with the independent contractor lane, and I think they feel like, look, if we don't get a grasp of this independent contractor, this gig work economy, then a lot of big corporations that depend on employment are going to fail. Does that make any sense to you?
That makes perfect sense.
Or am I tripping?
Because that makes sense. That makes sense.
That makes a whole bunch of sense, man. But you remember how I told you how I started business getting out of prison, man? I started with a staffing agency. And how easy. Like, my company was the company, man, that did the McCain-Palin campaign against Obama in 2008 in Wisconsin. I sent 300 black people a day to go campaign for McCain against Obama in 2008.
You did?
But strictly for money, man. Don't get me wrong, bro. Because the Democrats, they had enough volunteers for Obama.
That's almost worse than saying you voted for Trump the first time around.
Oh, first off, I'm not even allowed to vote.
You vote. You said you sent people to vote for McCain.
It
during Obama's first term.
And look,
first term
change.
It was, bro. It was 300 black people a day, man. I sit out there, man. I promise you, what I'm telling you, every day my bank account being $65,000-$70,000 deposit every day for 6 weeks straight.
I hear you. I don't know if I'd have took that risk though.
Man, look, they already lost. They already lost Wisconsin.
But my whole thing though, Mark, I think another thing too, when you said autonomous thing, autonomous. Only so much things could be automated.
Yeah.
I think the middle mile can. I don't think the final mile can. And I wanted to talk about it, but
that's another one. What robot gonna put this where it need to go?
That's what I'm saying. The final mile, no, but the middle mile, yeah. Because I think you can get an autonomous vehicle that's sitting in a dock and it can get loaded, right? Once it gets loaded, it can drive from this dock to the highway, and on the highway to the next dock, back itself into a dock and get unloaded.
Yeah. Like DC to DC or DC to
right. So the middle mile, DC to DC, dock to dock, warehouse to warehouse, you know what I'm saying? You can fully automate that.
Yeah.
Final mile, you can't.
See, if your theory true, then that makes mine obsolete.
What about long distance though? What about
I feel, as far as unions concerned, unions ain't having that automation. Their whole job is to keep people employed.
Are unions going to be strong at that point?
I mean, unions going to be non-existent. But I was just talking purpose of it.
The trucking union ain't been that strong since Jimmy Hoffa came up missing.
Right, you might have a good point there. Ain't no union been that strong.
Because if the trucking union was if the trucking union was strong, what's going on right now in California wouldn't be going on.
Yeah, but see, that's my whole point. Like they only talk the independent contractor, so they can bag these people. They trying to make these people employees again, so they can bag them back into the, because you got to understand, freight is one of the most desirable industries out here now for the working man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a shortage of supply. Like you were saying the other day, man, ain't no young guys jumping up getting their CDLs trying to drive no truck. So everybody retired. That's a void.
Yeah.
Still got to move.
And that's in many fields, though. That's in a lot of fields, though. Not just trucking.
But this trucking is an $800 billion a year industry, man. Yeah. This trucking support damn near every industry in America. Whether it's manufacturing, agriculture, or whatever, this trucking is the support line of it.
Yeah. Well, if the new generation doesn't replace the old generation that's exiting out, then I don't know.
You got to go automated, huh?
These new guys, they don't want to be away from their girls and like. I mean, look. I mean, just look at the. I mean, come on, man. These guys don't want to be away from home.
Nope.
They don't want to be away from home.
Everybody want to work from home.
Everybody want to work from home. You know, these guys, they can't be away from their girls. Like they girls, if they feel, man, let's just keep it funky, man. Fuck it, man.
You go.
These new guys is kind of they built different, and the women built different too. Because when this guy's on the road, you know what he's thinking about? Man, what is this girl doing? Why she didn't answer the phone? So now he's driving, and he's worried. So now he got to pull over,
right?
And instead he call and wonder why she's not answering the phone. She usually picks up. She knows I'm on the road because he's worried if she's getting piped down.
Boy, that's real tough. They crazy out here.
You see what I'm saying? It's different now.
I'm telling you, I didn't have my
you
young.
See all these shorties, they killing the bro, they killing themselves, they killing the kid. Yeah. They not built like that.
Yeah.
They not built like that, man.
So crazy, man.
You know what I'm saying? They not built like that. So it's hard for these new generation cats to go away for 5 and 6 days.
Man.
And not have to worry about if they girl, and then the girls is different too. Is they gonna be loyal? Right. So man,
everybody want that baller too. Everybody making that right. that 100K plus. Right. Everybody ain't gonna make 100K.
the trucker, the youngin that can go over the road, he can make that money. He could really make that money. I got a homie that's driving locally. That's on his way to do 150 local. You see what I'm saying? So, but at the end of the day, is that young guy gonna be able to get in that truck and stay on that truck for 5-6 days stress free? They think about that stuff. Or if they do try and they get out there, they don't last long.
They don't, man.
Because they worry about what's going on in the back of the crib. Or they go on Instagram and they see their homies having the time of their life in the club popping bottles, and they feel like they missing out.
Missing out on something. Man, I wish it would call me when I'm working, man. That's almost disrespectful.
But see, you from a different generation.
Almost disrespectful. I'm like, what the fuck is you calling me for?
You from a different generation, though.
What I'm doing? You should be out there my grind. What are you cooking?
You from a different generation though, but these youngins, man.
Yeah, I know
they cut different. They just a little bit.
Yeah, you got.
I'm not saying like they'll pull a trigger. You know what I'm saying? They'll do that, but when it comes to like the women and stuff, dog, they just not.
They ain't gonna throw a punch in the fight though.
They don't put the bread. They don't put the bread first.
Punch in the fight, man.
They don't put the bread first. So the new generation is not a bunch of new generation truckers coming in to replace these old guys. So eventually, over time, I think it is a trucker shortage. I think it might be a trucker shortage.
Gotta be. Like, you know like I told you I work insurance on the back end, and where I'm at in my career, you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. Old people retiring. It's not enough young get through the door. It's in every industry. Yeah. Like,
yeah,
not enough. It's just not enough. Like, people just not doing what people used to do. Like, my dad, electrician, ain't nobody at them union halls like how they used to be 10, 20 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, people ain't signing up for trade and vocation skills and stuff like that no more. The plumber ain't nobody want to be no plumber no more. You know what I'm saying? So,
and what's crazy, man, you got them jobs that you can't export. You know what I'm saying? You can't export freight. You know what I'm saying? China can do freight for you. You know what I'm saying? China can do your manufacturing. You know what I'm saying? It can't do the freight for you, man. You know, and I don't know. I'm just gonna catch my of it, man, and keep it moving, man.
So when you said that, when I said that about the automating the middle mile, you said that your lane just going. So what's your plan? Do you plan on making your money and getting out, or what are you gonna do?
Well, my thing is this, man. I'm just to give you a short-term plan. Man. I told you I'm drafting this with this. You know, I got one truck I own, one truck I'm still long-term leasing right now. got my driver and me going out here, man. I don't want to be on the road no more than 6 more weeks with me in the truck.
Mm.
You know, no
Mhm.
more weeks. Man. Only reason why I'm doing it is because I just bought my partner that, hit my pocket. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So now I'm just trying to catch that back. Once I get back, man, my focus will be on apprenticeships, creating apprenticeship program. You know, leasing guys on, or what I'm saying, or getting guys in their own trucks, doing their own things, man. And because the main thing that is over the road is dispatching. Dispatching is the foundation.
So you basically want to go my route, consulting then.
Yeah, but I want to do it from a different basis. I want to do it. I want to change the whole sense of workforce, because workforce changing on its own.
Mm.
I want to take advantage of the change that's happening in workforce. So now I want to team up with state agencies with all this funding for workforce development, for hiring and all that. I want to create independent contractor lanes, or ownership lanes, or business people lanes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because it's billions of dollars now since after COVID. They done poured billion. They can't even spend this money. Like,
Right.
ex fiance, she the chief operating officer of the biggest apprenticeship program in Milwaukee. You know, they
Mhm.
can't find enough people. They can't even figure out enough programs to spend this money on.
Mm.
So now
Okay.
I'm coming on that. So don't be surprised, Mark, if I hit you up like, man, come down here, man, guest appearance or something for me, man. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah. Just let me know. Y'all ain't number what, about an hour and 20 minutes.
yeah, get you paid good, man. You know what I'm saying? Start something in the city. Rotate it on around the country, man. Where we actually put people in positions, man, where they can have easy access to lucrative careers.
And you want to do all this in the certain communities, urban communities, or
Oh man, come on, man. See my skin color.
yeah, okay.
But
Just making sure. You talking about McCain earlier. I'm just making sure, man.
He said, I had to get that check real quick.
You know what I'm saying? Just,
I'm saying, because most of the funding going, like, you remember the chick said the other day, economically disadvantaged.
mhm.
All economic disadvantages is those people who qualify for these type of programs. You know, who the state gonna fund for job training and stuff like that. Like we got, it's huge. You know how Milwaukee are. Everybody from Chicago moved to Milwaukee for their welfare programs and shit
Right.
like that. You know, so it always been huge down here, man. Everybody got a welfare mentality. So you get a guy going into a workforce program, they're gonna tell him you qualify. $5,000 for training. We're gonna set you up with this trainer. So you got guys out here, man, just renting warehouses and starting a painting crew. They start a paint company. They start training. They start making more money off training than they actually do paint now.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? It's just I got direct access. I'm taking advantage of that.
Yeah, go for it. I tell a lot of people, if you can start a business without having to invest into people and like infrastructure, you can get paid for your mind. I think
Mhm.
that's the way to go in the future.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean,
I think that's the way to go in the future. You
that's
know what
real.
I'm saying? In the future, you know what I'm saying? Because the way I'm looking at things now, man, it seems like it's becoming harder and harder for the businessman.
Man,
And
you know how many years Amazon operated without making a profit?
I understand that, but Amazon is one of the main reasons shit is fucked up now.
But I'm just saying, just imagine how, when you was talking about how people can get paid off their mind, how Idea pays you.
Hmm.
How an idea, how many investors just off internet, just off when the internet, before the internet bubble bust.
Private equity.
Good
Private
idea
equity.
again, because you become a billionaire. Just a good idea.
But I'm speaking on that from like in terms of like how the youngins now are looking to get paid. They don't want to do labor intensive stuff. You know what I'm saying? I created YouTube at 42 years old just to speak on my experience of Final Mile and to help other people out. They're doing it at 18, 19 years old as a career.
As a career. And they ain't doing them around the skateboard all day, or showing
Or doing a backflip off a balcony,
man,
or trolling somebody.
right, or showing you how to eat a crab boil. My
You know
daughter's
what I'm saying? And if they can get enough subscribers, you know what I'm saying? They can get enough endorsements, they making millions and millions and millions of dollars. So, when I say what I said about using your mind to make money, like people got to really start doing that. Even with you, DeAndre, like don't think, don't look at final mile. Get it now while it's good.
Yeah.
But still, like, you gotta have, and this is with any business. I tell you, this with any business, have some type of exit strategy.
Yep.
Exit strategy. It's a lot of businesses that were in business for many years, and technology came in and changed the landscape of those businesses, and now they don't exist anymore.
Yeah, or they subsidiary, or they grew into a whole nother lane. And
Yeah.
something else. Nah, I know what you're talking about.
So, like, man, like, I don't see no taxi cabs here in Chicago no more. None. You only see taxi cabs when you go to the airport. Like, downtown Chicago, you can't hail a taxi anymore.
Yeah.
Uber and Lyft killed that.
Mm-hmm.
Amazon killed Borders and Barnes and Nobles.
Yep.
Toys R Us don't exist no more.
They bringing it back. They're
bringing it back, but it's as a pop-up shop.
Yeah, and Macy's. Yeah,
and Macy's, because Macy's is trying to utilize all that real estate that they still got these 30-year leases on.
Yeah.
For the stores they closed down.
Yep.
They closed down the 8th floor Macy's in the Water Tower here on the Magnificent Mile in Chicago, 8 floors. But guess what? It's a commercial space. They're not signing a year-to-year lease.
Right.
They would just cut the losses on the operation costs, pay the lease out, right? From year to year, rent to like Toys R Us or whatever for Christmas seasons, or however they did that shit. They feel like, okay, we can make some money November, December and do shit like that. But man, they not making no money. Then look, the mall game is going out of business. They closing malls down. Malls are dead now.
They're trying to make them to office spaces.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody going to the mall no more.
They're making them apartments up here.
Yeah, that too.
So, I know it's hard to believe. I really know it's hard to believe, but
no, there's a shift, man.
No, evolution is real. So,
I mean that automation, man. I think it's gonna come, man. I think it's gonna come.
I keep it real, man. I'm talking about as a species, man. Our mind always been our strongest muscle, man. Our mind, because from a muscular perspective, man, inferior to a whole bunch of species on the face of the earth. You know what I'm saying? We can't whip no gorilla, we can't whip no tiger, we can't run no dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, just from a muscular perspective, we inferior, man. We not even made to adapt to cold weather. No, we don't have fur, no nothing, man. It's always been our magnetic evolution, man, that made us the most superior species, man. It's gonna be all mine, man.
Yeah. Use your brain.
That's why they're trying to get everybody into like electronics, IT, information studies, because you really got to know how to use your mind, for real.
Yeah, you got to use your mind. So if you can use your mind to make a living, that's why I say, because man, they can't take your mind.
Exactly.
They can't put your mind out of business. You know what I'm saying? You can't hold on to a business the way you used to hold on to it and pass it down from generation to generation to generation. It would be lovely if you could hold on to your trucks, build a fleet, and then pass that down 20, 25 years to your kids. But where do you honestly think trucking is going to be in 25 years? Looking at you go down in
automation.
They already got Texas automated. They already running automated from Dallas to Houston and Houston back to Dallas.
Yep.
They're doing it out in I think Arizona. Right? I think California, they got Waymo out there. They already automated the ride sharing.
Yeah, Texas, they just started about to do the Walmart vans.
They doing the Walmart with Canoe. I think that's going from Dallas to Houston. You know what I'm saying? So it's already implemented. And then they messing with the drones. They just got FAA just approved Amazon to do the drones in some town down in, I think it's Texas, Camp Hill, Texas, or something I was reading earlier. So between the drones for the small packages and the automation, I'm telling you, man, a lot of jobs are going to be lost in trucking, man. That middle mile lane, I think that middle mile lane going to be the first to go. I don't see them getting rid of final mile because you got to have some type of hand-to-hand. You're dealing with appliances, you're dealing with furniture. They can't automate that.
Unless they're going to start making the customers do it themselves.
I doubt if they're going to do that.
Yeah, because that's going to lose the value. That's going to be customer service issues.
It's just some customers just ain't capable of lifting this stuff. You know what I'm saying? This is a skill. It's a skill. You know what I'm saying? So that middle mile, that dock to dock, I can see them automating that. They can automate that. They can have robots load the trucks.
Yeah.
They can have robots load the trucks. You don't need a person to do that. You don't need a person to drive that truck from one dock to another and back it in.
And the Amazon warehouses, they already got the robot
They got the
forklifts.
robots in some of them, right?
Yeah, they already got that.
You know what I'm
So,
saying? So they spending a lot of money on robotics for the warehouses, and then they're spending a lot of money on automation for taking these vehicles fully autonomous. They're gonna be fully autonomous, man.
it's just the only thing I worry about though, I know we speak in autonomy, but how these vehicles are gonna perform in these different environments.
Well,
these mountains, Tesla coming out $500. I mean, was it 500 miles of charge? How long is it gonna take to charge that truck?
But I was just watching a documentary on Tesla, man. Tesla can't distinguish tractor trailers, the all-white tractor trailer. He can't distinguish, man. They got plenty lawsuits now for them cars crashing and killing people.
Yep.
Tractor trailers turning in front of them, and the car just kept going.
Yep. Yep. That's the thing. Like, it's even with you say autonomy, you know what I'm saying? It's still room for error. So that even though the workforce dying, somebody gonna have to do something.
Man, they don't care about error. See, that's a liberal perspective. Like,
and I was gonna say that they don't care about error because they don't care. Hit and run every day.
You go to war, you think care about the
enough people died, enough people get sued. That breaks the company.
They don't care about no error. No, man, that's true, man. That's not true, brother. Man, I promise you, man. That's all TV.
All right.
You know how many?
I don't see them on 2 hours. Like I look at different companies every day, and I look at their balance sheets.
What I just tell you about Tesla error, man? No documenting. Even Tesla development team that formed this car said we told Elon Musk he's having a problem with this anyway. He like push him out, man. They killed people. They showing the whole foot
like the Boeing, but that's what Boeing did. Boeing did the same thing with the planes.
Do you think Tesla out of business?
No, they're not out of business, but Boeing did the same thing with the planes.
But Boeing ain't out of business either. That's what I'm telling you.
They're not out of business, but it cost them some money. They lost a lot of money during the pandemic and on that and having all those planes.
I think some companies just too big to fail. Just some people just got unlimited money and they'll just pay it out. They'll settle. You know what I'm saying? And to answer your question about the fatalities and stuff, yeah, it's gonna be casualties. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be casualties, but guess what? Maybe not down there where you at. It's hit and runs up here every day. Somebody just got killed last week in a stolen car.
Oh no! This number 2 for insurance in Georgia. People get hit all the time.
So people get hit.
Fatalities all the time.
People die. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, those companies, they just gonna look at it as a cost of doing business. Man, they're gonna write somebody a check, write a family a check, and say, "Here's a free Tesla for the rest of your life, and here's $100 million."
Yeah, but what about these lawmakers though?
I think the lawmakers, the infrastructure bill is pretty much pushing it. Because guess what? I wouldn't be saying this if it wasn't already implemented. You already got fully autonomous vehicles on the road.
Yeah.
Brother,
doing ride share and trucking.
Why you not understanding these lawmakers got in the office because of these lobbyists? Like,
I understand that. I mean, I get that all the way, bro. I get that all the way. But
there's nowhere in the world. If you got an $800 billion industry, there's nowhere in the world somebody in this industry is not trying to redirect them funds. If you got the biggest trucking company in America, man, you only can grow so much. So you're grossing $100 billion. You got to try to figure out how to capture another $700 billion. You can't just get that all to the little man because you got shareholders to account for. So they like, man, we ain't growing.
Yeah,
man, the same.
Yeah.
So you got to try to figure out how to capture more and more of this industry. Okay, we're gonna go autonomous with all this crap. We're gonna look at the cost of products. We're gonna make it the industry uncompetitive because can't nobody else do it. Don't nobody got the funding, the resources, and nothing to compete with us to make their vehicles automated. You know what I'm saying? And the game,
Yeah, I hear everything y'all saying. Trust me, I ain't saying it's, you know what I'm saying, yeah, you're not right, you know, but
For
you
any
know,
that take over anything, man, you got to figure out a way to eliminate competition. At the beginning, you're a competitor. When you become the biggest thing in the industry, you're trying to eliminate competition. This is why you see all these big companies when Netflix come out, YouTube buy them or YouTube buy Netflix. You know what I'm saying?
no, I know, I get what you're saying. Like, I get totally what you're saying. Like, I look at companies' balance sheets every day. Like, I provide bonds for companies, so I know exactly what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? But you
Ain't
know,
no
it's
small.
always, I always like to be, be optimistic, look at the other side of it, because I mean, there is other sides of it that can cause business. And I'm not just talking trucking, you know what I'm saying? I'm just talking
In general.
workforce in general. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, and I think that's how this discussion started, man. I think workforce ain't gonna be workforce. I think everybody gonna bid and negotiate, even they pay at a job. That's why I would like to see workforce go. And then since the economy is becoming, since the world is becoming so globally connected, I think you're gonna be able to bid. If you're a plumber, you're gonna be able to bid a contract in China
Hmm.
at a residential area. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like I'm telling you, like I think like that's what's going. That's I mean, it's only so much money, man. So much everything. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know if you guys ever studied economics, man. Number one principle of economics is scarcity or the appearance thereof, man. Everything determines its value on the scarcity of the thing. So if you say there's only 20 bananas, bananas gonna go up in price. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
It kind of like when I was studying economics, man, the most impressed, the most craziest thing I've read in my life, two aspects, man. It was elasticity. It's called the supply elasticity. These was the most craziest points to me, man. When OPEC took over the oil industry, when they got all the oil industries back from, they hired all these American economics to determine the elasticity of oil production and oil sales. And elasticity is simply this: you can create a demand to determine how much you can raise the price before the demand change.
yeah,
You know how much game in that?
yeah. But I mean, but the supply chain allegedly messed up right now, though.
I said $2,000. You know you can slow production and get it to $4 without demand changing.
So,
Dude, that's a crazy game. And the thing I learned was during the Great Depression in America. Don't you know that the American farmer burnt over, I think it was 100 billion pounds of food.
you said the
Why
American
everybody
farmer did what? 100 billion pounds of food?
why
You cut out.
killed pigs, everything. They destroyed this food while everybody was in soup lines, man.
Uh,
Just to keep the value of money up.
I didn't know that.
Appearance of scarcity, and just to keep the value of a dollar, because of the value of a dollar is only determined about what men you barter it.
Right.
This is how you even get value in money. Money by itself is valueless. If you don't want my money and you got something I need, then my money don't mean shit. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't know that.
Man, I'm telling you, when I study economics, like crazy, that really happened. That's a really historical fact, man.
That's a good game. You learn
Yeah,
something new every day.
definitely.
You learn something new. But you were saying something about the supply chain being messed up.
Yeah, I mean, supply chain messed up. I mean, I don't know. Like, somebody, I gotta see it to believe it. I'm one of those. Like, you gotta show me. I understand theory and people working on things, but I gotta see some of these things be really fruition wise and like actually working before we could just start. Because it is shortages across the country in many industries. So
Mhm.
my biggest thing is, I know everyone talks automation, but let's see it. Is the infrastructure even in place? Like,
You talking
for
about like
instance,
for vehicles?
yeah, for vehicles, yeah.
We see it.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, when you talking about, like, when I'm talking about trucking, like, stuff still has to go long haul distance. What about the route that got to go from Oregon to Georgia?
Yeah,
Or
you ain't just see the Tesla new electric truck.
yeah, but it only goes 500 miles on a charge, on a full
So
charge.
I get what you're saying. So I think as this
Like
stuff,
that's gonna mean it's gonna be longer to move that freight.
no. So like, I think you thinking like completely like this thing is gonna take time to phase in. So
Yeah.
as they phase automation in, like there's still gonna be truckers. You know, they might do short runs dock to dock first. And then as
Yeah.
the technology advances and as technology advances, obviously these trucks are going to be able to go further and further and further on one charge. You see what I'm saying? As
Yeah.
batteries get better and all that stuff over time, then you know it'll branch out. I don't think it's gonna be automation parallel with drivers. You know what I'm saying? And then as
Yeah.
technology gets, man,
I
we're
just
talking about years and years and years before it becomes fully automated. You know, years and years and years, but probably starting now, you might get a truck that may go from, let's say, Chicago to Milwaukee, right? And then when it gets to that Milwaukee terminal and unloads, it backs into that dock, it's getting charged while it's getting unloaded. And then when they unload it, they load it and it's still getting charged. And then that might run back from Milwaukee to Chicago. You know what I'm saying? But you're speaking from an aspect of running from like LA to New York, right?
But even in that sense, I want to tell you just from an over the road perspective.
Oh, he froze.
If like I'm driving from New York to California, like Mark just used an example, 8 hours I got to stop,
right,
and take a 30-minute break. Eight hours, I'm not getting 500 miles.
right.
You know what I'm saying? So if that
Yeah.
truck can make that same stop and charge back up,
right.
you know what I'm saying?
Well, I know it's coming, man, because it's already here. And I just like any other thing, as time goes on, as technology gets better, then you know, these trucks, these fully automated trucks, the range is going to get longer and longer and longer. I mean, you know, I mean, it's here. I know it's coming. I know it's coming.
And especially it's imperative now with the shortage of freight movers. You know, it's imperative to keep this economy rolling, to keep this economy dominant, to make that autonomous. Because
Yeah.
you're not in the workforce to replace the ones that's retiring.
Yeah. If these shelves continue to be dry,
Man,
because there's not enough truckers and all this shit, then yeah, they're gonna say, well, forget it.
I went to a Harbor Freight today, man, couldn't find none of what I was looking for.
Man, you know, this probably don't got nothing to do with what we talking about, but I've been going to Walmart for the past 3 weeks. I like to get the packaged salmon, and they haven't had it. They haven't had it man, it's been about a month now. Every week they don't have salmon. I don't know why. So you know, I you know, just certain things I can't find in the store anymore. So,
yeah, they gonna figure out a way to solve that problem, man.
you know, so I think DeAndre, I hate to say it, man, but I think it's gonna be fully automation. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna get to that point. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely. I appreciate y'all. I mean, I always got a different perspective on life. I always try to push against the grain, but
no, it's all good. It's all good. And I, you know, last year I thought kind of like you did. I was kind of on the fence until they started implementing it. It's trucks out on the road now.
Yeah.
It's been approved. They're running fully autonomous.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They running fully autonomous doing ride share. They said they weren't going to do that.
Nah, I seen that one. I seen that one out in Arizona.
Out in, is it San Francisco?
They do it in Vegas too. Out in Vegas, they got the autonomous vehicles.
Right. So the car just pull up, you get in, it speaks to you, it says your name, and buckle your seatbelt, and it drives.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? They said that the drones wasn't going to happen. They said, man, it's just gonna clog the airspace. There's no way the FAA is going to approve drones. It's going to be too much air traffic.
Now they everywhere. You can go buy them at the store. Huh?
But
Yeah,
now they got drones. Right now they got drones, and now they letting Amazon, and pretty soon it's going to be FedEx and UPS and everybody else that can afford to get drones and handle their freight. They're going to be doing it. Now, how they're going to do it? Now that I'm more concerned about the drones than I am about the autonomous vehicles, because I can, okay, man, this truck is going a little bit too fast and it needs to slow down. I can kind of veer out the way.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be walking and these things is crashing into each other and then falling down on my head. You see what I'm saying? I would be more concerned about what's flying over my head than what's around me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm more concerned about the drones, but they just approved some drones. And now you got drones carrying packages. So not only do you got the drones and they got, what happens if I don't know, the battery dies or something while the shit is up in there and then just drops the package. You know what I'm saying? But guess what? They approved it. So
out here in Atlanta, they had like the Amazon had like, I guess you would call them like little toy cars delivering packages. Like
I saw that. That's the same thing that Domino's uses.
Yeah.
It's like a funny looking robot card looking thing, and Domino's put the pizza in there and it drops the pizza, but you gotta come outside and open
press
the
the
thing
code
up
and everything.
and take the pizza out. So I think they got something like that up in New York too for FedEx maybe. But yeah, the Amazon's gonna do that too, huh?
Yeah. Nah, they already got it going. Like I did a whole paper last semester on Amazon and their automation stuff. So they already got these things going. I know it's there. It's just,
See, because Amazon's having issues too,
man,
but
we already game, man. We catch what we can, man, and evolve with the game, man.
Oh yeah, you got to. I mean, if you don't evolve, you're falling behind. So
you gotta evolve with the game. So it is what it is. I don't want to get caught out here and got all my eggs in a basket and
it don't work out.
Holding it. Not even that work out. Like just like I'm 1 foot in, 1 foot out, but I'm 1 foot in, 1 foot out for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's not by choice. You know what I'm saying? Some of it's by choice. You know what I'm saying? But the game has been evolving. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not finna chase people down to come to work.
I feel you.
You see what I'm saying? You 29, right?
Yeah.
If I was 29 again, I have a different outlook on business. The outlook I had on business when I started at 29, 30 is totally different now. You know, when I woke up in the morning, my bones feel different than how they feel when I wake up in the morning now. And I go to the gym every day.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So I didn't have gray hair. I could deal with stress a little bit better. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like my health. So, I'm not finna beg people to come to work.
Yep.
I'm not finna do it. I can't do it. Not at 42. I can't do it no more.
Mm-hmm.
Not in this industry. If I was 29, 30, I probably could. But I see where the game is going. I feel where the game is going. I got trucks parked.
Yeah. We're gonna get you on that program, man. We're gonna let you lease them on the apprenticeship program, man.
So you got people that you know what I'm saying? I'm not
we gonna teach these people the game, so we ain't gotta worry about that. They're gonna come up with our apprenticeship.
Yeah. So the game is like
when y'all get that apprenticeship going, send it my way to be in my folks, because that's I think that's what the community really need, like knowing that stuff out here
and not
do and make you some money.
Oh, the actual apprenticeship, dude, you really get in the game.
Yeah.
You really get hands-on job in the game. You don't just jump in no truck without learning how to drive it, and they gonna pay for all.
Mm-hmm.
They gonna pay for the truck we using to train you in. You know what I'm saying? Learn how to drive. And Mark, you would be a good point to come on to talk about different industry. I do over the road. You do final mile. Come in, get some training programs, show them guys how to use strap, how to deliver furniture, how to,
Yeah, let me know, man. You a hop, skip, and a jump down the street from Chicago.
Look, I live downtown Milwaukee, so we down the street.
Oh yeah, we down the street, man. I'll hop on the highway. I'll hop on the highway and come up there. Just let me know if it's for the youth.
Thursday, I'm getting my curriculum reply, so it's gonna be soon, bro.
Yeah, just let me know.
Watching you, listen to you, like, yeah, this is the type of teammate I need. This is the type of partner I need, man.
These lives is good, and I know they don't. a lot of people don't be in here, but just to even have this dialogue and then post it up, people come back and look at it, and it's good to have brothers that's educated speak in such a manner and not talking about a lot of dumb stuff. So, you know what I'm saying? Anytime you need me to come up there just to speak, and get some game and possibly help somebody, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. I don't mind. And same thing, like if you was to implement something like this down in Georgia, you know what I'm saying? That's basically what I really want to do right now. I just want to educate, man. I don't want to deal with employment. I don't want to deal with that shit no more, man. I just don't, man. I know y'all could tell I'm tired, man, as far as
Hey,
the workers is concerned, man.
I
I'm just
appreciate the
tired.
info, Mark. Like the fact that you made this channel and you
Man,
making this info and you getting this info out there into the world. Cause I mean, I done learned so much from you already, and I'm early in where I'm at. You know, I told you, like I started business in October.
Right.
So this is exactly what I needed for where I'm at right now, because it wasn't nobody talking about this lane. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
at
and,
all.
and he ain't giving you no hidden charges.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
if you comment on that brother, whatever he's saying, he gon' ain't no. Well, I'm getting you too much sauce right now. Like I'm saying, just sign
Nah,
up.
I knew Mark was a real. I hit
He
him up
gonna give you
I hit
that.
him up in the DM, and I told him like I heard him say something in this video like he doing consultations. I hit him up in his DM, and like he got back to me like within the next morning, like, hey man, this is what's gonna be. Here's my link. Like that's, and then from there, I stayed listening to the information, even the information I got from my consultation. It was what I needed at the time. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? I don't need nobody to sell me no dream. I already done invested my money. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Like, I already done invested mine. I don't need you to sell me a dream. I just need to know the real.
Right. You know
Yeah.
how to distinguish BS from real stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty in the game.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of people out here selling BS, but it's up to the individual to kind of decipher between what's BS and what's real. Like I do consultations, and I do consultations behind other people that tell me who they went to. Man, I went to this person. I really didn't. Even with the consultation, they trying to sell them something. You see what I'm saying? Or
Right.
they not knowledgeable. And then the thing I'll say is, it's like, well, you went to this YouTuber, you bought in their consultation. Their whole journey in this business is documented on YouTube. They just went and bought their truck in April. So they've been in the game just as long as you have. So what value did you really think you were going to get out of that consultation?
Real talk.
You know
I
what I'm
think
saying? So just because a person jumped into the game, a lot of people jumped into the game last year, that doesn't give them, I don't think it gives certain people the I don't even say the right. I just don't if you only been in the game a year, you're still learning the game. It was stuff I didn't know in 2014. It's stuff I knew in 2014 that I didn't know in 2010. It's stuff that I knew in 2017 that I didn't know in 2014.
That's real.
It's just like I said in that video. If Amazon would have called me back for that DSP program in 2014, I would have took it. And I would have been screwed. Because even in 2014, I still wouldn't have recouped what it would have cost me to get involved into that DSP program. And then they would have fucked me like they fucked everybody else when they restructured the model. You know what I'm saying? And I'd have been left holding the bag with the finance, with the finance bill for all those vans. You see what I'm saying? So when I be talking, I'm coming with 14 years, and even now, like listening to y'all, like the game has changed a lot from during my heyday. Like they wouldn't charge as much.
Since PPE, the game.
Bro, the
Since
PPP
PPP,
done changed the game.
the
TPP done
PPP
changed the
changed
game.
it changed the
I
game.
think it done changed the culture though, because now everybody's selling you a class on whatever.
on whatever, man.
And it's ridiculous. So it's like, man, how long you been doing this? Like how long you been doing this? How knowledgeable you are of it?
Man,
Are
look,
you just regurgitating information that's already out there that a lot of this information you can go search for yourself.
Search for yourself, man.
Yeah.
Man, I know at least about 4 females, man, that then took a dispatch course. Man, I wouldn't dare let them girls dispatch for me. You ain't gonna learn no dispatch until you dispatch.
Right. And see, that's why I don't speak on stuff like
All
that.
that,
I don't speak on
oh,
dispatching and
man,
shit because that's not
bro,
what I do.
don't know
Exactly.
broker got all day to be talking all day to you.
Right.
All these lingos and all that you teaching in your course, ain't no broker. A broker gonna tell you, man, what you charging. As soon as you get on the phone with a broker gonna be like, man, you gonna be like, I got a truck for that route in Chicago. He gonna be like, okay, these are the dimensions, these this. What's your MC number? You gonna tell him your MC number? He gonna be like, man, what you charging? Man, I need 2,200 for that. I got 1,800. You like, no, okay, hang up. They don't got no time. The other phone ringing. There's 30 people calling for that load.
Right.
And
Right.
you shouldn't have no time. You should be calling for another load in case this one don't work out.
Right.
To be sitting back trying to coach no broker, man. You know? And don't nobody teach that in no course, man. They make it all flowery. They give you cookies and candy and give you a free meal to come to their course, you know.
But then they charge you an arm and a leg too.
Arm and a leg, man, to learn something, or give you a skill set you can't do nothing with. Cause what you gonna do with it? What you gonna do as a dispatcher without no carriers?
Exactly.
Absolutely nothing.
Like some of this should be the biggest scams, and just people just don't see it. They don't see it, and I just don't understand why. And then they'll come to me after they went to somebody else and didn't get value out of that. Then I just saw your videos and shit. I didn't pretty much gave you all the game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just buy my mentorship if you just need help navigating through it. The game is there.
The game is there. I'm just
Game is there. Game is definitely there.
Problems. Where I could tell you I had some experience with that, but other than that, I get man, I'm telling you, man, like I don't even know how I came across you. I probably was watching somebody else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I really seen the final mile. I said, man, let me see what this brother talking about, because I just got done with that. I'm like, man, this dude just giving out game, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you, like, man, I'm posting every week. I'm posting a new company. I'm like, he just giving game out like that. Huh?
Yeah.
Cause man, I just feel like, man, well, nobody else doing it. Why nobody else doing it? And
they ain't gonna do it because this they most profitable part of their business.
Selling you on how to get these things, like trying to tell you, hey, if you work through me, I could get you with XYZ.
So,
because you create that mentorship program, they pay you $2,500, and you get to dispatch their trucks. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you charge them for getting you a truck, because all of a sudden they think they getting an account manager is expensive. You know,
all you gotta do is some legwork. You gotta do legwork on that though.
Like, how are you selling account managers though? Like, I don't,
man.
You just call Enterprise.
You ain't got
to answer the phone is an account manager.
That's all. Let's pick up the phone.
But I guess you know, people don't read. That's what I'm saying. Like, you could look up this information yourself, because like even with your riders or your budget, where you like I said, for budget, I got an account manager. But like, if you go to like a local budget office, like, hey, I'm trying to get a national account, they're gonna tell you no.
Right.
So really? you're gonna have to go around. What happened with me, how I got mine, was I went to like an independent, like there was a car shop, they had budget trucks. And I'm like, hey man, can you help me get a national account? They sent the information over. I got a national account in a couple of days.
That's it. And then you can work with your account manager from that point on, man.
Exactly. But even then, I'm not even really, I don't see the account. I don't call the account manager. I got to go into the BTR commercial thing to request a truck, do their little portal, and the account manager don't sit out over. It's whoever working that budget signing the vehicles.
Right.
So that game done changed too. See, I haven't had to rent a truck since the last time we were in truck was in 2019.
Yeah, I ain't never rented from budget, but I had an account manager at Penske. So that's why I just get trucks all across the state, you know, because I call them. I got the commercial account. So I call them like, man, I need another 26-footer. He'd be like, hey, man, you know, D1 ain't got none.
Can you go pick it up from here?
You go grab it across. I'm like, I'm on that, you know, and I go there, be like, this is a corporate account, you know, and it just keep funding and financing, paying for whichever way I got set up. You know what I'm saying? From where I pick it up at, you know.
Yeah. And it's so funny. Like, I was in Georgia when I was trying to get that budget thing. I had to go to New York to actually get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was running an operation up there, and I'm like, yeah, here you go.
You in Georgia, man, and y'all killing box truck. Y'all ain't let nobody y'all ain't let nobody look at a box truck in Georgia, man.
Ain't no box truck
I
in
just
Georgia.
found one for one of my new contracts though. I
Really?
just
In
found one.
Georgia?
Budget. Yeah, Budget was able to give me one, but I've been spending a lot of money with them because I've been renting cargo vans.
And see, that's what I was saying in the video. Like a lot of these new guys that come and looking for trucks, they're not going to give it to you. They're going to give it to the person who got a rapport.
Right.
So if somebody got a rapport and it's between you and them, they're going to give it to the person with the rapport.
Right.
Because it was that same, I think you just had the video or you had the live last week and you were saying that. I was like, I just got me one literally today.
Yeah.
Down the street from my house.
Rapport. You got some type of rapport. So like new guys in the game, if you look at that video and look at the comments, it's 3 or 4 people that's saying they can't find a truck and they all in Georgia. They all in Georgia. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
because everybody out here,
doing it. Tough though.
Everybody out here doing it in that box train game, man. I mean, you see a box truck, you about see 50 box trucks on the highway when you go outside.
I didn't drop loads off in Georgia, like Lord, and all rentals, like woo.
Everybody rented up. You know what I'm saying? Like
heaven, Georgia, man.
Because I mean, one of my nervousness was doing the box trucks was like I didn't know if it was gonna be profitable renting until I found the space down there. Now I'm like, all right, well, I could make it make sense a little bit with the corporate account I got. Because I used to see other people making deliveries with everything. I'm like, how y'all making money, man? Because everybody say the money OTR. How y'all making money? But, you know, everybody's situation different.
Everybody's situation different. You can make money.
Yeah, you can make money doing everything, man. If you finesse that shit and you know what you're doing, you can make money doing everything.
Yeah.
Because I ain't say I lost money doing home delivery. I'm just saying, like, hey, it was tough.
Yeah, definitely. Nah, I feel you on the toughness, man.
I'd have liked to see more money out of all the work I put in. You know
yeah. Now it's tough. Like for instance, tonight, like I gotta wait every night at 12 o'clock so I can see my route for tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? With my trucks, and you know, I'm running like a satellite, like remote type situation. My truck's in New York, I'm running out of Georgia, so I got a guy up there that like basically go see the day-to-day for me. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's definitely a lot because I'm the one that get the calls.
Man, this is what I tell everybody, man. They calling me first.
Yeah.
So you know I'm calling you, man.
Yeah. But
if you don't want to
I'm definitely gonna invest in what you was telling me though about that truck tracker, you know, tracking them trucks. Like that's my next thing that I'm working on is because the way I'm playing out, I'm about to do, like I told you, I want to open up in another lane somewhere, but I just want to be able to pull up my app, my phone, and see where these trucks at when they do call, so I ain't got to call and see where they at.
I was using Fleetmatics.
Okay.
And Verizon bought them out. So now it's Verizon, but they got like the best as far as it's going. I mean, it's not cheap, but if you want the best options, you'll be able to go on your phone. You'll be able to send messages to the truck. You know what I'm saying? If you get the right equipment, you can optimize their route. So boom, if they get a route, you can put the routes into their tracker and to their ELD, or if you want to do the Garmin, they got certain Garmins that you can get that you can send the routes and you can send messages straight to the Garmin or to certain ELDs. What else, man? It's just got a lot of different man, it's got a lot of different options, man. So, but it ain't cheap. But the thing is, when you paying for it about a month, over the years, eventually you'll pay for the equipment, and the equipment will be yours.
Okay. So it's almost like renting some cable equipment for the most part.
Well, shit, with cable equipment, shit, I got Xfinity. You don't never own this shit.
Oh, some of the cable, like I don't have Spectrum. Like if you pay a certain amount, you get the box. You ain't gotta send the box back. Like you could pay for the box
over so many years. Okay, yeah.
When I say like it's like one of those type bills. I mean, I don't know, like your phone, like your phone or whatever.
Yeah, the longer you, the more, if you so many years you have it, eventually the monthly bill you pay will eventually cover the equipment. You'll pay the equipment outright, and then after that you just be paying the fee for the service, right? But I was putting, even if I was renting trucks long term, I would just get another unit and have them come out and install that unit. Like I had to see everything that was going on. Like this is when I was running like a bunch of trucks. I had to see everything that's going on. Like I need to see how many miles they were going. I need to see if they was harsh braking. I need to see if they was idling too long. It helped with claims, as far as not claims as far as damage, but when customers would miss their delivery and say, "Oh, the truck didn't show up," and yes, the truck did. Well, we're gonna have to charge you. Well, no, you're not. What's your email? Boom. I send them the whole CV. What's this? Look at it. The truck was there at 1:15. It idled there from 1:15 to 1:30. It said 15 minutes. Y'all gotta pay me for that.
Yeah, I
You gotta
got
pay me for that attempt. Man,
right.
So
man.
question for you. When you say it's expensive, I mean, what do you mean by expensive? And is it like a subscription? So like you pay and then the more trucks you add on, the higher the price go?
Right. So each truck, you got a unit, right? That they gotta install, right? So you gotta pay for the unit, you paying the monthly fee for the unit, and you paying the monthly fee for the service. And then when you initially get the unit, you're paying for the initial install of the unit. So if you got 4 trucks, you're gonna order 4 units. They're gonna send somebody out from a contractor from somewhere out in your area. They're gonna come install the 4 units. They're gonna charge you for the install. They're gonna charge you a monthly fee. I think I was paying like $20 a month for the actual piece of equipment, and then whatever the service fee was for each, and then whatever each add-on. So like I had to add on where I wanted to be able to send messages to my trucks. So in 2014, I forget which Garmin it was. Certain Garmins you could pair up with their system, not all of them. So they gave me a list with these Garmins. If you buy one of these Garmins and you hook it up in the truck, you'll be able to send messages through Fleetmatics to the Garmin. So I could send messages to the truck. They'll call and be like, "Man, I just left Dynamics. Here's my route. I just had the office fax the route over. I have my operations manager look at the route and optimize this route." And they'll put each stop in order of how they should go in the computer on that truck and hit send, and then it'll pop up on the Garmin. Only thing they gotta do is hit go, and it'll route them stop to stop to stop. When they hit a stop, they hit done, it'll send them to the next. Sort of kind of how like what Amazon does with the phone now.
Mm-hmm.
But we're talking about 2014.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? 2015, 2016, 2017. So all that was through the Garmin and the TomTom.
Got
You know
you.
what I'm saying? So I had to pay extra for that. That was like an additional add-on service. And then they got other add-on services that you could that you can add as well. Like if you want your guys to punch in from the truck, that's a service. Then they charge you a fee for it, so on and so forth.
Got you. Got you.
Just to
Yeah.
give you some sauce, man. My truck's equipped with Keep Trucking MLDs. They're not Keep Trucking no more. They Motive now.
Motive. Yeah.
Man, that everything, bro.
Okay.
Ain't no equipment charge. You know, just a $75 subscription charge each fee. And that's if you want the cameras too.
Okay.
What's that called? Keep Motive, right?
Motive, yeah. They used to be Keep.
$75 for each unit
Yeah, it
a
ain't.
month.
That's a month, but they don't charge for the equipment. They just charge you a monthly subscription fee, $75 per unit, and that's in mine. All mine's equipped with cameras, so I got the camera too. So it's even cheaper without the camera. So I got the front wind dash cameras and everything. Email tells you because it's hooked up to your phone, up to your driver. It tell you where your driver at. Everything. If you drive a hard brake, it's gonna tell you. It's gonna show you the video where you hard brake at, where you hard. If you do a sharp turn, anything.
Okay.
If you quick, anything he do that's possibly you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's hazardous is gonna send you a video of what he's doing, and it's gonna tell you what he's doing right on your phone.
Yeah.
Got you.
Watch you be like, you can always know where he at. Cause as soon as he get in that truck with his phone, the ELD turning on.
Okay.
It's good to have like the shit that even got me out of a lawsuit one time. You know what I'm saying? That having tracking.
And at the ELD, you're gonna save 20% off your insurance.
Yep, that too.
Okay.
That's something you operate.
Yeah,
You got like 4 vehicles, right? You definitely want to.
Yeah, you most definitely want to.
Definitely want to invest in.
You doing that remotely from got them in New York and you in Georgia.
Yeah.
Man, better have you some type of link to your money, man.
Yeah. Nah.
You got the brothers out there, but you kind of want to know where your trucks is at, because
I just want to know. Like that's the next thing for me is because, if I'm running pretty successful right now, how I'm running, if I could do it in another neighboring state, I would when the time's right.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and invest in that, man. That's
Yeah.
worth the investment.
Sleep, man. I gotta take me a load in the morning, man.
Yeah, me too. I got to get up, man. But it was good talking with y'all, man. Like
Brother.
always, man. Good conversation, man. I hope a lot of people learned something tonight.
Yeah.
I know I did.
I
I'll take
did.
it easy.
You too.
All right.